Joining us now on the stage, top three from PMSL EMEA spring season. From Turkey, give it up for Beşiktaş Black!
And now, looking to make a splash and entering as the representative of their host country. Give it up for Power Esports.
And now, PMSL EMEA Spring Season Champions, give it up for Brute Force!
Your PMJL Season 4 Phase 1 champions.
Mic test 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me now? Hello? Yeah, I think you guys can hear me now. Okay, so I said finally, here we are, PUBG Mobile World Cup, let's go. After I don't even know how many times they postponed this today. And I woke up like so many times because of they keep postponing. Like I was talking about each team have this triangle thing like with their team name on it. So this is not like League of Legends, right? If you lose your team tag with this triangle thing, will it get crushed or something? Like how are they gonna do with this? If the team fail to qualify to the survival stage, they will just get their Today you played when you were sleeping? Man, Chief, I just had to. I'm finally crowned. Oh, here comes Tianba. Bro, what is QZ doing? I feel like QZ's gonna throw. Bro, the way QZ walks, I feel like Tianba's gonna throw. Mark my word, QZ's gonna throw.
Next up, your PMSL SEA.
Hello, Cleon, welcome. I was asking you, Cleon, where have you been? I was grinding the game. Yeah, the key. So then which team can own crush the keys? Because League of Legends, right? If you win a match, the enemy team will be able to claim. However, is Paraboy playing? Paraboy is not playing. Paraboy is not playing today. JDE actually didn't qualify. Anyone think Alpha 7 can back this? Man, I feel like Alpha 7 probably top 5. First place, maybe not. Like, I mean, I will be happy if Alpha 7 can prove me wrong, but Alpha 7 is the team that I don't know. They may Alpha 7 may do really good like in the first day in the final, but like they will be choking.
Joining us now in the SCC arena,
which team are you guys supporting? Let me know in the chat, guys. Which team are you guys supporting? Rejects, let's go.
taking second place in PMSL.
Which top team is playing? All the top teams are here. Every top teams are here. Is BTR still a top team? Till now? Alpha 7 second to third place. Yo, Fenjay, what up? Yo, Fenjay with the gold monthly badge. Looks sick. Looks sick. Fenjay, congrats.
Reigning champions of the world. Give it up for Alola IHC Esports.
Oh, there we go. IHC. Wait, so Alex is not playing for IHC in this tournament either? Well, IHC... Wait. Is Mongolian ST playing this? Let me check.
And now,
do you guys know?
PMCL SEA Summer Champions, Harami Bro.
Do you guys know?
And now, third place in your PMSL CSA spring season. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Mad Bulls.
Next up to take to the stage, we have third place at PMSL SEA Spring Season, Talon Esports.
Alex, fifth player. Yeah, I said Mongolia STE. Mongolia STE, guys.
And now, joining us on the stage, give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for TJB Sports.
Oh, let me check. GK. Wait, TJB Esports? This is Team Liquid. Bro, cause they're...
Picking it up, actually, boys and girls. It's actually your PMSL America's champions, Team Liquid.
Team Liquid. Alright, this is a team I'm interested. Like, Team Liquid got the first place in PMSL Americas. Do you think they can actually play good in this lobby? All right, okay. My question is, do you guys think that can both Chinese team get into
and now your two-time back-to-back
the grand finals? What do you think?
Kings, Vampire
Can these two PL teams get into the grand final? Bro, I can't get over the fact that because I did the short. You know, we watched how Vampire Esports got a 1v4 by Alex in Pigado. Every time I see them, not freaking clip, just shows up in front of my face. Team Falcon, Team Falcon. Wait, Nazard? He's not playing? Wait, is Nazard a forever sub now? Kakarot thinking TJB won't make it. Tianbao will get hard carried. Let's see. Let's see. Well, Action. Wait, is Action did say on Instagram saying that, you know, see you guys in Global. Well, today we will be seeing Team Falcons clapping Chinese team here. Let's see. Let's check if like they can actually clap Chinese team. Top is so focused. Top can't wait to clap Chinese teams. They got clapped in PMRC, right? Because they were playing Game for Peace, the Chinese PUBG Mobile. But today, they can't wait to clap some Chinese team in PUBG Mobile.
show on the
Wait,
road.
Top isn't
Let's get
playing
the game
today?
started and let the PUBG Mobile World Cup begin.
Yo, ZH. What up?
Baby. You know, we were born ready for this one.
Have you noticed the
I have
trophy
been
is different
waiting
from the
for
other
this
games, bro?
tournament
This
for
trophy
so long.
sucks.
The biggest tournament of
This
the
trophy
year.
sucks.
And to help me right by my side, I got none other than John Allen, bro. Are you ready?
Blowing it up. We are ready.
This trophy once again. I don't know why PUBG Mobile's trophy is always like this. I was expecting, to be honest, like, you know, a lot better from
That's right.
from EWC.
They were talking about earlier.
This trophy looks very plastic. By the way, is my mic fine? Can you guys hear me clearly? Do we have any popping sound or something?
Oh, it's going to be way higher. I mean, $3 million on the line. In the next 3 days, we got $1 million of those dollars about to be won. This is absolutely insane. We're live here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Oh, how'd you go into Riyadh?
Nice.
Nice.
Like we heard the host say earlier, there's so many questions to be answered, right? And obviously is who is going to win this thing? And it's really, really difficult to predict off the rip, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that people in these games at the moment are going to be focused on getting towards those top 4 spots in their group as well, because of course it is only those top 4 spots per group that qualify through to the final event. So it's not only about securing some of that prize pool, securing some of that fat milli, right? It is also going to be about getting those points rising to the top of your group. At the moment, we're starting off with the first 2 groups, right? Coming into today,
Yes.
we're going to be taking those 2 into it. So we're not even going to see 8 of our teams today.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, that's a lot of cheddar on the line here off the rip. And, you know, Seven said it a little bit earlier with, and I have to agree with it. I mean, anybody can win this. Anybody can win this. It's so difficult to predict.
I can win this?
Yeah, you can win this.
I can win
you
this.
You can win this
Let's
right now.
go.
You know what? Let's go. Yeah, let's strap on the phones and get in there, dude. We can do it. We can do it.
That was Infinix GT20s, man. What can you do?
Oh man, at that point we just gotta sit back, relax, and make it happen. But yeah, good luck with that. These
Welcome,
guys
welcome,
have
guys,
worked
from TikTok.
tirelessly to get here.
How are you guys
And
doing?
The one place they do not want to end up is in that survival stage.
No, I mean, you would rather end up there than nowhere, I
That's true.
suppose, right? Like that's the sort of trade-off that you have at the end of the day. But absolutely, you're right. It is not great to be going to those survival stages because it's a really, really volatile environment there, right? Because you're looking at so few teams actually qualifying through that stage. You're only getting 4 teams moving in from that survival stage. And you're only going to be playing, what is it, like 8 games total?
That's right. That's
How's
right.
the sound on TikTok,
really,
guys?
Really high volatility situation.
Absolutely.
Let me know.
That's where teams who just get like one banger chicken dinner. Just
Mic
wipe
test
forward
23.
the rest of the lobby.
TikTok,
Because that's
TikTok,
because
mic
they
test.
Don't have that time to be consistent and build it up that way.
Yeah, I mean that's the championship formula here. Is like whenever you get those zones, you have to pop off, go crazy, get those 20-point games.
Xifan's
those 10
curse is too
elimination plus
strong.
Chicken dinners,
What?
And when you don't get those zones, get some points. 7, 8 points consistently. But like you mentioned, with only 8 games being played, that's going to be so difficult to do. So
It might be 12 actually. I have to
that's
double check
right.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
but still short form.
Still, yeah, very short format, not a place you want to be. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to
What
this.
up,
I mean, this group
Washi
stage
on
is
TikTok?
3
Can you
days,
hear
and that's where
the
money is gonna be made.
the game
And,
sound?
you
Not the
I was
game sound, but the
talking to,
broadcaster sound.
Kurajax, the
Oh yeah.
the coach there for Alpha 7, and
Why do
one
they
thing that
wear
this team has
earbud and an
struggled with for
earphone?
everybody that's just
Earbud
doing
is
it
for
first time
in-game
is
sound,
just
and the
that
headphone is
second
for
place.
comms and also
you
noise
can't say it,
canceling.
it's like a dagger in the heart.
Basically.
So many times they
Overhead
have
is
been so
for,
close to winning the whole thing, but they haven't been able to put that belt around their waist just yet. And
noise
at the
canceling
end
and
of
also
day,
the
I asked him, I was
comms.
like, dude,
They are
what
not
do you
using the
think?
in-game mic
What
because
would
they are
you
using
do
Android
here for
phones,
this tournament? And he
GT20
said
Pro.
straight up, just practice
And
on the
if
front
you
back, just getting that
don't
speed
separate
up,
the
because at
in-game
end of the
audio
day,
with
they got what it takes.
the
We saw
comms,
day one of
Android phones will
PMwc
have a lot of
Brazil
bugs
go absolutely
when it comes to
insane,
that.
But then towards the end, taper off.
Absolutely. I was in
Hello,
the
Fico.
The lifts at the hotel.
Can you guys hear the
elevators
broadcaster
at the
sound
hotel
from TikTok?
office,
That's right.
National audience. The lifts at the hotel.
Hello, Abby. Welcome,
we were
welcome.
going down, I was going down to dinner. I was like,
Which
"Oh,
team
you
do you
going to
bet?
dinner?" He was like, no.
On winning, Abby.
They were ready for it.
By the
That's
end of today.
Alpha 7. They are really here.
Well, they
to
wear
fight,
the same
as
outfit.
Is everybody else, right? That's what it's all about. So hopefully they can be able to take this one home and set themselves up for potentially a strong year to come as well. Maybe take that international
can't hear
title
broadcast?
off of IHC, who beat them to it last time.
Yeah, and you can
One
see
second.
them right there. These guys are so pumped, so ready to go. And again, it's anybody's game here, folks. We're starting off in Sandhawk, though. That's going to make things It's spicy, so I want to see teams just play a little bit extra aggressive because so many times in a tournament of this scale, that clutch factor, those nerves are so huge. So if you have that confidence, and a lot of these experienced squads definitely have it, right?
Can I
Maybe
hear
it
it?
may pay off to be a little bit extra aggressive and take advantage of some of these teams that are a little bit more nervous.
McGrellan. Woo! Showing some style there. Oh, he's let. How many
Nope,
times
sounds
do you
now.
get it going before?
How's
He's
the
at higher
mic?
PM, at least,
think?
I would
Do you hear?
say
Do you guys hear double audio or something?
45 rotations per minute?
45 rotations per minute. That's
right.
less than 1 a second.
Oh.
That is.
Sounds is
I don't know
okay.
the numbers going right now, but that's 3. I don't know. Less than 1 a second.
Low and slow.
Low and slow. All
Mic test, 1, 2,
Slow
3.
Slow and steady can win the race.
That's right.
In some of these slightly longer formats, although to
Now
be
it's
fair,
perfect.
each of these teams
Okay.
still not playing that many matches here in the group stages. It is
Wait.
a lot shorter, a lot tighter than we see.
You can hear
in
double
those
audio
PMSL stages.
from my
Of
mic?
course, I mean, I was covering EMEA
right.
with Blank earlier
bit
on this
loud.
year, and there is a lot
You mean the
of
mic
matches
or the
going
game
on.
sound?
Even in the finals,
The
we've
broadcaster
got, I think it's
sound.
24 matches over in the finals. I hope I haven't misremembered that. I'm pretty sure it is. But that is a lot more opportunity to have consistency.
Sure.
Just like I was talking about with the survival stage.
broadcaster sound low?
So too is it here in the group stage.
Yeah, you know, with 3 days, you're not going to have a
know,
lot
mic
of
is
time to
echoing.
make adjustments. You're going to have to do it quickly. And at the end of the day, that's what it takes to be a champion or even get, you know, a big chunk of this prize pool.
Let me
is the
check.
ability to adapt on the spot. I mean, one game to the next, you got to be able to make changes. And, you know, it's going to be tough considering that we're starting off in Sandhawk, right? Because teams are not going to have
How about
that
now?
time to warm up at Erangel or Miramar.
Better?
And then, you know, deal with that heat. We're going into the chaos right off the rip.
Wait, let me set it.
Absolutely. We are going straight on in. You got to be making those adjustments lickety split. Ain't no time to hang about. Because
Sir.
it will not wait for you. It will move away. You'll get left behind.
Better now
Where you wanna
or
Not
how is it?
at all. You can see these players ready to go.
Sounds fine.
Nervous as well. They got to be feeling it here.
好多了，
because,
谢谢谢谢 Thank you.
I mean, it all comes down to this. We've seen, you know, these
Better?
different qualifying
No
stages
echoes, right?
before. I covered America.
I think
like I can see, you know, Team Liquid
fixed
clutch
it.
up right there. towards
Yeah, the
end.
trophy,
I'm
guys,
excited
look
to
at the
see
trophy.
By the way,
Looks
oh my
very
gosh, this is
plasticky.
by far,
Very
I think,
plastic.
the most beautiful trophy I have seen.
No,
so
it's
far in
not
Pubg
beautiful.
history.
The other game's
Check it out
trophy
here.
is more insane.
Crystal
Is
ball
insane.
For the victory. For
You're a
that
big fan? No
overall
problem.
ultimate chicken dinner. That's what they're looking for. These are the guys that you're talking about clutching it up towards the end.
Yeah, they
of
definitely
America.
did. They definitely did. And for those people who don't know, this is the former Loops roster right now taking that team.
It looks cheap.
Liquid
Right, I
Metal
know,
Season
right?
4
Every time
here.
PUBG
Because,
Mobile
man, these guys
has a
deserve it.
global
They've been around
tournament,
here so long,
the
and they're
trophy
hoping
kinda
to take that
sucks.
trophy home. And I will say, if whoever team takes that
I
trophy,
think
they gotta put it in their house.
if we
just
had
like
to
that. You know
if
what
we
I'm
have
saying?
to
'Cause
rate the
by
trophy, I think the PMRC one is pretty
They can
good.
afford it. You know what I'm saying?
The
Yeah,
PMRC
you get a
trophy is
little
pretty
pedestal,
good.
Put it right there with a nice little downlight. You know what I'm saying?
Kind of not wrong.
Yeah.
That's
In their foyer.
That's it.
Wait, Cleon, you're watching it from
Absolutely.
both TikTok and
On that ER at the end, but yeah,
YouTube?
Absolutely. Foyer.
Why is Xifan not playing?
material there. That is decoration. Anyone comes into your house, you're like, oh.
I'm not playing comp anymore, and also my team didn't get into the game, didn't get into the tournament.
For this whole place, no big deal. You know what I'm saying?
Oh dear.
Oh, they're wearing Hyper. They are using HyperX, I think.
The org house.
I think they're using HyperX. Only
Oh,
PMGC
goodness
trophy good.
gracious. By the way, you can see those keys right there. I can't wait to see how those come into play. Watching other teams, you know, crush them. Oh, it's going to be absolute insanity here. So, I mean, there's so much to cover, so many different regions here. I'm always excited to get into game number 1 and just see who really starts off the rip. But my question to you,
What's
John,
their device? Their device is GT20 Pro.
what are the odds we're going to see some hot drops off the rip?
You know what? I think
Have they been doing scrims? I think they've been doing scrims, right?
I think people are going to be.
No,
a little
they are
bit
not playing on
reluctant
Sony Xperia.
to
They are playing on the
go
GT20
for
Pro.
Go for some early hot drops. I think that there are some points of interest.
Your top 3 prediction?
May draw attention. For instance,
My top 3
most
prediction.
notably to the north
Bro,
side,
after that one before by Alex,
camp as well,
I don't know if
could be a little bit
Vampire
hot.
can make a
But I
top
think
3,
other than
man.
that, teams aren't going to be super inclined to jump out at each other. You don't get a lot of Sandhogs,
Secret Lab gaming chair
beforehand.
plus HyperX
We'll wait and
headset.
see, though, if
Is that-
they are
this
gonna get those
HyperX
hot drops.
headset?
Let's take a look at some of those videos to get.
I know the
jump on
earbud is
into our
from
watch.
HyperX because I can kind of tell from the cable, the red, flat earbud cable. That's probably HyperX.
チームの雰囲気はまあまあです。メンバーは GO の時よりかは 強くなってるんじゃないかなと思います。
Bro, do you guys think Reject Team Reject from Japan can perform? That's the thing.
PMGO は
What's your favorite device? iPhone is pretty good. I mean, Android
結果につなが
are
る
pretty
要
good
因
like if you
だ
don't
ったかなと
stream.
思うの
So
と、その反面、まあ
that's Bose headphones.
JL ではあんまり
That must be
高くな
very
かったんで
expensive one
そこ
because
が
I've never.
9位になった
I don't see that.
範囲かなと思う
I don't see like retail wise. I
強い選手は
haven't seen that
たくさんいる
phone
ん
like
ですけど、
that
まあ
headphone.
うまいと思う選手は
That Bose headphone is it
まあ普通
expensive?
にやれば
I think it's more.
じゃないかなと思う
Is it like $1,000
7 e スポーツ
Bose
が優
headphone?
勝候補かなと思います。まあ理由は
Reject is so lucky during PMGO, so you think Arima thinks that Reject was just lucky in PMGO and they got the the world champ or something?
強いかなと思います。
Would you ever use iPad if you're not competing? To be honest, I'm actually thinking about like using iPad because it like
You can see it right there. Hey, you
if
would
like you
expect
iPad is always
Team
better than phone.
Reject
If you don't play
was the team
competitive, iPad is the
we
way.
saw last year in the
iPad
midseason,
is like
right?
the ultimate
Hot
way to
drop
go.
off the rip.
Also,
Off
viewers,
the area.
can watch the
And
game
they ended
better,
up
if
winning
you
the
play
whole
on
thing. So it
iPad
just goes to show
because just
sometimes
bigger
that
screen
aggressive
and
play style
stuff.
works out big
Bro,
time.
Tianba players looks tired. Lingyu looks very tired. Oh, look at the quick scope. Do this like, bro. Like enemies here. Let's quick scope that. One down, one down.
Chicken dinner. That
Bro's doing all the practice.
really comes back through. Only echoed by well, previously IHC, now
PMGO, too many bad teams there.
in that global
All right,
format
let's
that they
see.
did
Let's see
last
this
year
time.
in Turkey,
Imagine
they
Reject.
won it almost entirely.
Wait, RC Duolo is not playing? For real?
That's
Nutella?
how they were able to change the game.
How
This
come
time around,
Duolo
I
is
don't
not
think it's gonna be that easy. We are
Duolo is not
getting into
playing?
the game with the
iPad
dual
reviews
chipsets
cheating?
of 144
But yeah, like
Hz,
CQC, iPad, just like
Pro will
better.
equip the teams with up to 120 FPS, which is also the first batch of supported devices offering.
Once you play with iPad, you can perform with phone. Right, 100%. All right, game starts. Let's go.
Well,
First game of the
ladies and
day.
gentlemen,
We will have
time.
6
Let's
matches
get this
today.
game started. Match number 1 of the
You
PUBG
feel like
Mobile
Anar,
World Cup
Axe,
live
Boom,
here in Riyadh,
and Team
Saudi
Spirit might be
Arabia.
dark
Players
horse.
have traveled all around the world for this moment. And we can see a beautiful playing path right down the middle here. Key points I'm looking at is I always look at to see which teams are landing on that island. Right
I don't see
there
how
at the
drop.
top left of the map.
Inkle, Ruin.
Force is going to be one of those. D plus Kia.
D
If the zone
plus-
goes there, that team has a high chance of winning the match and putting some serious points.
Bro,
on the
no
board.
one's
So
landing
it
Alpha
is a gamble,
7,
because if
bro.
it does go to mainland, it's quite difficult to make it in there.
Yeah, a couple of options you have available to you. The thing I'm looking right now in that northwest
Alpha
island
7's drop
feature
spot is so good in
D plus K. Have
Sandhawk
that outpost that's
in the-
almost
for
a
like
little
for
bit
this
surrounded by
tournament.
brute force players, right? You can see Osal there, very close to Freezer. By the way, one of the best rookies
No
of the
teams
year,
drop near
in this
cave, no
tournament.
teams drop near
Incredible
docks.
performance coming out.
Like Alpha 7 literally
This guy, make sure you
has
keep your eyes on
docks,
this, but,
Campon,
in this situation-
Lakawi, all themselves. Oh my god.
Even more important, right?
Hajuk,
Absolutely
prediction
fucking
god.
hell.
Let me
Well, no,
let me
hit
turn my
the nail on the
AC
head.
on.
There we
It's
go.
getting hot here.
And he is gonna
Where are
be
you
right
from?
on that
I'm
northwest
from
side
China.
circle prediction. Looking at hot drops anywhere else on the map.
Which team are you
we
going for?
really gonna be seeing too much
I'm not going for a
argy-bargy,
specific
as I
team,
like to
but
say, in these early phases, a little bit more.
I'm just curious if Chinese is able to compete with global teams at this
Teams are gonna have to
stage.
get moving pretty quickly here, and one team in particular is going to be Alpha 7. They're all the way on the bottom right of the map near docks, so they're going to have to push to pretty much every single squad to try to get into this zone. But you know what? At the end of the day, teams have prepared for this. Coaches, they know what the chances are if the zone does go here. They're going to have that strategy, and at the end of the day, it might not be bad for Alpha 7 because they love that edge play style. And if you're going to play aggressive, like I said, it works out. Day number 1, game 1, take advantage of some of those players that are a little bit, extra nervous, but at the same time,
Lele, you're sick, but you want to watch?
there's
Lele,
no
take rest,
stragglers
Lele.
here. There's no feeder teams. Every single one of these squads is the best of the best.
Today you will be
in the
rooting for
planet.
Boom and DK.
Absolutely, that's exactly what they are bringing to this one. I'll be
The
interested to
PMWC
see if
skin is
anyone's gonna go
fire.
for a
Wait, which
botation
skin are you talking
around
about,
the edge
Mystic?
of the map.
Which
I'm
skin?
gonna be curious to see if anyone's going to be looking for holds on those botations as well. I'm looking specifically at Tianbao and Kao. They have a pretty interesting place to hold a choke right on the edge. They can sort of sweep through, and DRX as well on that south coast. So if any botations go through, I'd be interested to see if they are going to be the ones to hold it. Right now, we're on board with DXavier, unchallenged. in
No hard
Paradise
drop.
Resort, which sometimes can be a
At
little bit
Paradise.
toasty.
Yeah, definitely can be. I mean, this is a place, a high loot area.
Tiamba be like, no, we can't third party anymore.
But
Like, cause like in PMRC, Tiamba came to third party the Paradise hot drop every single time.
This next zone, so they're wanting to loot very, very quickly here and get moving. You can see that Paradise.
Yo, Captain, thank you for the heart on TikTok.
Nifico,
thank you for the heart on TikTok. Appreciate it.
The zone isn't here because this would have been chaos off the rip.
Xifan, I was watching your Cacao Friends crate opening. Wow, that's like 3 years ago or what? That crate opening video.
To the northwest of ruins on that bridge to the northwestern islands, they've got control of this area. The question is, are they going to allow some teams out from the east side, moving over from that trifecta position to get ahead of
What's
them?
my real
That has
name?
always been the problem
Cleon.
with this position, holding out that bridge.
Bro,
It's
your
just
tips
sometimes
helps
allowing
you.
players from
No
the east
problem.
already on
Yo,
that
thank you
northwest
NDA for the
island
roses, for the
to
4
actually get
roses
ahead
on
of
TikTok.
them.
Appreciate
Having
it.
an outpost on the other side
No
can
drop
be
clash.
interesting,
Nope.
Can be a way to play it, but then you reduce the power that you have.
So they're
because of
playing
that
on 120.
position, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they could
If
definitely
I'm the-
hold out so many
if I'm
different
playing
teams, but if the zone goes
in this
further
lobby
north,
and I'm
they're
using the
gonna have a
GT20
pretty
Pro,
difficult time.
I
So
think
if
some
you
of the
are
pros may
Eco
use
Gaming,
90.
you kinda wanna focus on
From my
eliminations right now.
experience,
Absorb
when
as
using
many as you
GT20 Pro,
possibly can,
like even
just in
GT10 Pro,
case that zone does
so
go far
GT20
north,
Pro,
and then you'll be able to put some
it
push
can
on-
somewhat, you know,
They got the
hit 100, like 120 FPS. However, like it's more like 110 FPS instead of like 120. So you will, if you're playing with 120, if these pros playing with 120, they will have a frame drop. But like the company made this some like customized, you know, settings for the phone so that the phone can run this game even smoother. However, if not, they will probably play at a 90 FPS. To be honest, instead of like, you know, 120.
Finally getting things kicked off here, and it's Inco 7 getting
Oh.
a nice knock, and as a matter of fact, that's 2. So
DRX.
Inco Gaming starting this game off strong.
Finding those first eliminations, first blood.
Thank you,
is
Indy.
drawn.
Thank you,
NV
Indy, again for the
2
roses.
up for Inco Gaming.
Lily's watching
In
from
Brazil,
TikTok.
This is a
Let's
team
go.
that is feared when you bring out their name, and it seems like they're going to start off that again. That whole
How many Chinese team in this tournament? We have 2 Chinese team, Tiamba and the TJB.
Start off effectively. DRX not able to move through. Close by though, 4 Miracle vibes. They're playing out to the east side of this Inco position. They're going to be playing to try and get
Miss
across, try and
NHP?
get ahead of Inco Gaming. That vulnerability.
Yo, Ellipse love Xifan.
Yeah,
Your
Inco
name
Gaming,
is
like
OP,
I
man.
just said a little bit earlier, they gotta focus
You was
on
5
getting
years
those
ago,
eliminations.
Xifan?
They did
Damn.
exactly just that. But timing.
5 years ago, my
so
crate openings be like,
imperative right now,
hello
because if they
guys,
take a
my
fight
name is
just a little bit too
Xifan.
early,
Welcome to my
their
crate
chances of
opening
getting third
video.
party are
Today
very
I'm
high.
gonna
So right
this
now,
new
it looks like they're just
Cacao
trying
Friends, you
to stay
know.
in their position, just gatekeep this
Crate
bridge
is, you
with
know,
all the
live
power.
on
They gotta
PUBG
watch out,
Mobile.
because
I
we are
was
seeing some swimmers come
talking
out
very
from DRX
soft.
right alongside them.
Like in the video 5 years ago, man. That's a lot different.
Over the bridge will be their outpost, their foothold. Hopefully, they'll be able to regroup and coalesce onto that north side. A lot more focus over towards the hard tin edge of things as well. As
Now
teams
is the
start
toxic
to
Xifan.
coagulate over in that direction as well.
Yeah, it looks
Waiting
Inco
for
Gaming are gonna start crossing that
actions
bridge and start
from,
taking a little bit more
PMWC.
real estate here on this island, which is definitely a smart thing. They don't want to get stuck on the other side of that bridge for sure. And at the end of the day, when it comes to teams, that
Automatic
have
translation?
things to prove, Inco Gaming's definitely one of them. 3rd place in PMSL.
Wait, you guys wanna? Do you guys want English subtitles turned on?
Nice double knock on the Boom Esports. So I mean, we're starting to
Xifan, big fan
these
from
finishes
Philippines.
come
You
out
miss
early
Pro
here.
Sing
Classic
era.
Yummy, though. Instant response.
Yeah, I'm moving on. I'm moving on to the content creation era.
To lay low one another right now.
No Istadora in PMWC. I mean, Istadora did have the, you know, drawing the team and stuff, you know, for PMWC. So, you know.
On the back of it as well. So they are going to be playing on it too. They're going to have to get a move.
Xifan, do you remember NA scrims with a helmet back in the day? What do you mean? With helmet? You mean helmet off? I played with helmet off.
So yeah, Boom Esports.
Back then,
are
he
gonna
was
have to
like
move.
pretty
Yeah,
good
Hanba's
player.
gonna have to move as well. So I don't expect Long to stay in this position for very much longer. That's for sure. So just look, try to get that confirmation, and just try to get a good position to this next circle.
You inspire me to play PUBG.
Making their way across. They've
Thank you,
really
Central.
Committed now to that North Island. Good stuff. Alpha 7 have made their way in. Obviously, a little bit later at the back of the queue from the southeast side of the map. F4MV yet to cross the river, but it looks like they're gearing up to do so. Boom, trying to extricate themselves.
I'm not playing comp anymore, TKG.
You can see Carrillo and the
Can you
rest of
explain the
Alpha
tournament
7
format?
Just kind of
Um,
here in this Ruin side is a very
Let me just make
difficult
sure, right?
rotation for them. They are
I
the
know the
farthest traveling team so
formats, but
far.
I'm just
And you can
making
see
sure
them keeping an eye
it's like
on
100% correct.
Mechitas.
so I
Let's
don't
see
spread
if
so
he's
I
able
don't
to get
spread
that knock.
out
Does he see Lewis laying
false
down
info.
there? He does, and he gets that initial knock, and that's going to be the one to open things up for Alpha 7 as they're on the move.
Besiktas losing a player there. Alpha 7 though, they are playing right on the edge, right? It's something that you said, you know, maybe they like to do that
So
sort of stuff.
groups
But
groups
crossing that
for
river
group
is
stage,
notorious
top
for
12
taking
teams,
its
they are
toll
playing
on a
group
team
stage right now.
that leads a
Top
little
12
bit too
teams
late.
advance
The
to main
fortunate side
stage,
of this is
and the
is
bottom
amount of
12
teams on
teams
both
will
sides.
advance
I mean,
to
this was really
survival
fortunate
stage.
for Alpha 7
And
because
from
they
survival
played the edge
stage,
so long in so many
top
different
4
tournaments,
teams
they're
advance to
used
the
it,
main
right? They're
stage.
more trained
And for the
in
main
university
main
squad. The problem,
tournament,
though, is,
it's
like we talked about a
16
little earlier,
teams,
this is the World
competition. So
Cup,
that's
right?
it.
Even teams on the edge are going to be
Who's the
fierce
best
in
player
this
in
tournament,
European?
so it's
Watch
gonna
this
be
game
much
with
more
me, so we'll
difficult to
find out
push
who's the
in
best
from the
player
edge
right now,
as opposed to
and who's
tournaments
gonna be the
prior to this
FMVP.
one. So let's see how Alpha 7 does work this one out. They're very fortunate that this bridge is now open, so they can start moving their way in. But we'll see how they decide to play this one out. We are starting to see some battles up on the top
How to
near
be
Hot 10. And,
better
I
and a
believe
burst
that was
Xifan. I have
from
a
that boat tape we saw
I
earlier
have a
from
like, you
Campbell.
know, no
Started
zero
to
recoil video
try and
in my
make
channel.
their
You
way
can go
through.
check
I
it
think
out.
Power and Kag Osaka
Shifan, do you watch
taking a
BGIS?
little bit of a scrap
I watch
with
it
another, and CAG Osaka
for a
haven't
game,
fully
and I
got
got
to that
copyrighted
car,
on
taken
stream.
a knock in the meantime. This is over towards Hudson. So CAG Osaka do have to worry about that boat tape, right? That's what's splitting their attention, and Power can exploit that.
Absolutely, they definitely can. So, you know, Power Esports, the only difficult about Hot 10, the difficult part about it is you think that you could take the entire town. You
Okay.
can't. You have to commit
Alpha
to one
7
side
needs
of
to
it.
cross.
If they split up too much and the zone goes in this direction, they're going to have a difficult time because we're going to see teams just full sending onto that position, but Alliance
Oh, boom.
getting caught from the...
Oh wait, we can't rule out Boom.
Esports
Boom is in the
on it,
lobby,
getting a nice
guys.
couple eliminations, and that's going to definitely help his squad out considering that they've already lost 2.
Yeah, that is going to be a nice little addition to it, a little cherry on what was a pretty disappointing cake previously. Unfortunately, for Alliance, it will be them biting the bullet on that one.
Kingsune is the oldest?
Tasty at all.
How old is Kingsune?
Alliance still looking across from that northeast side, and Alpha 7 as well, being held up a bit by the remnants of Besiktas.
Wait, Boom's
They
still in
were
the
able to take
blue.
down only the one player, actually, so they're going to have to still get across. IWNRX making the swim a little bit further west. Inco have spread their influence up that west coast, and they're still making life pretty difficult for DRX.
Well, let's see how difficult this game's going to get here with this next zone. It's about to pop, and it does go slightly north here. So this is the game right now for Brute
Increase
Force.
game sound?
This is the zone that you absolutely
Better
hope
now?
for. So they have a big advantage here. They got it. They have to capitalize on it, though.
Interesting feature of this current circle, that high
Oh,
ground
QZ
to low
2
ground
kills.
transition,
I was
right?
wrong.
Top of the mountain to the bottom.
QZ.
At the moment, you got D plus Kia holding that high ground. They
Clearing
should be fairly
spots with
firm in their
nades.
grasp on
Nice
it right
awareness.
now, but it's going to get a little bit weaker. It's going to get a little bit more important to have those routes open to leave it, and those paths are going to start to be shut down as teams move into them.
I talked about that championship formula right here. When you get that zone, you got to take full advantage of it. And when it comes to Sandhawk, this is that gamble, right? If the zone goes here and you land here, you have to finish strong. So my eyes definitely, like I mentioned, on Brute Force, D plus Kia, D Xavier as well in a pretty good spot. But we're starting to see teams now having to push each other. And CAG Osaka trying to take advantage of Power. Oh, but Power does have some really good sight lines onto NATO. Trying to get that first aid off. Beautiful nade, though. Does take down Satan.
Ghana able to do a lot of work, but the cross is covered. Easy has his back. Behind the wall, not going to be suppressed in time. CAG Osaka going to have to do a little bit more work on this one. Easy with AUG at range. It looked like Osaka's ammo reserves were running a little bit dry. Not too sure on the rest of the players, but going to have to try and force their way on through. In the meantime, over in Camp Alpha, 4MV did manage to get across. They did manage to keep all 4 of their players
4MV
alive,
versus
and
RC.
now Reject are suffering because of it.
Yes, they are. As a matter
Oh,
of
not
fact,
doing
looking
too
right
good
now,
in
Team
the first
Reject
game.
already losing 2 of
Reject
their
losing
players.
2.
Regi OCO going to be holding down Camp Alpha for as long as he possibly can. I don't expect him to move from this building until the absolute last second. But 4MV, they're on the move. As we take a look at this replay here, Pubg, oh wow! Knocking 2 out of that vehicle, so that's how he got it done.
That's just what you got to do, you know. That is the value that they're going to.
Is Doc playing? Yeah, Doc is playing. He's a table fan enough.
Over on that east side, close to Alliance,
yeah.
close to
Generally,
Jemba.
table
Nobody's
fans is
really been
enough
able to lead
for
that one
cooling your
effectively.
phones.
This is the danger of leaving it too late. We'll check back in with them when they almost inevitably go down.
Next crate does drop on down. Who's going to get some of that?
Who's the
We
best
definitely need
Chinese
it,
TDM
'cause
player in your
this
opinion?
is a tough circle.
If you're talking about
Eventually, those teams that,
TDM,
land
like
here
those
are gonna have
iPads
that
players
full
are the
advantage.
best.
Rest of the squad's going to have to make something
But like, if you're
happen
talking
against
about
Team
pro
Reject.
players
Suffering some
wise, like
casualties just to
Fuzi's
get
TDM
into
is pretty
this
good.
position.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
Sandhawk first match, then we have
team
3
out
Erangel, 2
so
Miramar.
far is going to be DRX, so they got taken out quite early.
They got a lot of their players taken away by Inco early on that South Bridge camp, remember, and they tried to swim around the coastline. Hasn't gone well for them. On the south side, IWNRX and Moneymakers
Boom is about to go zone, but like,
IWNRX coming out better.
wait,
On the
Kiemba-
single, Moneymakers now losing a player, but they're both going to have
Kiemba has
to
only
move
2
north,
now.
And this again keeps
This
that
zone's gonna
high-ground,
hurt.
low-ground dichotomy in
Where's
play.
Alpha 7? Okay,
And
Alpha
at
7
the
right
moment,
there.
D+K just
South.
not getting challenged.
Not getting challenged at all, and rightfully so. It's a very difficult position to challenge.
Hello from
onto
India.
them.
Yo,
Meanwhile, Moneymakers,
Tech Fox,
they have some
welcome.
good high
How are
ground,
you, bro?
but they're gonna have to leave it. They gotta start moving up north as fast as they can. Oh, nice Molotov all the way from downtown.
What a big arm.
Oh, and I do believe he does catch the edge of him. Ooh. Gets that nice confirmation. But meanwhile, they do have IW next Ria right behind him.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the Moneymakers IW next Ruya fight that's been going on for a little bit longer than perhaps either of these two teams would like, but Moneymakers pretty happy to extract 2 points if they can find Swain, that is, and very likely that they do. The arm, it was big on the first one, not quite as large on that second one, and you can see he's just going to get that healing done. Maybe he doesn't have a first aid, otherwise you'd think he would have popped it by now. Next circle, we're going to be coming on in, and it will start to close. It's gonna
Do you use gyro or
Swain
touch?
away.
I use both.
Inco,
Oh.
trying to move across, but who's this?
Inco
Regular
down
wings
to
take
2.
out the points. It's Alpha 7.
Alpha
They've
7
managed to
again.
transition. They've still got all 4 players alive.
They still got the
although they have
position,
taken a knock,
but
and
they
he's gonna get res
need to move into
once
zone.
The Brazilian brothers going at it right now. And you can
Inco
see Vitali is
gatekeeping
trying
Alpha
to be able
7.
to find some angles onto Alpha 7. He does.
Okay,
catch
nice
Yoso
knock.
Wide in the open.
Vitali.
Hits the lay down very quickly. Another great knock.
Oh,
Alpha
nice
7,
return.
oh, just that return fire is just too good. 7 has a beautiful angle though here.
Tianbai's out
onto
with 3
A7.
Illims, 3 points for
Oh,
them.
Alpha 7 had a
12th
hard
place.
time getting into this
Wait, is
circle.
TGB still alive,
Is
guys?
gonna get
Is
popped.
TGB still alive?
IWNRX did go down on the south
Yo,
side.
Lily, thank you for the vote on
But
TikTok.
Inco
Appreciate it.
Continued to lay down the hurt. I say Inco, just 7. McGrellin, the question mark on the roster of Alpha 7. Is he going to be able to stand up for them? He indeed will, and he will enter into the scoreboard for his roster. The newer addition to the team is going to work out.
Going to work out well, but you know, McGrellin did lose his buggy on that way, and he's the last player up for Alpha 7. They did get 4 eliminations, so that's going to help out considering that this was a very tough rotation. They're putting up points on the board, which is exactly what they're hoping to do. But at the end of the day, right, D plus Kia, brute force, they got to
Oh,
start soaking
TGB
up
playing
these
tomorrow.
points
I'm
big
tripping.
time, 'cause you
I
do
thought
not
TGB
get this
playing in the
opportunity
lobby.
very often.
No, absolutely not. We're looking right now. I'm looking right now at the circle.
TGB
It's
group
D
growing.
Xavier,
Oh, right,
it's
right,
D
right.
plus Kia, right? These are the 2 teams that I'm really looking at as stronghold teams. Brute Force certainly do have a chance, I think, on that western side.
Generally
Like a
speaking,
cycle
Team
power, they're gonna
Green,
strip one another bare of
like
any
they're, you know,
resource as they try and leave from that
Green,
northern
Team
side.
Green's
And
better
Camp
because, you know,
Alpha is
other
pretty
teams will
much a
play the
death
first day,
sentence.
then they
And with
kind
a
of,
circle like
they can
that,
kind of tell. Oh, nice
Oh
molly.
my
Molly coming on
goodness.
through pre-pod.
Bro,
You
this is
know
the
what?
ticket.
That's
This
where
is the
McGrellin goes
DK.
down. He's done
This is
his
the
bit.
DK
D plus Kia. This is their time.
chicken, man.
Yeah, D plus
RC.
Kia are now in the best spot in this circle.
Nope.
How many eliminations are they going to get? Well, Team Reject are now getting pushed. For Miracle has no choice. They got to start moving right now, and they
Clean
do
wipe
get a finish.
on
So,
RC from
as we're
4MV.
starting to look at this little split
Damn.
here. They're going to have to run out into the wide open. So, yeah, getting as many eliminations as you can right here, right now is definitely imperative.
Brute Force with that high ground oversight onto Paragin from Xavier. Potential to find a little bit of an opening here. CAG Osaka rotating on the northern side. They're looking for something over towards Brute Force, try and sweep down, but they don't have the manpower to do it really as effectively as maybe they
I mean,
like.
4MV is
Two
dead.
players. D plus Kier, look at this high ground. K
what
has
it's all about.
so much control over 4MV.
D plus Kia.
Xifan
are
4MV
so
fired this
good. The only
tournament.
difficult part about
4MV
this is
got
sometimes you don't want to give up that high
7
ground. You
Illims
stay
already.
in that spot for a little bit too long. So
Looking
once this
good
next
in the
zone
first
shifts, I wanna
match.
see D plus Kia get together, and just try to get this chicken dinner. Xavier have been chilling right below this mountainside though, and they're holding those edges, looking to soak up some of these points, but here comes brute force on the push.
Frieza nearly goes down, but managed to find safety, and there's the shot from Neos through the window, looking for a second as well. They close it down. Ain't
Yeah,
no
BFE is
no
dead
sweat
also.
for brute
They can only full
force.
send.
Champions are back in EMEA. They'll continue their
Wait,
run here.
4MV
across now.
pushing to the
Rufus
building.
looking to get through. Does get set on fire there, but with the DBS, it's not
Oh,
gonna
he got
his
one?
goal. Finds the
Rufus
first,
got one.
second soon to follow, but
Oh,
goes
Doc
down. In the meantime, the flush
got
as well
thirsted.
from Kakali.
They only lost to one.
They take one down from 4MV.
Damn, 8
No,
elims
you
for
gotta get
4MV.
elimination if you can do it, and 4MV with 3 players up.
10 elims.
Yeah, 10 eliminations. This squad has been pushing like crazy. This is going to be a difficult one to move away from, though. They're in a really, really tough spot. We'll see how they do, though. They definitely
Wow.
have the gun skill to make it happen.
4MV.
Absolutely.
Proved
But
me
Team
wrong.
Plus here again on the front of our minds. 2 eliminations only. They need to start picking up these eliminations.
That's right, yeah. When you get a zone like this and you're in that position, you want
they go.
4MV is
double-digit
dead here,
elimination
right?
chicken dinner.
They
Let's see
gotta
how
be
do
dead
it.
here.
Meanwhile, brute force pushing up, but that pressure from D plus Kia is making things difficult.
There we go. 4MV do go down. 10 elims, 10 points on the match. Plenty more of that. I think they got a couple of placements there as well, finishing up in 5th
No need to
place
finish.
on the match.
Bruh.
They'll get some placements
They gotta
back, but
finish in that
still,
scenario.
13 points
Like
in
if
the
you gotta
game.
rush
A
by full
great
squad and
first
you're the
match
last
for
one, you know,
one of
you need to
the
rush
first
players
place
to get
hopefuls.
secure points.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what you're hoping for, especially if you're a team that doesn't land in this island here and you get a circle like this. So excellent effort for them. 4 teams still remaining, and you can see D plus Kia have
Are they
all the
allowed to
sight
trash
lines
talk
in
other
the
teams
world,
when they're
but
eliminated?
Power are
I think
right
so,
there on the
yeah.
ridge
They can
line,
for sure
center
trash talk.
circle. So
Like this
D plus Kia is gonna have
whole
to start putting some work
esports
here.
esports world is like, you know, kind of like, you know, because they when a team lose, their like key gets crushed. I feel like that's just, you know, they're trying to, you know, boost this competitive, like, you know,
Like I
atmosphere.
said, sometimes that high ground is just so juicy. You don't
Oh,
want to give it
free
up,
kills.
but there we go.
There it is.
That's what you want to start doing, finding some of these straggler players and soaking up some of these eliminations right now. First game
DK has
of the
improved?
tournament.
Nah,
Very,
this
very
is just
solid
like a
zone
blast
for
the
these
zone for
teams here.
DK.
The
We
teams
can't
here,
tell
they
if
have
DK
been
improved or
putting
not,
in
just
work.
based on the
8
first game.
eliminations so
This is just
far,
like a zone
and yeah,
blast for
brute
them,
force is just completely
to be
stuck out in the
honest.
open.
Frieza trying to make that cross. Pre-pod draws
Like
some fire, but
this
not
kind of
enough.
zone is like literally
Right now,
guaranteed
Frieza goes
top 3
down,
finish.
the off angle, the Blues are
Guaranteed.
pushing in. He's
And
gonna
with a
fall,
bunch of
DX
kills.
Xavier pick up a point. 9 eliminations now on the cards for them. And again, D plus Kia just a little bit slow. Power, slower still. 2 eliminations only, but they get a miraculous shift.
Oh, you can see pre-pod right there just screaming, Lamborghini.
Welcome, TK
mercy,
Rushed. Welcome to
mercy.
the
Please,
TikTok
please
Live.
help. Just give me a couple seconds so I can move up here, but no, the nades are starting to come out. Will that do it? Oh, it hurts.
Oh, Lamborghini with the
It hurt.
5
Yeah,
kills.
Pre-pod, it's only a matter of time. Maybe we see him just stay in the blue zone and try to deny some points here. But nope, never mind. He is gone. Power.
Are the rest team playing
Oh, actually,
TEM?
brutal force
They're probably
from
watching the
Power
game, to be
team.
honest.
It looks like they're doing. They're going great guns for their first match here in their home ground. Another team from Saudi Arabia going to be happy with their opening performance so far. 3 eliminations, hoping to rack up a couple more on the cards right now. There's 7 still remaining. They can pick them all up.
You know, let's see how this all ends up. It's all about timing right here. So if D Xavier and Power go at it, D plus Kia can come down and third party this. But it looks like D plus Kia are already on the move to Power. So let's see if D Xavier is going to get on the move. But
White
Kane
Oh!
trying to hold
S12K
it down,
spam?
doesn't do it. Oxel does get a beautiful knock here. The
DBS
TPs
versus
are out.
DBS.
And
Nice.
the finish.
Goes straight on through a D plus Kia descend. 2 knocks is the price they pay.
And they have
If
someone
get
watching
out with a
DX.
chance to try and move in,
Chip.
but there is the anchor from the high ground. D plus Kia, they have nothing
DBX
to worry about.
D plus
They have
winning.
Control. D Xavier slowed down. 2 players now as the reses are starting to come on through. They heal.
Rare also dub.
And there is just nowhere to move. The nades, they are being cooked. Look at
Thank
that.
you, Lily, for the
3
roast.
on the left-hand side of your screen. Arc 1, 2, 3, bang, bang.
Boom,
And
Perogen.
to put
Got
the
knocked.
icing on the cake. Perogen down. 1 more to get through. And D Xavier with their last hope.
And
They open
that's
up.
it.
The auto shotty's there. And the high ground heroes will take it home.
Woo! D plus Kia
Wow,
had
that's
to
the-
win that one, and like I said, we wanted to see double-digit eliminations.
The stadium is very
and they did
bright
exactly that.
That's what you need to
compared
do.
to with the
Fighting
PMSL
their
Americas.
time. We were a little bit worried, right?
Yeah.
They picked up the pace when it mattered. And this team from Korea going to be very happy with this opener. But there are plenty of other teams as well who've had a bit of a banger, right? The Xavier, they had a lot of eliminations, right? 4NV, 13 points on the match.
Yeah, especially considering how 4MV got those eliminations.
Did you get the first
were
up?
straight grunting their whole way through it, and they were able to get it done there. So a beautiful match number 1. And I like the fact that D+ Kia did send it down that hill. They didn't wait for that fight to happen and then get the guaranteed chicken dinner like I had mentioned. I thought that's what we were going to do. Instead,
Hard
they said,
match.
no, we
I mean,
need
too
these
easy
eliminations.
for
Let's
DK.
go down
They got
and
circle
get
blast.
every single one of them, and that's exactly what they did.
And getting through power is not an easy task. These guys powerful.
Like, do you guys think they should change this, like, terrain thing for Sandhawk? Every time the zone is like, you know,
to be fair, kind of allowed a little bit to get
northwest, it's guaranteed. Whichever team at the mountaintop, you know, just have the advantage. Like, it's impossible for other teams to even try to get their spot or, you know, push them, you know, because the high ground was like just so invincible.
And the rest of these teams now gotta keep an eye on the squad here, because I mean, even though it's only one.
To be honest, this trophy is more like a League of Legends trophy, other than a PUBG Mobile trophy.
Could be absolutely massive.
That's like the what?
When it comes to these group stages,
how does PUBG Mobile relate to this orb thing on the trophy? Maybe that's a water orb or something from the event mode.
In these group stages, going to those survivals, really
Just remove Sandhawk from match pool, put the Livic instead, like Vikendi instead. I mean, Vikendi is super slow. Like, if we watch it, you know, we will probably fall asleep.
Sandhawk off the rip, everything that we expected of it. Now we're going to be going into 3 Air Gales. So guys, make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this break.
But like, whichever teams get into like EWC, like EWC has this club points thing. Let's say if you own multiple esports games title team, right? You would get this club points, and you know, they will reward the organization based on the amount of club points you have. So that's pretty good. Xifan, I'm curious, what stuff do you, after each game, take screenshots of the player stats? No, that's more like the backstage and someone who do the statistic they will do. Like for stuff, are you talking about from Tencent or from the team? For the team. How much is the prize pool, Xifan? The prize pool is... Wait. The prize pool 2 million, I think. Is it 2 million or 3 mil? 3 million USD or 2 million USD. Yeah, it's actually automatic. Like, you know, whoever players get how many points, how many knockout. Like, these are like the client, the game client will just record that automatically. Yeah, 3 million. Let me show you guys.
Powered by triple formula technology to eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease. Gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
So here's how much team will earn. First place in grand finals wins 400,000 USD. Damn. That is a lot. TKG, thank you for watching. You mean stuff in the event behind the players? They do nothing. They do nothing. Literally for PUBG Mobile, we all like when they work, it's more like before the matches. They were making sure players join the lobby, and you don't have any hardware issues or software issues, you know, and you know, just fixing your phones and stuff. But you know, like in between matches, like not really. They were just there to, I guess, show the fairness or something, you know, have like judge, you know, monitoring players play, but they don't really do anything in between matches.
And that's match one here of our PMWC 2024 kickoff in the group stage, going the way of D plus Kia. I don't think I would have expected them to win this one, but I will say this. Sandhawk, they had zone the entire time, playing from the high ground. But Kalaris, to be fair, you were commenting on the way they played that high ground was very well done.
Yeah, no teams really came up to challenge them. I mean, the split is kind of a textbook split when it comes to controlling that high ground on the Northwest Island. And I think if
that
this
guy's so
had been a
tall,
Sandhawk
yeah.
more mid-tournament, maybe teams would have been able
Damn,
to,
he's like,
you know, have a bit more aggression about
190 centimeters or something.
They were flexing strong down towards
Do you get 20 points?
sure no team
Good
was
start.
that way. No team comes
4
from the
MV
top.
though.
No team ever
Without the
tries to attack
circle, they
from the
managed to get
top. So the
13
bottom
points in
was
the Sandhawk
important, and
match.
they were able to hold it strong.
Really good.
It was going to be challenging. It would have been reject
It's not even too bad for Alpha 7 considering their position. They got a 5 elims. Pretty good.
Camp Alpha. It didn't work out for them. D plus Kia there with the 20 points total and 4 MV. I mean, that
You're
was just such an
177. I'm shorter than you, Cleon. I'm
chicken
75. I'm
That
175.
was just an impressive play by them. They were just taking on fights. And at one point, we're wondering, how is this team going to be able to get out of Camp Alpha?
PUBG should have ban India. I mean, India does have BGMI, so.
I think also when you take a look at how some of this went down, if you think about D Plus's actions in the late game, obviously Power had a bit of an easier time up towards the top and then was able to get up against the cliffside. But when D Plus moves down, the coordinated triple nade throw forwards in order to be able to put in the boot a little bit, and as well as that, I think it was Osal? Was it Osal with the DBS? Finish things off as well. That's why we're seeing the shotgun meta really prolific, especially on Sandhawk, I would say. There are so many close range fights like this that you...
Bro, it's not even the shotgun meta now. Like, PUBG players will just use shotgun in CQC. Like, it's not a meta.
In your arsenal.
We were wondering with D plus, I was actually talking about it, wondering like how much ammo do they really
It's not a
have
meta
in high
anymore.
ground position? And I asked like how many shots do you think they've been taking early?
No way, you're a
on?
175. You're a 175. Stand up, bro. Why would I lie? Why would I lie about my height? Fenjay, you're 193. Send a picture in my Discord. Send a picture in the Discord, Fenjay.
10 eliminations. I did not expect from that position, considering how early things have gone for them.
Well, for D plus,
Send it or you're a 163.
On them to even take the fights. They know that nobody's coming to be able to
120 FPS. I heard
ground.
it's just too
They can
smooth,
delay
not just
things a little
DBS.
bit and kind of take stock of everything going on around.
Yeah, it's
which
smooth
I
when you
think is a very
when you
smart,
put all the,
mature
you
play
know,
that we're seeing from
like
a
mechanics
region
and
which
stuff,
does
but
usually make mature decisions in the game.
Well, they did it so well against NRX too. We saw them being able to throw Molotovs, throw grenades, making sure that that team wasn't going to be hindering them whenever they did end up making that push down. Everything that they did in that game was just perfect.
Yeah, well, speaking of perfection, I think really hard to pull off for a lot of teams. Considering it's just match one, right? Teams are just getting used to each
Bro,
other.
do I look like very short on stream?
And only receiving 290 damage.
I'm for real 175, man.
Because it's easy to take shots from, and it's
Oh
easy to
my God, you
avoid
guys are
shots being
funny.
taken back at you.
It's a confidence boost as well for D+, because I think they came into this tournament quite fortunate, I want to say. If you think about their road here, they did not qualify through PMPS. That was actually DRX that did, previously Duxan. So they had to go to Rivals Cup to try and qualify. And even there, we had Mirai and Songdrong very close to being able to take them off the #1 spot. There was only one spot for them in Rivals Cup, and they were able to do it. And again, when you've got names like Osal on the roster here for a D+, these guys are veterans of the Korean scene. They should be making it to these stages. And for them, yeah, this is a big confidence boost. When the region's in a bit of disarray at the moment, I would say.
Let me ask you a question then, Kalaris, because you were saying with Alpha 7, it's just a matter of time for Alpha 7 to win a tournament.
Can you make a video on how to
Is it a
set up
matter of time
GT20 Pro for best
South
experience
Korea
when
to finally have a
playing?
team that
Wait,
can compete and potentially take
did
a
you
trophy
get a GT20 Pro already?
Okay, so I think you're
Kamara?
I think you're angling this for me to be like, yeah, definitely, absolutely.
No, I'm actually on the other way with
Honestly,
this at the moment.
I think not right now. the reason I say that is because I actually really enjoy watching the South Korean region. I think a lot of their power in terms of star player potential is divided across too many rosters right now. I hate to start the day with this like, great job Korea, you got to win. However, let's bring back to reality. But they've got some great players. They're just divided over so many. Like Hoxie, for example, on Murain Sejong that I was referencing from second place in Rivals Cup. He used to be Duksan. Everybody used to be Duksan in Korea. And they all kind of dispersed. So I need to see some of that power back together in South Korea.
Well, let's turn this to another region then. Seven, you pointed out something while we were watching. We had Inko and like 4MV almost pull off a fight. Then we had Alpha 7 rock up to the 4MV. But Inko, they disengaged. They backed away. And you were actually really happy to see that, kind of realizing, or Inko realizing, like, this is the smart move right now.
It was the smart move. I wish they would have just kept hugging that left of the map, just hugging that ridge, because it would have worked out perfect for them. They would have been able to surprise Brute Force, but ultimately they just decided to stop, and then they ended up taking a fight with Alpha 7, which kind of backfired for them. But for 4MV, I think one of the great things that happened for that team too is that they decided to disengage between the fight between them and Alpha 7 as well, and focus more on what was going to happen with that circle, which ended up working out wonders for them. And with Alpha 7, something that I do want to mention with them is I like how quickly they were rotating through Sandhawk. Usually that's a team that tends to be a little bit slower. They tend to get into fights as they're rotating in. This time, they could have gotten into fights. They didn't want to go do that, and they were focusing a little bit more on the later game, which is good for Alpha 7.
I think a lot of teams were focused on eliminations, more so than actually trying to go for the win here. You start off a tournament like this, it is the roughest circle really being up on that northwest island.
Camera looking down always make you appear smaller.
You found a lot of people in Camp Alpha. You can't transition out of Camp Alpha
I
too
did
easily.
that because, you know.
Up on the side, on the northwest side, you can't transition from there too easily. So focus
So,
on the
like,
others.
you
We're
know,
about
to make
head
me
into our
not
next
so
match.
fat,
About
you
to
know.
remind you guys once again, we do have our PMWC Violet Thunder set and S12K coming out for you guys to pick up as well. Designed based off of ILU from the PDPX Esports Outfit Design Contest, which incorporates aspects of the PMWC trophy. Make sure you guys check this one out in game and make sure you pick it up because it is time to head into our second match of the day. It is our triple Erangel.
Are the skins out for PMWC? Let me go check the skins.
Here we go, match number 2.
Wait, one thing I like about UWC is that they start every match fast.
And a blast up high.
That's good.
Next to John Allen, getting ready for 3
I mean, the new Lambo is like in the
With
store.
dual gaming chipset,
Where's the
144 Hz AMOLED screens? The GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 120
Where's the
FPS,
new
which is the
PMWC
first
skin?
batch of supported devices, offering an esports
in the crate or something?
and visually stunning experiences here in the 2024
I don't see.
PMWC. That's what you want to see.
Where's
you wanna see some
PMWC
cool
skin?
plays, you want to see some fast reactions, and that's exactly what these phones are going to deliver.
Absolutely. They already delivered it here in just match number 1 alone. But here we go for the first Erangel. We see Inko out of the plane.
Play the Chinese stream? Wait,
here.
they have a Chinese stream for
for
this event?
Actually, it looks like they're going to be taking that Milta side. Rest of the teams are going to start moving here. Pretty simple playing path, you know, very high up on the area here. So we'll see where teams are looking to drop and if we are going to see a hot drop here to start things off.
Now, we didn't really get a hot drop over on Sandhawk. It was a little bit more reserved. I thought it might be. After the scrims, the teams will have sort of found those openings. So we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see. There were a little bit of early scraps, but that was mostly on the rotational paths, which is kind of what you expect. Let's look at the northwest. This is, I mean, we're getting these island finishes, man. Let's just get them in early.
Wait, the zone pop out fast.
Dynamic. Still could go to the mainland. Still could go to the mainland. I really
Alpha 7s are like, oh damn, we were fucked.
Zaki with Alpha 7 in Georgia Pole. Interesting decisions they're going to have to make now.
Oh, this is like literally 50-50 circle, kinda. Would you guys rotate to melee if you were, let's say, if you are a team, let's say, if you're a player from DX, would you go to military base, this circle?
Entire tournament, $1 million going away in the next 3 days here, and these land zones are just chef's kiss. So we're gonna have to see teams move very quickly here, and we see one of them on the move. So
No,
CAG Osaka just
you don't want to go to melee this zone. Stay north.
You can and just start heading into this next circle.
Yeah, grabbing those vehicles, getting early rotates.
No way, you're 2 years older than me, Lele.
Your drop spots. CAG
No way.
Osaka looking to move around to close to Ferry Pier, to that western bridge, obviously controlling pretty important rotational path moving forwards if they can hold it. Moneymaker's a little bit more central, trying to get towards Pachinki right now. I think Xavier may be drawing up there, but no.
That beat's going Millie.
Go a little bit further on. Pachinki right now actually looking a little bit deserted, but Moneymaker
Stay at the bridge?
Rotation.
Bro, that could be...
Just trying to say, you know what?
Honestly, staying at the bridge side, not bad.
Let's just try to get down there as fast as we
That
possibly
won't be
can.
bad.
CAG Osaka is going to be that first team to go down.
Oh,
on that,
DX got knocked.
Western Bridge. DX Xavier right behind them. Moneymakers as well.
They were
And,
trying to cross...
CAG Osaka
Wait.
catching one of these players out, but now he's
Nice flash.
White out in the open. So it looks like they're going to make a very, very early trade here.
Yeah, DX Xavier
1 for 2.
take that one back into control. Unfortunately, losing a player, but they
they have the big screen showing the who's getting the first elims and all that. No, that's good. Wait, are they still gonna cross? Like CAG player can literally just camp the bridge.
Yeah, there they are, moving in from that northwest side towards this location. The good news for CAG Osaka is that they're already across. Right?
Yeah, they already across.
The bulk of their team is already across. Losing one player, bad. Getting across to Military Island early, good.
Yeah, had to be a little bit.
Yeah,
of a
the bridge side
misstep,
will be
though. I
too
mean, to leave a
crowded. That's the
player
one thing.
like that back for so long. I'm not sure exactly what was kind of going through their mindset on that. Maybe they thought they had a little bit more time than normal, but no. In the World Cup, these teams move fast. DX Xavier was on them, so I want to see if CAG Osaka is going to try to gatekeep them, maybe punish them a little bit more somehow. Because when you're down a player this early and with a zone like this, you want to get those early eliminations if you can.
I've historically been a fan of the rotation that Alliance are currently doing. They go for that early swim across from the middle of that main line, right, down to the beachside compounds. I think getting that done early, in general, plays out very well for the team.
Very safe.
It's very safe. You get a great foothold there. A lot of the teams out to your west and east are going to be fighting each other, and you don't have to go across the bridges yourself.
Yeah, not to mention if the zone does continue to go south, which most likely is going to happen here, you may catch some stragglers trying to swim on their way in. So yeah, I like the fact that Alliance did make that move very early, because later on,
Is Alpha 7 trying to take a boat?
That's for sure. We can already see just how many teams have moved
Temba is actually the team, you know, not crossing.
It's going to be
Interesting.
on that Milta side. There's a lot of teams that like to hold that bridge, or at least, yeah, and you can see right now Tianba is going to be the squad holding it down here. So they're waiting to see if a team is going to feel like this is wide open and then pull the trigger. So a little bit of a bait play. Team Reject, I think, saw it coming.
Yeah, they're not going to fall for that one. Not that easily.
Are skins not allowed? I think they only allowed PMWC skins.
No, I don't think it was at all on Terry, because you see his vehicles all smoky.
Yeah,
so
okay, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he got popped out.
Wait,
was able to jump
Reject is going to take a boat?
For his efforts, so you know, went down without a fight.
Except for that
Oh,
That's right.
bro, imagine.
Absolutely. Speaking of stunner,
Can spot them and shoot them out of the boat?
Big drift.
They are on the move. This is going to be from that farm side here. Will Alliance see them coming? That's going to be the question.
Alliance a little bit tucked further to the
possible.
west side. I think Reject might be able to get away with this one. Wow. Holding on the south side of the bridge.
That's where Divine from Reject dropped his heartbeat for a second after he missed the getting button.
Although you do get a little bit of a hint by the fact that Tianba, you might have seen them roll up in a similar scenario, so you maybe are able to piece a few bits of those puzzles together, but you can't be sure. And Reject going for that play, if you get spotted, you're just dead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If there's any players on that bridge, they're usually scouting to see which teams rotate either from the Novo side or right there. And yeah, very surprising, very fortunate. And that's what it takes here at this level, right? You got to be able to take risks. And that's the hard
Wait,
part.
Rabbit, you said
IGL,
west of Melee Island? Probably
the
zone.
50-50
We'll
decision,
see.
and both of them are bad, you know. But you got to be able to make them quickly. Team Reject did just that.
That's a classic Hot Jukes risk take there.
Right.
That's what we're looking for. Being able to make those ones pay out. D+ Kia slowly starting to gather intel, put their toes in the water for getting across on the bridge. They are at the back of the queue, and Besiktas are currently holding the other side of the bridge, and behind them, they've got DRX to worry about as well. For MV, they dropped on Military Island, so they didn't have to navigate any.
I mean, literally, if this zone shifts to Military Island, this is going to be a 4MV, like blast the zone.
The question is, where do they choose? At the moment, it looks like they're settling on a few of those hilltops towards that northwest edge to control a couple of the roads, a couple of the inlets moving from that bridge if teams start to try and spurt their way through.
Yeah, 4MV had an excellent match number 1. So, I mean, 13 points on the board already. They're in a great position in this zone. And, you know, I always kind of, you know, I call it the Hot Jukes excuse card, right? I usually punch one for teams for match number 1, day 1, because you just don't know
Xifan,
what
check the
happens,
score.
right? But,
No way
if
you
you're a
post
team that
the.
had any nerves here at the start, if you're a team like 4MV, 13 points on the board, a good zone and position here in game number 2, all those nerves have got to be gone. So they got to take advantage of it here and now.
Oh, damn.
And continue on this ride that they're on. But they're going to have to keep an eye out for Besiktas Black because they're pretty close by.
Yeah, they are going to potentially be a little bit of trouble, but close towards the bridge, they're playing on those buildings at the moment.
Are you left-handed? No, I'm right-handed.
Generally,
oh, Alpha 7, it is. They are taking about.
a little bit of pause there.
Yeah.
Slap bang onto a line.
Imagine the circle shifts north, shifts back to north
to
earn our X.
Try and make the same
Imagine.
Swim that Alliance did earlier on.
Timber crossed. Inco, don't know what to do. And the Melta.
On that approach, they're probably aware that this has happened ahead of them.
Yeah, you know, that
Wait,
swim's going to be
BF?
so difficult, especially with a circle like this. I think you just got to just stay there, and then if you have
Which region does BM come from?
Maybe you try to get that third party going, but at the end of the day, you know, you want to survive as long as possible and then fight late. So we'll see how they decide to play.
BF belongs to which country?
Very late on the rotate in here, all the way down on the military base. They came from
Europe,
so they're going to have a very difficult rotate here. But man, we'll see exactly how this plays out. Very fortunate circle, by the way, for a squad like Brute Force.
Yeah, it keeps them in with a little bit of a chance. I'm looking at DX Xavier right now. I like those hills to the south side of that Alliance compound, playing split around that road. I'm also thinking, what can 4MV do? Because there are real powerful hilltops here. This is kind of what we expected, right? An engagement between Besiktas and D plus Kier. Besiktas have just been absolutely convinced that they need to hold this bridge, and there are still teams coming through. Yes. Try and rack up these points.
Yeah, D plus Kier are going to have to be
players
careful
Russian players.
Besiktas Black. DRX was starting to head towards this location, but they left it. So that's going to give D plus Kia a lot more room to breathe. But they did lose one early on. So you can see Cage just trying to get onto this rooftop, get a little bit more sight lines going.
Thank you, Kyle, for the likes on TikTok stream. Appreciate it.
Said the done, right?
Maybe.
And thank you for the follow, Kyle.
Yeah, one more go. That'll work. I'm sure.
You got to believe.
They'll get it this time. It looks like IWNRX not going to go for the swim just yet, biding their time.
Big friend, bro. Thank you, Kyle.
Fair enough. You don't really actually need to.
Why Falcons not playing? Falcons will be playing tomorrow. Because we have 3 groups, so they will rotate. Like, you know, they will switch in between groups. Tomorrow, Falcon will be playing, and top 16 teams will qualify.
Rightfully so. You got DRX right there next to you. If you start swimming, you're going to get shot at. So they're going to be holding that position, and right now we're going to see a lot of hurry.
Wait, not top 16. Sorry.
Alliance, dead center,
top 12 team will qualify to the main stage directly,
trying to usurp
and
them from that spot.
The rest of the team will play the survival stage.
Right now
is in a, I think, fairly safe position. Although Seiji Osaka, even one player to start to scout.
Wait, are you spamming likes on TikTok, Cleon? Bro, that's why we have like over 5K likes already.
That is a
damn.
That they
thank you, Cleon.
Most likely suffer from if they don't pull back together.
Watch the zone go north.
North.
It's going to go up to farm, isn't it?
Watch, yep.
North.
Let's see a farm finish.
Guaranteed. IWNRX win this.
North. Oh, man.
Okay.
Wait, 4MV. 4MV chicken incoming, guys. 4MV chicken incoming.
To be so.
Alpha 7 laughing in the corner.
You know, IW next Ruria start moving, but deepless.
Successful rotation. And Inco. Are they gonna rotate late?
Quickly here, and let's just see how they're gonna do it. Now you got teams like Besiktas Black in a great position to gatekeep squads. We're gonna start see the action ring out.
Tap while watching.
Early as stage number 2. It's a
Yo, Kyle, thank you for the perfume and helmet on TikTok. Thank you for the gift.
To make your way through as Inco we're gonna find out against Power. Both trying to get across here. Pretty sure we've seen like 3 different pairings of teams on this East Bridge trying to make it past one another. but it is not going to get any easier. Power, however, starting to move out, stretch their legs onto that catwalk on the bridge. Boom is holding on the other side. This is just going to.
Are you guys watching vertical or horizontal on TikTok?
To get across.
Just curious.
I really don't like this play from Inko. I think that Inko need to play this quiet. You want to let Power go into the bridge by themselves. Hopefully they get into a fight, then you third party it. But they pulled that trigger just a little too early. Now every single team here.
Wow, this has to be a F4MV chicken. I'm calling it right now, guys.
Trigger happy. And you're gonna pay the price.
Who do you think has the most gun power in the lobby? All teams have the best gun power, you know, compared with other region.
Definitely gonna suffer some casualties on the way into this next zone.
Like compared with other teams in the region.
Bridge crossing for sure.
Alpha 7 got knocked.
Taking the scrap, taking the fight with the Moneymakers once more. And the Moneymakers have lost a player.
Wait, how many of you played the game with the finger sleeves? I can't play PUBG Mobile or any other mobile games without the finger sleeves.
It is 4MV all the way right now. They have high ground control in a pretty decent position. They've got, I think, a little bit of building cover there. Down to their northeast, Xavier, who potentially on track for another good game. So 2 teams now for a repeat. Moneymakers over the top. Frozen goes down.
Yo, the car switch play, nice.
Out the window, the spray goes well.
Yeah, this is just a lose-lose scenario. You don't want to take a fight, especially in this zone. And
how did you guys manage, you know?
We'll see teams realize that, and they'll say, you know what? Why are we fighting, right?
Don't your fingers get sweaty while playing, and that will causing, you know, touchy issues and stuff? And also you will, like, you know, makes your finger like really hard to, you know, to drag on the screen.
Gonna pay the price. And look at all these squads: Inko, Brute Force, Power. They're all getting punished right now.
Absolutely, it is going to be difficult to make.
Unless you're playing other teams, you use finger sleeves.
For the teams on the north side. Let's take a look at the difference of.
Or Inko's dead. Inko's dead.
Alpha 7 and IWNRX. Alpha 7 moved so early from the northwest side. IWNRX bided so much time. And this is the result. Right? IWNRX, drawn short, can't get across. Alpha 7, get down to Primorsk fast, get across, and now they're taking meat bones out of CAG Osaka.
How many Alpha 7 players are left? Alpha 7 throwing. Oh my god, 4MV chicken, guys, I'm calling it.
We're not even going to challenge this bridge. Let's go back up north and go for the swim. That's going to be pretty difficult, though, right now, because you got teams like DRX staring at this area. Meanwhile, Nextruya down to a single player, just like that.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's what I was talking about, right? Being slow.
You use face oil? I used to use that.
By the way, when it's a military island circle, I mean, you kind of are a little bit lumped into playing that.
Okay, I thought Alpha 7 lose 2 players. My bad.
As our first team goes down, it is indeed D+.
4MV choke? Nah, Revit. I don't think 4MV is gonna choke this one.
Able to have a similar result here. They put up a goose egg here in match number 2, but when you put up a good game number 1, that definitely does help. So let's see who else is going to be able to get it done. Right now, my eyes are on 4MV, man. They're in 3rd place with 13 points. They have an excellent position in this next circle. Let's see how they capitalize on it. Meanwhile, yeah, the rest of these squads are just trying to find a way in.
Yeah, a lot of this military base right now is going to provide cover. I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of solos,
duos,
maybe a trio. Take a lot of control on that south side, but leaving it is going to be very difficult with 4MV holding where they are, and with Xavier as well. Power rolling up to reject right now, but Rage is too quick with it. Easy up to the door frame, but can he hold on? Divine tries to spray as a second buggy. Kareem's pass with the rest. Wow. Power, another fall, another down. And
nice.
Easy soon to follow. Divine gets the flush with the DP, and 3 players from Power dispatched. The 4th,
that's all of them.
Soon to follow. Getting into this military base now is all but
Power is out
over for everybody else.
Ooh, Divine is lucky.
Knocked, but able to get in the building at the last second. That ends up being pretty good here. Meanwhile, watch this replay. Moneymakers shutting down that player from Nextruya. So I think that does leave only 1 player left up for them. We'll see what he's
not bad for a Moneymaker. NHP got wiped by NR one time here.
7 have 4 players alive, and they're in C block right now. They started in Georgiapol.
Oh, that's right.
This is crazy.
What a crazy rotation from them. They passed up so many teams, and that goes to show you, right? You got to be able to take risks. Besiktas Black spent so much time holding that bridge, and now they're paying for the price for it. They're all the way on the south side. Yeah, they have a position, but it is not the most optimal. Very, very sneaky and smart plays there from Alpha 7.
Yeah, they push in from that western side of the island. They're moving through. Kagasaka go down.
Power will not perform because of Saturn. Why? What happened with Saturn?
Catch up to the top spots.
By the way, Inco's rotation, that was insane, right? They were holding that bridge there for so long, and they were able to rotate late through the blue zone and found a position in this next circle.
It's that Brazilian magic, man.
That's what it is.
They're just shimmying past everybody. No one could stop them. IWNRX, though, not so lucky. Brute Force, same story. Two of the top teams from EMEA.
Wow, I'm surprised Inco were able to get everybody here. That is pretty insane. Teams are going to definitely keep an eye on that when they're studying after today. Meanwhile, you got Boom Esports. Keep an eye on Tianba, trying to gatekeep them. I don't see very many vehicles left from Tianba, so they are on the run. Oh, yeah, they does have that dossier. He needs to find a way into it here, because if that vehicle gets blown up, he is stuck out in the open.
DRX right now, right on the top of the hill, moving up towards...
Settings the new IGL, and for you, he's so selfish.
An opening knock onto this 3v3,
really?
Meaning that they now have got even numbers on the players alive. But Reefus is very, very low, very close to going down. And look at this.
Power has a hot J. They should not need
they hold their nerve,
set
time, and now they can sweep through this northern hillside. One of the strongest positions in this next circle. Xavier want to
Xifan said an Inco dead.
And the battles are starting to ring out, and here comes Alliance looking to sweep.
I was doing reverse caster
curse,
curse, you know.
Exactly what happens. That's 4 MV out of there. That's what happens when you take a fight just
Thank you, Vision, for the
too
likes.
early in a zone like this. Stage 5, Alliance, perfect timing here, and DRX are able to make it out of there, but not completely unscathed. They lose one player.
Yeah, they've been on 3 for a while now. I think it was just Lamborghini scouting.
Right.
The rest of them are actually in.
Yo, Jane, thank you for the claw, for the gift on TikTok.
And they both going to be taking up residency there in the shadow of the 4-man squad from Alpha 7 in C.
And you know, Alpha 7, when it comes to sleep,
he was IGLing all the GK,
so they are ready for
GK and Falcon,
and
Arabia.
Alpha 7, when they're on that edge play, they have
how well did that go?
But when they get center zone and the plays are obvious,
he got banned for 6 months because of racism against the team Panda in PMCO. Oh, I remember now.
We still have Boom Esports on top of that hill. That's a really
yeah, the guy who got banned for like from competitive for 6 months because he's like he was doing like some racist stuff or something. If you're like a Chinese team Panda.
Moving down into
where's TJB? TJB will play tomorrow.
Could potentially get down shots, but the teams in military base could keep them safe.
4 MVs out.
Sheltering.
I just realized.
Storm of bullets might be their only option right now.
And how did the Inco manage to get in the zone as a full squad?
Will not be able to weather the storm, unfortunately.
Brazilian teams proving me wrong.
Northern Hill still very much contested. Alliance and DRX. Who's going to be able to wrest control of it?
Yeah, I would have liked to see Boom Esports, hold that hill, maybe clear their backs out first, and then focus a little bit inward. But it looks like they just try to hedge their bets and try to send it on in early, maybe catch some teams off guard. But yeah, they do make some sacrifices in the process. Ooh. Jimmy with the shots. Put in work and the run over confirmation. DRX getting punished.
Absolutely. Good stuff, but they do lose a player. Unfortunately,
that's not the nade.
But he steps out, he strafes away, and it's another knock. 2 players from U2 around in the sidelines, and now 1 more player from DRX to go. The vehicle goes up in smoke, and so does that Northern Hill position. Alliance need to keep it together, though. They've only got 3, and Besiktas have a sideline.
Wait, what happened with the 4MV? How come they left their spot?
Quickly, but Alliance are able to get that rest, so they're going to continue with 3 players. 5 eliminations already. The most eliminations we've seen. Oh, so
Inco is good in sneaking.
7. They're doing a
bro,
great job
Inco is such a clutch when it comes to qualification to certain tournaments.
Only 1 player left.
Oh, wait, Kimba.
Made over, doesn't quite get the job done. Another knock sent back, but it's not enough to slow the roll of Tiago. Get back up to 4.
QZ. I feel like QZ is gonna be the first day MVP, guys. What do you guys think?
And Alpha 7 are under pressure as it's gonna pop.
Oh,
good performance from him back to back.
Try to move on in here because there's so much action happening here in C block. Besiktas black, but this is just 1 player in this spot. Yeah, so they are gonna have some sight lines.
Is it? It is. Timba is cooking.
But it's very, very, very difficult to make some good shots onto the C block from that position.
In they go. Toshbit goes down first, and Alpha 7 holding strong on the west building of C block. Looks like they're all in the same building as well, so they want to stick together. They want to not have any vulnerability.
QZ showing up.
It's wise at this point.
I think Besiktas jumped the gun on this one. I think they didn't need to take this fight right now. At a certain point,
QZ next to order.
We have this side of the map covered. Alpha 7 has C block.
QZ is OP in global. QZ is not only OP in global. He's OP in everywhere.
But no, I think Besiktas, they wanted the whole thing, and When you get a little bit
Yo,
greedy like that,
Tiamba is
sometimes you bite off a little bit more
proving
than
me
you chew.
wrong,
I feel like
bro.
Boom are in actually a really
I said that
spot in
Cutie
the
is gonna
circle.
choke. Tiamba's gonna choke today. Damn, they put up a 10 Ulim's game.
They're gonna get shut out by the teams
And there will be more.
base on that roll down, as well as Boom in that ditch already. As Besiktas trying to maneuver around Alpha 7 in towards C block. I think Tiamba are going to have a really tough time to go through. It'd be pretty strong stuff if they could be able to take this one through.
But they have so much coverage, though. That hill is still very, very strong. That's why I'm surprised Boom left so early. If they were able to hold that spot, they could have third-party
Top will see them in
and then
global
they had
version.
nobody
Hey,
on
it's
their
too
backs.
soon to
But
say, right?
Let's just see how it plays out. At
It's
the end
too
of the day,
soon.
sometimes,
One
like I
good
said,
game
you gotta
doesn't
flip that
really mean a
coin.
lot.
Sometimes it goes heads, sometimes it goes tails.
Take that risk. We'll see if it pays off. Over towards the billboard right now, Alliance actually moved down on that west side. They're taking cover there. And if you're looking at the mini-map, I don't think you can quite see it on the mini-map, but we got the map feed here. There is a Besiktas player still up top. They do get knocked. A high, long nade coming on through. Look at
Oh,
That's a fire
yo.
right there.
Jimmy, what a treat from Alliance. Delivering that nade on a silver platter. Perfectly placed. Able to get the nade and the job done. Alliance now playing on with 3 from the west side. A little bit isolated from the rest of this scrap.
That's one of the sickest nades I've seen in a long time.
I love it
Literally,
so
that
much,
was
dude.
perfectly placed and
shots
cooked.
onto Mafioso.
Yep, and now you got Boom in that one ridge. That little dip isn't very
Oh,
good
QZ.
coverage. You can see QZZ starting to
That
put
looks
some
good.
work on it. One nade's all
A little
it
bit
takes.
short.
Will that do it? Oh, he does get pieced up in the process. Yummy still trying to hold on for dear life, and he is down to just about a third HP. And you can see Boom Esports, last player up. Like I said, this rotation, just I think a little bit too early. But we'll see. I mean, there's still plenty of time left. Yummy isn't out just yet. We'll see if he's able to sneak away some placement points.
To get rid of Yummy right now, Tiamba are going to have to expend a lot of smokes to keep cover against DX Xavier. You can see Paragin has incredible sightlines out that way. They need to get rid of him now before they expend too much resource to allow them to get into military base and navigate through it later on. That's exactly what they do. The P90 is good for long. Now they can
Tiamba
start to
12
transition right.
Illims.
You can see no smokes for him. The rest of the team likely not too many either. So we'll see if that comes back to bite them.
Let's see what happens here. Now Tiamba.
What happened to
they
reject?
were able to get across, so they do
Tough
have
games.
quite a few players. Looks like we have a 2-2 split going on.
12 limbs for Tiamba.
Hello, IA Doctor.
12
Welcome
limbs.
back.
These guys are crushing it. That hill position paying off.
Alpha 7
dividends for
soon?
them.
How soon?
Meanwhile, Alpha 7.
Bro, Alpha 7.
They have 4 players up. One does get knocked though right here, but he should be in a position to get rezzed in that C block spot. Meanwhile, Alliance are going to be taking... Oh, actually, they're moving away from Scatling. Carrillo! Quick on the gun. Gets 2.
And they are going to get flushed very, very quickly there. Excellent to be on the lookout. I mean, they knew there were players there. They tried to make the cross. The vehicle just didn't have the HP to sustain it.
Tiamba needs to push in.
That took them down. Tiamba now...
Bro, I feel like Tiamba's gonna win the fight.
Alliance.
Win the
Gonna
push.
start to
Oh,
punch
2
in
of them
on
got
that west,
knocked.
But they only have that one player now remaining. DX Xavier and Alpha 7, the 2 real teams.
QZ
right
6
now
Illim?
in this circle. Tiamba having a tough time. If they can get a res off, sure. But right now, it's not looking so good.
Scaring,
He does have a little bit
scaring
of smoke
DX
here,
player
and
with
not
that
to mention you got
pre-fire.
Alliance pushing up onto Alpha 7, taking a lot of the IA line, actually the sight lines from Alpha 7. Focus on trying to get this elimination. That could be good for a team like Tiamba. Oh man, Mafioso. This guy moves an inch and he's gone. Never mind. Yeah, he didn't even have to move. That is Alliance out of here. 4 teams remaining.
Low ammo on the M4.
How much hyped are you
So
excited you are for
Cereal's got the
PMG?
DBs
Yeah,
in the
I'm
back
pretty
pocket, and
pretty
it's gonna
pretty
get
hyped
close range pretty
for this
soon.
event.
So he does.
It's just I was
Firepower
playing
to
PUBG
spare.
Mobile a little bit too much, you know,
Moving on
for the past 2 days. I
That's
was a
the
little bit
danger of holding a
tired
central
and
position
exhausted.
where people can't
That's
really
it.
get in towards you unless you do
But
exhaust
yeah,
damage
I'm
as
excited for the
Quicker than
games.
you might think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a lot of crates nearby, but it's going to be difficult to get to them. And I think you can see some smokes ringing out so they can hopefully try and loot up just a little bit. They do have some time. There's nobody on their backs, but that's the part
Tiamba got the full squad.
about this
Up.
particular zone. There's so many nooks and crannies players could be
Oh,
hiding.
Tiamba
And,
attacking
if you're a team like
DX
Alpha
player.
7, maybe you
That's
don't
a
wanna
signal
take
for
that risk
push.
at all.
Tiamba making their move on the eastern
Tiamba
side.
making moves?
Molotov gets that opening knock towards
Bro,
the 3 players of
this
DX
is
Xavier.
literally
They've got
the
numbers to back
the
it
wall
up.
map.
They're trying to establish that
The training, all the
scrap
training
line,
here.
allow them more maneuverability around the scrap that they're going to take with DX Xavier. They want this. And Lamborghini goes down to an
Nigga,
end. UZ takes
Thursday
a blow
Lamborghini.
to an off angle from a distance, but gets back to cover, can get some healing done. 13 eliminations, and they want more. They are going to hold that sight line. They are going to go around the edge. Liu almost established now with those smokes bloomed long, breaches into the building. They're pushing DX Xavier.
QZ
pushing into the
showing
police
up.
station here. They got those nades out and ready. Nade.
Oh man, this Timba team.
So Tiamba are on a tear right now.
15?
eliminations. These guys aren't messing around.
Timba's making China proud. In the second match. Are you playing this event, Xifan? No, I'm not. I'm sitting here. This is a lane event. This is not an online event.
Do Alpha 7 have the smokes to stop them down? Do they have the ordnance to do it as well? Remember,
Two Chinese teams overall.
Their resources a little bit dry. 4 nades on one of the Alpha 7 players there. But
Bro, looking good, Timba.
They can resupply. They should have quite a lot of
I think it's gonna be a 4v4 Alpha 7 versus Timba.
Not to mention they are red hot right now. Their fingers are moving.
Xifan 15 push-ups and more coming?
I'll tell you
Nah.
what, there's something about waiting for fights for
Yo, we have 10k likes on TikTok. Thank you, Lele.
A second behind. If you're a team like Tiamba,
Faster fingers, Lele.
After fight after fight, you're gonna be just that much quicker. But it's up to Alpha 7 to stop this rotation. I think if you're Alpha 7, you gotta stop them right here, right now, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Switch to
Rebel is in this
Chinese
point
stream,
position.
bro. Chinese casters are gonna be so hyped. Like Kimba, oh my god, you're like Kimba.
With him,
15
Besiktas players right now. They are using Besiktas
The Z God
to stop these players
QZ
from going down.
or something,
They're going
yeah.
to use that scrap, potentially third party it, hold the central position, and let the blue zone do the work.
They're not worried about Besiktas at all. Right now, all eyes are on Tiamba. They want to take this team out first and then worry about anything else in the buildings afterwards.
Thank you,
And it'll
Cleon,
be
too.
an easy
Thank you,
chicken for
Cleon,
dinner
too.
for them. But it's going to be quite difficult to get past Tiamba because these guys, like I mentioned, red hot. This is getting a little bit of time here, so they are starting. Those fingers are getting a little bit cold, and it's not going to be an easy rotation. There's only so many different spots you can try to move from this area, this police station. But oh, we're at stage 9. This zone's about to go into nothing here, so it's going to come
where
down
did the
to
zone go?
last
Did you
seconds
guys
to
catch
get their
that?
shots.
If Alpha 7 take too many casualties, there's a potential.
Oh,
for
Alpha
Besiktas
7
to
is
take
smart.
it, right? They need to find this knock on the cross. Standing up is dangerous.
Survive.
The backlines can start to emerge.
Oh.
They haven't got the knock. They haven't been able to take him down yet. This nade needs to land.
The nade will
3
confirm
nades in
it.
the pocket for Revo.
Looks
It's on
good.
target.
Oh, nice dodge.
Gets up to the wall as well, and the rest of Tiamba looked across. Besiktas in the meantime going to be nading them out as well. That Molotov is going to burn. It's going to hurt. Tiamba falls.
Wait, who's G-Bomb from Kimba?
And it's Lewis to get the knock. Up on the roof though, Alpha 7 continue to ring out the shots.
Mafioso not jumping down yet.
The rest of his team. They've got control, but over
Oh,
they go.
Kimba.
They waterfall down, but they're getting picked up.
Alpha 7, whatever, Alpha 7 got knocked.
He's looking for the spray.
Oh my god, he...
The challenge hits the deck, the reload there.
Oh.
They got the weapons out. Tiamba make the cross with 2 players alive.
And not to mention, Besiktas are now out in the action.
Wait, why Gu Juju call himself
still
alone, bro?
Holding that spot. That nade looks good. He survives to 1 HP though. This is a close one.
Oh, this
It
is gonna be
a
insane.
2v2v2.
This is gonna be insane.
Oh, and Besiktas get the knock.
From the top rope, Kakali descends the stairs, takes another player out. Tiamba now on 1, 2v2v1. Liu behind the wall.
Wait, G-Bomb is Gu Juju?
Dominable in his spirit there. Carrillo.
Who is Lone then? Who is Lone from Timba?
They allowed players to go too far. They didn't need to leave the roof.
They didn't need to leave the roof at all. 1 minute on the clock. Again, this circle is going to go down into nothing. We may see the blue zone take out the last player here. So you could see
Bro,
Alpha 7,
all
Carrillo,
these two, both Alpha 7 and BJK is watching Ling Yu right here.
Alpha Blue might just do that itself. So it looks like most likely going to be a battle between Alpha 7 and Besiktas to win.
Long
this
is Bai Xiaochun? Okay.
Liu now up into the corner. Utility dry. That is the danger. Alpha 7 feeling it now.
Oh, he's gonna throw a
Besiktas
flash?
have an
Imagine that
Liu's
works.
got something. What's that? Oh, I think it's the stunner, the flashback.
Wait,
there.
that missed?
The blue zone's going to push Liu out. He has to take the
Oh,
challenge.
nice. Go, 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 go.
Stunners out
Go right now.
to force this challenge to be a little bit easier, but
Oh.
Kakali's waiting as well. A full white out there. And Liu,
Just go to zone. Go to die to zone, bro.
He's still just going to hold it.
I think so. I think just deny
Just
the
get
point.
that. Just die to zone.
Yeah, deny the point. Oh, pan.
The pan?
See it?
Oh, man shot.
Oh.
I think, did it hit
Did
him?
it tag?
No,
Did
never
it
mind.
tag?
Papa Blue.
Besiktas now.
Yes. Here we go. Reroll.
Oh, Revo, the shotgun got.
And that is
Oh, Alpha 7.
Over the top rope. First shot with the auto shotty and a second through the window. These guys just do not stop. Alpha 7.
Alpha
What a way
7.
to close that one down. A miraculous
GG.
finish from the roof of the C block.
Oh, what a play right there. And it was a little bit too close for
Alpha 7 didn't choke after all.
On that crazy position.
But Tiemba, they got like, how many elims?
So close. You gotta give it
18?
up to though. They pushed.
Did Tiemba have 18 kills?
So many eliminations. I wouldn't be surprised to see.
Yo, Green, welcome back.
Points after the match number 2.
Tiemba were crazy.
Tiemba teaching WBG how to play. Man, Xifan toxic.
Absolutely crazy. Right? These guys just don't stop. It's great to see them starting to turn things on as well. A little bit disappointed in Alliance, I have to say.
That's true.
I feel like they had an excellent position on that northern side. Same story for DX Xavier. I think they committed to the military base a little bit too early, potentially. I mean, it's really difficult to break that one down. A lot of moving parts, and of course,
If Tiemba only have a better spot, bro, that's like literally that match couldn't get any better for Tiemba.
Alpha 7 just trying to stop Tiemba on this push. The fact that Tiemba was
I mean, if Tiemba I'm not sure if Tiemba has more
so
smokes. I'm pretty sure Tiemba doesn't have like any more smokes. Otherwise, they probably they can probably get into the buildings and stuff, and probably potentially clear BJK. But just by looking at their smokes on the field, I feel like they don't have.
Revo drops, and here's the second. He just pops these shots through the window. Wow! I don't even know. Was that even him?
Bro, he jumped down and he used a shotgun to knock that guy.
It doesn't matter. In the end, Alpha 7 able to do so much work. Look at that.
It was the teammate. Yep.
I mean, look at that. You can't be more happy than that.
Oh man, and you can just see. Look at that.
Lin Yu, the god IGL.
Reactions. Business as usual for Alpha 7 right there. And I will say,
let's go for the next one.
No big deal, right? We got to get that. We'll pop off when we get first place, baby, right? But man, what a match, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
How many teams qualify from group stage? I mean, all teams will qualify. It's just like they will qualify to different stage. Top 12 teams qualify to the main stage, which is the grand finals. First placing team gets 400k USD, which is insane. And bottom 12 team will play the survival stage, and from there, top 4 will qualify to the grand final. Even ignoring? What did you say? What did you say? Can someone tell what the guy behind Tiemba's team is showing? Wait, what? Can someone tell what guy behind Tiemba's team is showing something on mobile? What do you mean? What do you mean, Vivo? Hello, Mom Black. Welcome to the TikTok stream. How many of you played the new update? I think in the new update they should ban Stingray. If the zones if we only have last 2 zones or something, they should ban Stingray. Like Stingray is just too OP, bro. If you play squad game, there's basically no chance to win if the enemy has Stingray. Like Stingray is gay, bro. Stingray is very gay in this update. I like this update a lot, but Stingray is gay. All right. Probably, yeah. I think what they should do instead of making rewards, win 7 games in a row to unlock achievement, I think they should do that to normal Erangel as well. So that people will actually try hard in normal Erangel and we get, very, very sweaty lobbies. Because I was playing HS server, right? Like these end games are just like scrims. But with all the, stingrays and stuff, and the water guns and, and the throwables and stuff. Stingrays love? Bro, pain, like when a solo survive to the end zone without a stingray or something, and there's literally no shot. That guy can pull up 1v4. Bro, I want to see a clip where a guy 1v4 a Stingray squad, a squad with Stingrays. Like, bro, that's. I think I literally think that's gonna be 0.01% impossible 1v4.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pmwc. As our
A guy
second match
1v4
finished
4
off.
guys
Alpha 7
with
were able to
Stingrays.
claim their
That's
first
impossible
chicken
to
dinner
1v4
of
them.
the event. Off the back of Revo, it was phenomenal to see him jump off the building, take out the shotgun, and take down the last two players from the Sheik Dust and get himself a well-deserved win, to be honest, Seven.
It is a well-deserved win for them.
Check Tiamba after match end. Someone shown some type of codes to Tiamba player. What are you talking about? What?
They decided to coexist too with Kag Osaka.
Tiamba didn't win. This one?
A way to close that one down.
That's the. This is the room number. If you're talking about this, 1000222. This is the room number for the next match. That's not the code. That's a room number.
I kind of mentioned this when we were talking about Sandhawk earlier. They're still doing those fast rotations. They're
pressure over to the west side. Pose a
Yo,
very
Tiamba
high up
16
on that
Illims.
radio relay tower to try and cover their approach forwards, which is nice in theory to cover the approach, but it doesn't cover the attack and everything that's going on there. So
Too many
gotta be very
recalls.
slow and steady as Besiktas
For me,
want to
recalls
try
are
and make that
fine,
work.
but the
They
Stingrays,
did- I mean,
like.
they did also actually coexist later on as well alongside them.
And with Besiktas Black, one thing that we were kind of scratching our heads was whenever the Alpha 7 player came out of the apartment and was able to knock one of the players and confirm that element, we were wondering, okay, where are the players that are up on the tower? Why aren't they shooting at them? The timing kind of worked out perfect for Alpha 7.
Well, like Revo, the player, he got shot at when he opened that door. And he's like, okay, you know what? I fancy my chances, and goes out, and no one else shoots at him, which was very interesting. But a big story for me in this match, obviously, Alpha 7 taking the win. Tianba, 16 eliminations there was ridiculous. And Kalaris, you know,
Xifan, do you remember whoever moves first in game, bro? I was playing with Ace yesterday. Ace knows the whoever moves first is gay. Like, he knows that in Spanish. I was actually surprised because I was asking him English or Spanish, and he said Spanish. You know, I can't follow up because I don't know how to say that in Spanish. And he asked me again, and I said Spanish, and he literally said the exact line in Spanish. I was like so shocked.
They had Boom. They even had before that Brute Force to contest again. But they make quick work.
Alpha 7 play hard as Star just to choke last day. Man, I mean, all they need to do is get into top 12. So top 12 will be fine.
Almost did. And unfortunately, we had a P90 run out of ammo there for a second to try and get that going. But I still got to give huge kudos. I think, what was it, 15 eliminations for them?
Wait, do you know Spanish, Chief?
So yeah, Tiamba comes out of the Chinese region as definitely,
Boom.
I would say, my favorite from the region when you compare them to TJB. And this will be a nice prelude to whatever they can put up later.
I really enjoy how
Stingray should be single person, not double. Oh, right. Bro, that's W. That's W advice for PUBG Mobile, Santi. Stingray should be a one-seater, not two-seater.
They didn't care. They were like, okay, we're going to take care of Boom. And then
Yeah, Stingray should be like, you know.
There was one concern I had about that, though, was that Yumi actually gave them a run for their money when it came to utility usage. They spent so many nades trying
But
to
again, right, if the end circle, right, everyone have Stingray, then everyone will be just flying in the sky.
Having himself 4 eliminations for his
You know?
squad, but him and Mafioso together, putting up about 1,400 damage between the two is fantastic to see. And again, not really much damage received, which I think, again...
So I think still, Stingray first should be a one-seater.
711 damage,
Second,
710 damage.
like Stingray should, you know, they should set up a timing for Stingray. You can only use it like in first maybe 4 circles or 3 circles.
So it's good to see that.
But like, if you have a number of disadvantage in game, like Stingrays, like basically makes it impossible for the solo to put up like some, you know, play. No cheers for the hosts. Nope. But there are cheers for Hajuk's green.
Alpha 7 should
Bro,
be
Stingray with 4 people, nah.
Especially if they set themselves up the way they set
For a
themselves up
vehicle
in
that
last
moves
match, that's a scary Alpha 7.
that
We're used to seeing
fast,
Alpha 7
with 4
rushing
people
into the
is
compounds,
gay.
taking the fights to teams, having them
Mafioso
wait
has
and
so
teams
much
to take the fight to
potential,
them,
he's
they're just pretty much
underrated.
chilling.
That's actually interesting because we did.
I mean, he proved himself. He's right now the starters for Alpha 7 for so many times now.
after elimination, and we're seeming to see it out of the entire
You know what up,
team
Ice?
now.
Welcome to the
exactly
stream.
what I wanted to pivot to. The fact that they knew when to bide their time in these military
Watch
parks.
Chinese
It
stream.
is, again,
Let me
as I
check. Let me
mentioned
check.
before,
All right.
positional
Let me check
power
how
when
hype
you've got
Chinese
teams like
casters are
Alliance trying to push up
for a
on the west
Kimba
side.
performance.
There are big swaths of land that are so open on their approach to military apartments that a lot of these teams, they were like, well, I guess we got it. and then unfortunately you're shooting ducks in a barrel.
Well, that is exactly where I like to keep my ducks, in a barrel, with my fish as well, obviously.
Oh yeah, the fish.
We're taking QCZ here with his 6 eliminations and 900 damage. Our NA representative coming through big, but again, like we don't really get to see the Chinese region that much in PEL, and whenever we do have these bigger national events, there's question marks about how well teams from that region will perform.
Bro, this picture from QZ is big L, bro. Look at the
again, kind of
if you guys go back and check the PEL pictures, every player is like white, so white.
And as you mentioned,
So wide, shiny, and bright. And that picture QZ took for PMWC, bro, is a big L.
Being able to use the DBS when some of the other teams were using the DBS, and they were just being outgunned when it came to close quarter fights. It's good to see that they're being able to perform like this, especially QCC, a player that has been able to play against some of the other teams like Alpha 7 in Americas.
Look like a lesbian. What?
If I had to play devil's advocate in terms of their prep time coming into this tournament and kind of the level of competition that they got an opportunity.
QZ had better pictures in NA. No, Ice. The reason why QZ has better picture in NA because we all took our own pictures. So we actually visit, you know, photo shooting shop and took those pictures ourselves.
Our winners of the last match, we actually do have an interview with Alpha 7 we're going to take a look at.
Where is Isadora?
Third match of the day.
No idea.
And we are here at the arena with Revo from Alpha 7 Esports after they managed to get themselves their first winner.
I guess Isadora is more like an interviewer instead of like a caster.
How does it feel? You managed to get your first win at the PMWC.
PEL is makeup league. Damn. Yeah, in China they use Photoshop a lot.
Okay.
That's
There's a lot of tournament, and we have to keep ourselves on the ground and keep going.
I like that. Keeping themselves grounded. It's only their first win. They have to get themselves top 12 to get to the grand finals. Now, I want to ask you, we know
so
you
Revo
have
uses
the
finger
capability
sleeve
to
on
win
his
the tournament
left
and take the trophy
thumb.
home, but there always seems to be something that steps in the way. What do you think it is, Revo?
Acho que a gente achou esse problema, a gente conseguiu consertar. Era algo interno, então a gente resolveu. E é isso, agora a gente vai trabalhar para ser campeão.
How do you turn white? Use a Photoshop, Brian.
No, we found out the problem. We identified what it was, and that's it. We are going to work to be the champion, and God willing, we're going to get it.
Very ominous as well. I like the fact they're not revealing, but they know what the problem is. And, well, we'll see. We still have quite a few games, but one last question for you. Who do you think will give you the most problems?
So
like
there's
the
a
most trouble
trend
at
in
the
China
PMWC?
now, like, you know, these are young boys when they go out, they wear makeups all the time. So is that a thing for all the global people? Like, is that a thing for other countries, or is just like China, or like a?
They're all great teams, but we are our own enemies, and we're going to work.
Let's say, how about India?
Work to get it.
I like that. They realize every single
Like,
team
even if you're another
participating in
celeb,
this tournament, they deserve
like young
to be
boys
there,
would
the
go out,
strongest
you know,
in
with
their
makeup.
regions and the strongest teams in the world. And I like the fact they also realize that there's their own, I want to say like their own element, their own problems that they're facing, but they are taking care of it. You've heard it from us here at the stage with Revo. Take it away, boys and girls, and let's see what happens with our third game
Their
of the day.
own enemies. I kind of like that, actually. That makes a lot of sense. What you're talking about before, they start off strong, but then some
It's not a trend. Is it China only? Is that a China only trend?
Stop, make friends with yourself. Don't be your own enemy. I don't know.
Boys go out with makeup
It's
all the
true.
time.
One thing that I do like that the casters were kind of mentioning whenever they do showed Alpha 7 after they got that win is how the composure that they had. They weren't real. They're like, okay, we've been here before. We're not going to celebrate. This is not where we want to be. We know we're going to have to bring it when we get into the finals.
Yeah. I mean, you don't celebrate when you're putting the building blocks.
You think
of
it's
the
mostly
foundation
Asian
of a
countries,
house. You
Xifan,
celebrate when
mostly
it's fully
boys? The
completed,
Western
right?
make
And I
like
think for Alpha 7, them more than
Korea.
Barrel as well. You gotta
get those ducks in there, put them in, get the fish in if you really want. You know, no. I ultimately Alpha 7, out of all the teams here, knows that best. It is not over until it's over because they have honestly lost tournaments.
Maybe
too many
Korea.
times on the last
Maybe
day of the
Korea
tournament.
starts the
I mean,
trend.
they're showing how they're veterans of being in these positions before, right? Obviously being consistently at the top level throughout.
Tell
multiple
makeup
international
artist
events.
English or
But one
Spanish.
team we kind of have to talk about here as well is Xavier. Now, if we're talking about finals, Xavier put on a show.
If
in
a girl
SLSA.
uses
They
makeup,
had-
they're cute. But if a
I
boy,
want to say it was like 8 out of
if
12.
a boy does, he's a gay. Logic
top
left
three
of the
finishes,
chat.
podium finishes for themselves. And this team,
Uh.
which during the league play didn't look as amazing as we've seen in the past, can and have.
Bro,
so far
Chen Yu,
stayed
you're a
relevant.
wild. You bet on
Yeah, and for me,
PL
something
players
that you
sleeping
kinda
with each
noticed,
other.
James, right off the
Bro,
bat
did that
on the
did that
first
ever
match
tell you,
was
Chen Yu?
how DX
Your
was doing
name
that 2-2 split, and I feel like that
is
was a
literally
question
my
mark for me, especially in this
cousin's
last
name.
match, because we were talking
Like
about
this
how
Chen Yu, like
they
is
could
literally my
utilize that
cousin's
2-2
name.
split a little bit better. They could put instead of 2 players on
Like
top of
the
mountain,
very first
they
time
could
you
put
came
2
into my
players
chat, I was
on the
like, bro,
apartments where
are you my
military,
cousin
where
or something?
ultimately Alpha
You know,
ended
but
up
he
doing.
doesn't speak
The
English
thing,
at all,
though,
so
Xavier was
you're
way,
definitely not him.
they're way before Alpha 70 got close to it.
So yeah, so we were talking about it, right? And if you do put 2 people in the military apartments, my argument.
Damn,
against
Lele,
potentially
Cleon, you
going there
guys-
is the fact that
You
a
guys
4-man squad
are
is more
almost
likely to
making
crash
my
that location
TikTok
compared to where they
stream
actually
to
did
like
put
2K,
in military.
20k
However,
likes,
I think
bro.
these 2 games have already shown exactly what Xavier is going to be bringing here at PMWC. They are going to be bringing these 2-2 splits.
Are you
these
Chinese,
late
Chen
game
Yu?
focused
Are you
2-2
Chinese?
Splits, which we haven't really seen from other teams in red and yellow just yet. And
If a man
actually,
doesn't wear
I
high
mean,
heels, he's
we're
gay.
2 games into it's a small sample size, but there's some precedence there for this to be a success. Eventually, if you do this long enough, and if you're playing center compared to all these edge playing teams, limbs do come your way. Wins do come your way. So let's see if this keeps materializing throughout the day.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah,
but I
like
feel
your
like at
the
this
Chen Yu,
level
like the
from all the teams
pinging
came
of
from,
your
yeah, you might
name
have
is
been able to
literally
play
my
edge within your own
cousin's
PMSL
like name
region,
speaking.
But I feel like it's easier
It's
to play
crazy.
center and adapt versus playing edge against the caliber of the lobby rising up.
Well, especially
Ice, you said that you love Japanese because of anime. Have you ever been to Japan, Ice?
Your way through. It's good.
Japan
All right,
is
ladies
so
and gentlemen,
good.
It is time to get into our 3rd match of the day. And of course, you know which match it's going to be, which map it's going to be on. It's going to be Aaron Go once again with John Allen and Hot Juice.
I traveled to Japan like
Match number 3.
few months
Let's get
few months
going
ago.
here. So 2 matches
Japan
are
was
down.
like
Alpha 7
mind-blowing
won the last one, and
good.
They did it in very impressive fashion. To be able to get to that spot from where they
That's probably like my
rotated through,
top
and that timing
1.
was just beautiful.
Absolutely. They were able to just nail that rotation, get in that rotation.
That's probably my top
Very
1
more just
tourism country for,
constantly
you know,
hammering
country
away
for
at those
tourism.
rotations. Seven was talking
Xifan,
about
you
how
married?
it's a little bit
No.
interesting how they
Abbas, I'm not
coexisted
married,
for
man.
a while on those hills to the west. But yeah, in the end, able to send straight into that C block, and they never needed to leave. That's right. They put everyone else in the dirt.
Is Japan banning tourists? Really?
Alpha 7 have a good game too, but
There are
instead,
like there are
they're
so
gonna
many
get
people
in
visiting
soon.
Japan nowadays because
this
the
time around, and as with every time around, they're going to be using
the value of like
Pro
Japanese money
dual
dropped
gaming chipsets,
like crazy. So like
144
Japan
Hz
like
AMOLED screens, the GT20
these
Pro
like you
for
know
teams with up to 120
luxurious you know
FPS,
stuff
and
in
also
Japan is
the first
actually
batch of
cheap
supported
compared to the rest
devices
of the
offering
world.
esports level performance and visually stunning experiences in the 2020.
So a lot of like
That's a
Chinese,
whole lot of
they
FPS,
go to
John.
Japan
I'll
just
tell you
to
what,
buy
they're gonna need to
you know
use
handbags,
every
you know,
single
and you know
one of those
fancy
frames
shoes and
per
stuff, you know.
second as we get into
And also
match
there are
number
like you
3,
know
and
there's
we're
a
starting to
business
see
going on
a
where
little bit of disparity here
but
on the
people you know he
leaderboard. So these
doesn't
teams that, you know,
travel
struggled here
because he
off
want to
the
visit
rip
the
are
country.
gonna
He
have to
travel
really
and
focus
he
up
buys
and start putting
stuff
some points on the board right here.
for
Now, again,
others,
folks,
and
only
he's
3
making profit
days
out of
here,
it.
$1 million
That's,
on the
that is
line
crazy. They're
in these 3
taking
days alone.
advantage of
$3
this.
million prize pool total, and these teams are trying to get the biggest
Pro
chunk
go and
of
marry
that prize pool that they
Japanese
possibly
girl?
can. So we got a
Damn.
little bit of a different playing path here, and we'll see what kind of toxic
What device are they
circle we're
using
gonna get here, because we've
PMWC?
already had 2 so far.
GT20
Might as
Pro
well just finish it off
from
with 3, right?
Infinix.
You know what the most toxic circle on there?
QZ!
In my mind,
Oh, I
it's
thought.
that central
Never
island.
mind. I thought he's QZ first place to like
To
Fragilist
the
or
west of
something.
Rozhok.
Yep,
I hate it. It's bad. I don't like it.
it's tough. Yeah,
I
because
feel like I've made my opinion on this very clear.
yeah, it makes sense.
What
Yeah,
makes Japan
and
so
I
cool
will
is
have to agree with you
technology.
here,
Is it
because
super?
every
No,
time-
it's just like everyone's so
It
polite.
did play. It did
Everything,
play.
every store,
There's a chance
every
here.
restaurant,
This
every
is so
shop
difficult when you have a
I went
hitting zone
to,
like this, because you have it completely on the opposite
they were so
side
nice.
of the
Like,
playing
so
path.
nice.
So you're going to see a lot of teams try to hunt down vehicles very early on. We may even see some players go out to some rotations.
It's like
because of
being in
that.
Japan
But
makes
the
you
rest
want
of
to
the
buy
squads, like
stuff
Inko,
because
Alpha
the service
7,
is just so
They're
good.
going to have to, you know, just loot up and start moving here pretty quick.
Yeah, they are going to have to make that choice. Alpha 7, of course, that team that we said.
Have you been to Japan,
makes
Green?
those
Have you
fast
been to Japan,
rotations and are
Green?
successful in doing so. See the repeat there.
Yo, Clean, you're back.
We're lucky.
I guess it's Lele doing the work.
Further out west,
Because while you were
close
gone,
by, they're
you
hunting
know,
down. They've seen 3
we
parachutes hit this
the
location.
likes went up to
They've got
17k.
in the
So
barrel,
Lele
and they're
did
ready to take
1,000
control of this
by herself.
vehicle. As soon as it pulls out the
Lele
gas,
OP.
the smoke has bloomed. It's going to slow
Lele
things
OP in the
down.
chat.
Only one player in the vehicle. They turn it around to the back, and they're going to be able to get in and get away from this potentially, unless Koa can hit more. Really well executed there for Kagosaka, but they're not out of the woods just yet.
Oh,
Oh dear. Finds Naoto.
yeah, I love this. I hate
Player down for
PM Geo zones.
And a
Like
second one.
PMRC zones as well. Like,
Like,
same zones every 3 games. Same zone, same zone. Milli zone, milli zone, milli zone. Like, you know, all the zones are, you know, the same. EWC is different. I love it. I wonder if PUBG Mobile would do something about the zone, you know. To make it not repetitive.
Sometimes you get that luck of the draw and you nail it. And that's exactly what we saw for Moneymakers.
Sometimes you don't think it's going to be like it is, but it do.
It do be like that.
Sometimes it just do be like that. Besiktas, they're already into South Georgia. They're moving through the crates. It looks like they want to go further into town.
Yo, Cleon, why are you doing Lele dirty,
Pick up
man?
their supplies as they go. They should be able to find just that. No one else.
What do you think about 4MV gameplay? Bro, top notch. Top notch.
DX Xavier moving in just
Good.
past Everest now on the south side, flowing up past Hospital, and over in North Georgia in the meantime, Boom are making themselves known.
Well, you know, we can see the leaderboards now after just 2 matches. Alpha 7 and Tiamba tied right now for first place.
Damn, Timba. Legit first place right now.
They're going to want to put some points up pretty quickly. Yeah, CAG Osaka, one of them. Unfortunately, losing.
Shifan, this event looks better than last year's PMGC finals. I mean, it's esports World Cup. I think this looks even better than PMWI. Do you guys agree?
Despite Tiamba getting more points and drawing level with Alpha 7's total.
Shifan visited Japan for a science project? Shut up, Butcher.
Nope. So much more for you.
So much more for you.
Oh.
CAG Osaka.
Will this be my clip?
With that pump
Nah.
runs out
I thought this is gonna be like, you know, shotgun moment for
them to work.
That's true.
Where are my clips, man?
He'll work on here in the future. Still, there's still plenty of
What does
time to do
PMGC
so.
stand for?
Still very
PUBG
early
Mobile
on in this
Global
tournament, but,
Championship.
man, when you get to see teams like, you know, Tiampa, Alpha 7 with so many points early on, it's definitely worrisome.
Over 2 matches though, I mean a 12-point average, it's very strong, don't get me wrong, but we've seen stronger at the start of tournaments. So the fact that we got 4 teams at 20 or over points this early is pretty cool stuff, right? It means that everybody is giving it their best with the asterisk that we've had a Northwest Island and a military island circle.
That is correct. So we're going to see Team Reject on the move. We saw these guys win the mid-season tournament last year, right? They put in some serious work. Right now with only 5 points, a couple rough matches for them. This is going to be a lot more of a fluid zone for them. They're going to be really familiar with this, a lot easier.
You want to go to Tibet? I've never been there.
See how they respond.
Yeah, that should be a good place to visit, to be honest.
Early, that is something that they are known to do. Sara wide out in the open. Yeah, he needs to get into a better spot, but it doesn't even matter. Divine was ready on that off angle.
It's not really too
But Reject, legit, like they're winning these fights.
From D plus Kia, losing one of their players' chips, falls, dunked in the ketchup there, and Reject. Gonna be happy.
Shifan, do you have a sister? No, I have a cousin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you do. That's what you call chips. That is correct.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, no. That's the correct way to refer to.
Oh, fries.
Slivers of potato that's deep fried in oil.
Oh.
How do you know I'm the only child?
Quite delicious.
Did I ever mention that in my stream, Doctor?
Chew up and swallow some of this money here in a little bit, as you see.
Don't do that with money.
That is
Hot
correct.
Jukes, I've told you this before.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
eating your cash.
Hey, you know what?
Is she single? Who? My cousin?
And I'm hungry to see who's going to win this game because 4MV started off so strong, right? Unfortunately, in that second match, they weren't able to replicate what they were to did in Sandhawk. But at the same time here, they're going to be on the southern
Get your
side.
dirty hands off her, Cleon. No, she's not single.
Well, and this is their area. They normally land into North George, so they're very familiar with the spot.
Yeah, and they're currently now in South George, of course, landing in Lipovka. Of course, they're right on the western side of the main group of teams. They rotate fast, and again, they do just that. Get it away with all 4 of their players. Carrillo takes a ticket.
Where's
down.
Falcon?
It's
Falcon will
not
be
really
playing
phase them.
tomorrow.
They got plenty of meds, plenty of supplies, and a couple of more to maybe pick up. Besiktas, they sent into South George early. Will they be able to hold on to much of it? In general, it's always quite dangerous to hold too wide of a split in these urban environments, but for now, it's going to be quite safe to do so. Not too many teams looking to push the edges of that settlement in.
Yeah, they're going to need those vehicles, though, for sure, because they're going to have to group up together in just a little bit. So I think we're starting to see some serious growth from Alpha 7, at least in my opinion.
Do you have any interest in Cousins? What do you mean?
So long.
What kind of interest?
Now they're starting to switch it up, right? They're getting out really
We need your
early
4-finger
and going for a
control
central
code for
position.
BGMI.
So, I
Join
think
my
Alpha
Discord.
7 maybe recognize what their problem was, right? Revo kind of alluded to it. He was like, oh, you know, we identified it, but I ain't going to tell you. And honestly,
You find out there will be audience. I think they have
audience
audience right now. It's just like they kind of like, you know, mute the background sound from
I do
the
agree. I think Alpha 7 are
from the
their
stage or
worst
something.
enemies. If they just continue to play the way they do at start of tournaments all the way towards the end, they're going to be your new champions.
Yeah, it's pretty terrifying to watch this team take to the battlegrounds for sure.
The chat is going weird because you guys are legit weird.
Right? Second place doesn't actually drop off.
No, I don't work in
Obviously,
IT.
It was saving the big drop-offs for the main tournament finals. This is to supplement.
I played PUBG competitive in Canada.
So I mean,
that was my job.
Pretty huge.
Playing the
70K
game
for first,
professionally.
67 for second, 65k for third. It drops off in
Do you like her?
K and a half increments, going pretty much all the way down until you get to 12th, where it drops off from 54k in 12th place to 13th place with 25.
Well, this is the first time ever like the zone shifts on where the majority of the teams are at. Very interesting.
25.5 grand up,
Making the tougher for these teams at the edge.
Which would put you just behind that 12th place. So it's trying to stay linear on those prize pools. Otherwise, technically, it would be more
Spanish,
profitable to become
Witcher.
13th, right? And then win survival stage.
Okay.
It would be to come 12th.
Yeah, but I'll
That's
tell you
what they
what.
wanted to avoid.
Yeah, but I would definitely not opt for that. I think going straight to the finals is what you're looking to do.
Guarantee 25k in the final.
Absolutely. So we're going to see right now 4MV on the move here, possibly even looking to take a fight early. But I think at this stage of the circle, stage number 2, you're kind of wanting to avoid fights, especially when the zone starts closing. Because if you do take a fight right here, right now, your chances of getting third party are just through the roof.
Yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting one. Everest, a major feature in this circle on the eastern side. Reject currently holding the spine of it. Well, some other teams probably going to be looking to break the back, though, as Inco moving in from the east side. But Brute Force as well in quite late, but they're a little bit more further on the south. Alliance trying to move on in, but they've taken a knock. That's going to slow them.
Yo, we have 20k likes on TikTok. Thank you, Lele and Cleo. ETOP.
Pick up all the points you can, because IWNRX kind of haven't really shown up so far today. I've been waiting for them, because this is a team that has so much power, so much potential, some great players on this roster as well, but they just haven't been given that opportunity to shine, to show what they're really made of yet.
That's the hard part about the World Cup, is that all these teams, all these players are just so good. At the end of the day, you got to have somebody lower on the leaderboards, and it could definitely be any one of these teams. Good to see that we're starting to see some squads show a little sign of consistency in just 2 matches, but that could easily turn for the worst very quickly. So you got to be able to take advantage of every opportunity you can. You can see D plus Kia opting to take this radio tower here position. This is a very good spot, because no matter where the zone goes,
is tapping the screen addictive, Lele?
So
You're
you
insane.
have those hills to protect those vehicles. So D plus Kia, 20 points on the board so far, looking good.
Brute Force in the blue zone. They're playing real far to the edge right now. And they want to make their way in. EMEA champions trying to...
Are they playing in Red Magic? No, they're playing the Infinix GT20 Pro.
World Cup.
Yeah, I got the chance to talk to a couple of
Where's the zone gonna go, guys? Take a guess.
They told me, like, hey,
I think
we're
north.
coming hot off the
like west, like to the
We'll
west.
see if
Yeah, I
they're
think the zone's gonna kind of, you know, do a west
these
shift.
zones have been pretty crazy so far, but now we're gonna
Okay.
have Everest Circle.
Everest
So,
Circle,
right down the
Reject, I
center,
see
I'm
you.
very interested to see how Alpha 7 plays this, because they're playing that edge on the side of South George, but you can see them in vehicles moving so quickly.
Yeah, those hills around hospital.
Xifan, why no new
the areas that
videos?
surround
Dropping a new
Northwest
video like
Sanctuary
next
for,
week.
well, not too many teams. But that
I'm trying to find a video editor.
Reject, I think that's going to be challenged.
I do have some video editors, but like these editors are full part-time, so the majority of the times they can deliver the shorts or the videos I want. I have to wait a day or two. You know, these are kind of, you know, really throwing me off. So I'm actually trying to find an editor who's like, you know, who's really good in After Effects and Premiere. These two like editing software.
Can allow teams to rotate on in here. So head on a swivel, and if you see something move, you got to pop those shots really quick if you're Team Reject.
Got to always be checking for those attackers, man. IWNRX pushing in again, taking another strike out towards D plus Kia as they move further north, crunching in on that south edge. The rotate out.
How long will we be streaming for? Probably for. This is the third match. We still have 3 more. I'll probably stream 2 hours more.
In the shadow of Everest as they move out on the eastern side.
This whole event will take probably 4 hours for 6 matches.
Hits the deck, not quite able to get the spray down onto Vitali. And he's pretty surrounded there. Look at that mini-map. Green to the left of him. Green to the right of him.
No vehicle either.
Green
He's
to the
stuck.
front of him. A nade from Vitali over the top. I think he's been spotted.
Got him!
And that is how you do it. Neos, though, wants retribution. Rolling on in. As are the rest of Brute Force. They want to try and stay as a 4. They're committing to this fight.
Yeah, if you guys know some, like, you know,
They say, you know what, it's all or nothing.
full-time video editors, feel free to recommend.
Never mind, second thoughts.
I need someone who's like, you know, good at PR and AE.
Gone. Let's just try to get into this next circle, and that little hesitation can prove to be pretty costly for Brute Force.
I'm really unsure about that decision to go back out and try and save their teammate. They've now lost Neos. The other players as well are getting chased down. Frieza is definitely not out of the frying pan. And there's plenty of fire being sent his way as well. Chudo further on into the circle. He's going to have to try and post up and be a linchpin for them. But this is great for Inco, right? They just get 2 points.
Great play there for Inco, and especially considering that they're still in the blue zone here. They do have an open sight line into Everest, so they can, you know, wrap all the way around to that edge unless Team Reject decides to get a little bit active and start pressing onto this fight. And it looks like they might be doing that.
Gapta, you are a video editor and you use After Effects?
Meanwhile, we see Tiamba with the run over onto Carrillo.
Wait, Tiamba versus Alpha 7?
That is not how you want to start things off. Alpha 7 now. Losing a player, losing Carrillo, and they've got a long way to go.
Shoot me a DM on my Instagram and share some of your work, Gapta, and then we can talk.
The circle's on the far edge. They're going to have to move far, and Reject hold the top of Everest. Inco slowed down a little bit, but nobody's taken a full chunk out of them just yet. Now I take that back, though, as Vitali does go down. Reject hold, and there's really not too many teams now that can fully challenge for the top of Everest.
Oh, this is a horrific zone shift for almost this entire lobby, except for, you know, Besiktas Black, Boom Esports, and Team Reject. But Team Reject are going to have to take out Inco Gaming, and they need to do it right here, right now. They got to secure the side.
If you were to form a squad, which player would you pick? QZ is definitely on the list.
Divine decides to handle it. Inco on the move. Nenebete actually getting pieced up out that vehicle.
Ooh,
is he going to be able to make it? Wow, what a shot from Divine.
How do you do that, man?
That's crazy.
I mean, that's why there's some champs in the making for sure.
And the finish.
There's the finish. The remaining 2 players now for Inco trying to send all the way to the north. Besiktas shimmy on over to the crates they're playing on that south side of them. As Inco give up the ghost on trying to make their way up towards Everest. Chudo for Brute Force will be playing in on the western side. Playing in some of those crags, some of those crevices to try and have a little bit of sanctuary there. And on the south side, I mean, 4MV potentially could push up and
Timba does lose 1, but Alpha 7 lost the 3.
All these teams taking shots. Here we're on board with Chudo, the last player for Brute Force, just trying to hide out behind that tree.
That was Alliance done. And now let's take a look at this replay here as, okay, D plus Kia.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh,
Nobu
that's a 1v3. Oh, damn.
S12K holding down that antenna.
So back to the
position.
question, right? S12K or DBS, guys? Which one would you pick?
Onto Everest and getting past
S12K or
process.
DBS.
Not to mention you got DRX right there as well. This is a very, very highly contestable position. And it looks like Team Reject, now that they had that side of Everest cleared, now they're starting to focus on that west side of Everest. Very, very smart.
Well, if Reject wants to prove that you know, they got the PMGO trophy not by luck, they have to get this. They have to get this chicken here.
Another tough game. It out from IWNRX. I'm not happy with them. I think they've got more in the tank, and I think a lot of other people would think so too, but right now, it is just not happening for them. First 3 matches, okay. As soon as this day is over and they haven't put up a performance, well, that's jumping the gun a bit. If they don't put up a performance by the end of the day, that's where I'm going to start to...
It's kind of wild how many of you pick S12K. I thought like the majority of you would pick DBS because it's used to be a cradle, like, you know, airdrop weapon. Oh, DRX versus 4MV. 4MV got one. Baron. DBS versus S12K. DBS or S12K. Which one's better? Oh, Doc got knocked and thirsted. Man, Doc.
We're seeing both these teams just getting ripped
apart. Oh, D+
Baron got knocked.
Entry as well from the higher ground. They've got 3 players alive and a potential chance on this west edge if they can.
Oh man! Oh.
4MV full. So
all right, S12K is better. S12K is just better, guys. S12K is just better. Oh, here comes another round. S12K versus DBS. Power. Hidden with the DBS.
And now Novo has to try and hold his nerve. 2 players alive for them. The first doesn't go quite so well, and Fidan is able to do the dirty.
Oh, DBS versus DBS.
Both these teams suffering like crazy. Where is Team Reject?
What a car
now
switch.
They're starting to get active because this is a perfect time to third party all these teams. Looks like Power is going to try to get
and then Japanese Nova helped them.
Get a little bit of a reset, but oh my goodness, that is it.
Top damage dealer, QZ up there.
Reject just looking too strong from this position.
Did I read that right? D+ Kia got 11 eliminations.
When did that happen?
I have no idea, man.
Wait, Reject has 8 elims already.
With, I think it was like
third parties like PL, yeah, it happens like for zones like this.
They were just racking them up slowly. And D+ Kia put up another good result. That's going to keep them towards the top of the tables, unless Tiamba can show up now on this rotation down to the south.
Oh, they're getting beat up like crazy. This is a blind rotate at Tiamba, an absolute desperation play. Will it end up working out for them?
They're gonna force him.
End up finding somewhat of a safe position into this next zone, but it looks like Power Esports are looking to make that unsafe very quickly. Oh, never mind. Satan getting popped out of his buggy in an instant.
Duello raining down hell upon Power as they try and rotate through. Divine as well. We've seen how accurate this guy is with the M4, but they're low on ammo. Look at that, Divine, not much in the back pocket.
Yeah.
The UMP is there as well, but only only 1 magazine to be getting.
Wait, that is kind of wild. And no teams like.
And they're dipping into the nade resources now.
Ragey with that beautiful
all of the RC players went to the west side. No one's watching the east.
To absolute scraps. Beautiful angle though. And
Sarah.
with these eliminations, they should be able to finally start looting some of these boxes up. And Team Reject on a tear. 11 eliminations so far. Meanwhile, Besiktas Black are just saying, hey, you guys have fun. We'll deal with you later on.
McGrellan on the north side for Alpha 7 as well. Keeping things going.
There we go.
Over on that area. Probably quite likely to be able to survive a while until they're going to get shifted away from on that Crate's position from the north side. Boom and Besiktas, the 2 teams fighting for the north side, and right now, Reject kind of have free reign over the south.
Team Reject are on fire here. 12, that's a dozen eliminations just like that, and they're not done yet. Now it's going to see them push up through Everest. You got Nunez, the last straggler for Inco Gaming. Tiamba has 1 player up left as well. So once those 2 players are cleared out, depending on where this next zone goes, we could see, you know, Team Reject end with a ton of eliminations here and possibly a new record for the World Cup. Right now it's what, 16?
In 1 match, I'd have to check. I'd have to go back and check total eliminations. Most match eliminations was 24. Set by Vampire last year.
Oh, wow, last year,
so
that's right.
Some pretty big stuff, so we'll have to... Wait, 24 in 1 match? You're kidding. That can't be... Was that right?
I think they did it. This year,
that sounds...
It's 16. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, that's... I mean, yeah, fair enough. Although that wasn't a chicken dinner.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Wait, Timba, one Timba player
So
still there.
great for
Ding is still there.
This is excellent. This is great for their score lines, right? They're going to be looking to step up and challenge.
Yeah, Boom now starting to make
Why
a
the
push,
why nobody
on
pushing
in.
RC? I was like,
They
yeah,
do
why
find a
nobody
spot.
pushing
It's not a
RC?
good one, I'll tell you
If
that
it's
right there. That's a
PL,
very terrible
RC
position.
is probably the
Besiktas
first
is
team
gonna
got
start putting
sandwiched.
that pressure. Team Reject is going to have full sight lines on them. So I would like to see a little bit more commitment from Boom. Maybe just
This is
sending it
RC
on
chicken.
up to Everest. But instead, they get caught. Oh, wow, nice shots, though. Besiktas getting punished here.
Here's the thing, though. Boom's position right now is absolutely dire. Once the smokes run out, is it going to be enough time?
You don't do the
with
shotties
smoke
anymore? Why,
cover
Gray?
that they have in the back pocket for Besiktas to have to make their move? Because then
I mean,
they're
for
gonna
this
be
new
in a lot of
update,
pressure.
I
But
can
with
kind of
Nunez
tell
this
like
close,
why
Vaco
players don't
Gaming,
use shotguns,
that's gonna
because you know
hurt.
all the
That is
stingrays and
the
stuff.
nades are gonna
You
pop
can
through. You
do,
see immediately
you
how
can't really
bad
do much
they are
about
to
it
get rid of
if
this
you
guy.
have
Look
shotguns.
at the amount of investment they're making. That's 6, 7, 8.
Is it first
things
TikTok
thrown
stream?
to them, and they haven't got the let's put a ninth on, and
This is
right
my
over the
first
rope. Not gonna
TikTok in a
find
watch
it.
party
Yes.
stream.
Dodges
Yesterday I
everything.
did
Up
a
one back down range.
gameplay stream
Let's see
on TikTok as
if
well.
Pmwc can get it. Oh, but
PM24.
we got a bolt action.
another.
Reggie is on fire. That is what I've been waiting
Oh.
to see. Oh, and he
hits.
gets another shot. This man is a menace with the bolt.
Besiktas having to make their move. They're getting suppressed. They're getting pushed back.
Oh,
Going to be tricky to make your way through the shooting gallery. That's one way to conserve ammo, though.
That's right.
okay.
And that bolt action
BJK is
from it.
pushing.
That is going to be huge. He's hitting some of these shots, unfortunately not getting knocks. Pubg Mobile, these have gotten some knocks here with shots like
Reggie
that.
is showing off
Let's
his
see what
quick
Reggie
scopes.
can do, though.
Reggie is showing off his quick scopes,
He's going
bro.
to time it perfectly. Trying to get some little poke shots through the window. Just making it even more difficult for Besiktas to make a move.
Nunez down. That's going to remove a thorn from the side of Boom as they try and survive. With 3 players remaining now. 4 teams. And McGrellin's still there, the new addition to the roster, as I'll remind people at home, our viewers. This guy, a small question mark on the titanic performance that Alpha 7 have been able to put up, right? These guys have...
Oh, he landed another headshot on BJK.
McGrellin is the newest addition. So if he's able to put up a good result here, he's going to once again prove his worth.
And I'll tell you what, he already has 4 teams remaining. That's some placement points right there for Alpha 7. Let's take a look at this replay, though. Reggie, getting another one. That is what we've been waiting to
Damn.
see. And he got the confirmation? That's what I'm talking about.
He landed 3
Reggie,
shots back to back.
when you got the bolt and you're low on that M4 ammo, it's time to bust it out, and he is doing it in great fashion.
Wait,
Yeah,
Alpha 7
McGrelin
player still there?
yeah, big trouble here. Might just give up the points. Never mind. Divine actually gets it. I'm surprised he didn't go for the deny. Team Reject will take that all day long. And now Besiktas Black looking to get a little bit active here.
15 eliminations on the cards for Reject right now. 7 more potential for them to add, which would put them up to 22 on the elimination tallies. But that relies on them getting all 7 of them, right? So if any points are denied, if those 2 teams fight off with one another, that's not going to go their way. 15 eliminations found, and that is now going to be reduced to 21 potential on the cards. Eliminations so far. Kakali making the dash, and actually, uncharacteristically, they're not going to connect these sprays.
Oh, BJK zone.
Investment as well. Not a lot of 5.56 left in the bag for Reggie. He is trying to just suppress Besiktas here, and Besiktas Black are saying, you know what? I think.
Why are they so focused with the boom, bro? They should just like chill with the nades and stuff. Because they're.
Besiktas have 4 up though. They do have 4 up. And
Once
with the zone
once
Team Reject are on the
BJK
back foot.
eliminated boom,
So
Reject can,
Besiktas
Team
Black
Reject can
is
literally
able to
surround
get
them.
a big knock onto Team Reject. They could definitely turn this around and win this game.
There's a difficult factor here.
If
though,
they wipe
for
boom
Besiktas.
now,
They
that's
can't really
helping
control too much of the
Reject.
rotations further up from them. They're going to rely on boom a little bit for that, in fact, to try and slow Reject if they try and strafe across and roll down right on top of them.
Nova at a
It's
great
gonna be
position at
quite
top
an
of the
interesting
hill.
dynamic to see how
Chatter is
Reject are gonna
trolling.
handle this. This is where they're going to prove that they deserve this chicken dinner, right? They've held Everest effectively, but now it's their test.
And I'll tell you what,
it's difficult for RC now.
They've already gotten that extra credit, that's for sure. 15 eliminations for Team Reject. They're feeling good. No matter where they end up in this game, it's going to be a solid one for them. But, you know, you want to be able to finish strong. You want that chicken dinner. So let's see if they can do it. Wow, there's one.
There's one.
Opening up
And he's not getting rest.
Despite being, you know,
Oh, then they
in a
will
pretty,
do the
what
work.
looks to be a pretty safe position. That's just no way. With Besiktas on
Nice.
the split. There's that knock, there's that nade. That's going to leave them in a 2-team situation now. A full 4v4, 17 eliminations for Reject.
17 eliminations. I'll
Bro,
tell you
these
what,
elims are going crazy.
paying
Match after
dividends for
match.
the squad.
Last match,
Only one
Temba
more
16.
team
Now
remaining.
Reject
So
with
it has gotta
17.
be Team Reject's game to win here, and it's up to Besiktas Black to pull an upset.
That high ground position being established by Poser could be absolutely brutal. We'll see if it comes into effect. Can they slow Reject moving across? Because now the fight's going to come back. Poser finds Reiji. A brutal force.
Nice angle.
Does he have time for this first aid? Has to dip back behind the headland. The blue zone pushes him off, but he's done the damage. Reject now down to 3. Smoke's breaking out, and Lewis controls on that low ground flank.
Team Reject now losing an advantage. They can even it up right here, and they do. So Lewis from that choke point angle is gone. There's no way he's getting rest. It is a pure.
Sarah got
well, it was
knocked.
a 3v3, but that knock right there brings it down to 2. It is all up to Tosspick from this spot to take out Divine. Look at the patience. He is waiting. Beautifully done. Besiktas Black turning it around onto Team Reject.
Poser regroups. They get the heal off, and now it's all.
And Duolo clutch with the DBS.
Only one player can change this outcome.
1 versus 4.
What does he have?
1 versus 4.
On ammo, he's got the DBS out. I mean, he's just filling the chamber there, but the blue zone's going to push him in. The res can come through from Besiktas.
Well, this would be the best clutch in PMWC.
To take this one home.
Duolo busting out.
Oh, the nade.
Here come the nades. Oh, that one hurts. And he's going to go ahead and try to get all that run speed advantage he can. But Besiktas Black,
They're playing so
4 players
safe.
Up, all eyes on them.
They're
This is
not
gotta
rushing.
be a chicken dinner. Oh, that one hurt real bad. He finally puts up the M4, but they know exactly where he is.
There you
Are
go.
we going to see a run over from Tosspick? Nope. He
DBS
comes
versus
on out.
DBS.
DBS in hand. 1v1 situation.
Ooh, dangerous there. A little bit hairy over the top. Does he go
No
for
shot.
it? He does indeed win out the challenge. And Besiktas from the crates take it away from Reject. From the top of Everest, they can't quite find their footing.
Wow,
Didn't
what a
IHC do
position.
like
That
20 or
final
something?
zone
Yeah, they did like 24 or something in PMGO, I
advantage
think.
of it right there. Caught Team
That was
Reject
pretty
with a
crazy
flat
too. I
foot
made a
on
video about it as
rotation,
well.
Caught out Reggie, and then the dominoes just fell right afterwards. A great win, and honestly, a little bit of a steal there from Besiktas Black.
Yeah, it was pretty nice stuff. I saw that buggy at the end, and I thought, you know what?
Yeah, guys, I need to go to the bathroom. Be right back.
The buggy plays will come in.
Oh, that was 21? I thought it was 24.
Actually, a pretty common event to see
I'll be right
teams
back.
running someone out with a buggy, trying to swing through, get a knock with it, because it's really impactful. Doesn't waste too much ammo, well, any ammo. You get that knock with it, and you get a lot of information at speed, and it's relatively safe compared to other methods of peeking. I thought he was going to go over, basically, is what I'm trying to say. I thought he was going to swing around that headland, come straight back up, but no. Playing a little bit more measured.
Yeah, pop out, you know, just wait for your team to come on in, get the easy elimination and chicken dinner. That's exactly what he did. And I will say this, I do think that if Team Reject played this game more passive, they would have won. Okay? So they could have won this game very easily if they just held the Everest position on top, gate kept the rest of these squads. But I do not think they would have won with as many eliminations as they got. So, I mean, heck, they took a risk, but it paid off big time right there.
Yeah, they ended that game with a proper shootout. That's what you like to see there. DBS is trading over the ridge, and Tosspick able to get that final shot. A little bit less reserved than Alpha 7, I think it's fair to say. And Besiktas Black will be happy to be able to put those points up on the board. But D+ Kia getting a lot of elimination points in that match. That should be good for their chances towards the top of the tables. I think that's where they were set before, as well as Reject getting a lot of points despite going second place.
Yeah, the most we've seen so far in this tournament right there. So that is how you do it, guys. That's 3 games down. That's going to be it for us. We're going to see Jackie and Blake come up for the last 3 matches. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this break.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
لا يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك علي الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Well, you guys just witnessed the epic finish from Besiktas closing out their game and taking themselves a chicken dinner. But you guys at home can also witness the epic release of the Violet Thunder set and S12K based off the design by Aliu from the PDPX Esports contest design.
Well done.
Honestly,
nice.
Really cool look if you guys haven't checked it out so far. The set also takes part with the Pmwc trophy in the set, so you guys should check this one out. Pick it up for yourselves. Seven, are you going to pick one up?
Yes, I will. You gonna give me the UC?
So anyways, moving on to this game here. I mean, you got made of money. Come on.
Yeah.
You do all the content. You got the money.
Oh, okay.
I know you do.
True, right.
But we had Besiktas take the victory. But again, I think for us, the story is mostly about rejects on Everest. The eliminations they put up was phenomenal. And maybe we're going to see the reject from PMGO continue here today.
Maybe. I mean, the thing though is with this kind of performance, they in a way possibly secured themselves unless they just completely drop off the face of the earth. Being able to put up 17 eliminations, taking advantage of what was given them today on Everest. They did have one team starting to challenge them, which was Inco, and they were able to kind of force them out, force them to rotate all the way to the right. And after that, nobody else wanted to challenge them.
Oh, taking advantage is the right way to describe it. Because I'm going to be honest, here comes Mean Kalaris, ready to shut people down. Okay, yeah, 17 limbs, insane stuff here from them. However, all of these teams needed to challenge them early on Everest. You can't just have one team on Everest like this, giving them too much room. If you're the first team to go up there and try and challenge them, chances are rejects would have fallen back to the east side, giving you the west, then you coexist for a little while, and then maybe you have a better campaign, a better game. So many teams left this way too late. You saw the carnage unfold on that west side. It was pandemonium over there.
I like that. I like that. And you had 4MV, right? They try to come up the west side. And then you had DRX crash them. Then you had D+ come in from the high ground to push onto them. But we're taking a look here at our top performers from Reject. And Sar and Regiocio, 6 eliminations each.
Talk about taking advantage of them. 1,000 damage each, 6 elims. This is what we want to see when a team is able to get into that kind of position in the map, especially with them only being able to play 12 matches throughout this group stages. This is the team too. I got a chance to talk to Sarah, I think it was a couple days ago during media, and he was saying that, I asked him, how are you guys feeling for this tournament? Are you guys feeling confident? He didn't seem as confident, so maybe this kind of win will be able to kind of spark that confidence that we saw out of them during PMGO.
Maybe. I mean, looking at how they kind of played things out, the only thing that really tripped them up was the fact that Besiktas took a very smart off angle, moving back up Everest here, whilst Rejects was trying to deal with Boom, then kind of look towards where Besiktas was. So I really like to see that Besiktas was able to circumnavigate the very openness of what could have been a front head-on collision. That was smart by them.
And for Besiktas, it was kind of like a well-played match, right? They ended up landing south of George. Then they ended up moving to crates. After that, they really didn't have to do much besides just wait and see how some of the other teams were playing out. I think at one point, I thought maybe they were going to be able to eliminate Inco. Inco wasn't even a worry for them because Inco just flew past them and they ended up getting eliminated ultimately by Reject. So for Besiktas, as you mentioned, I'm 100% with you. I love that play that they did at the end to be able to get the win.
Did the Boom nades not make the highlights? Why are you looking at me like that, Jason?
I guess they didn't.
How many nades was it? Was it like 12?
I don't know. So
it's at least 7.
Ah.
Yeah, poor was it Nunez there from Inco, just being berated with nade after nade after nade, and he still kind of escapes it. But you know, it was rough times to be an Inco player.
Do you want me to be mean Kalaris again?
Where are we gonna go?
Do you want me to be mean Kalaris again?
Yes, do it, please.
Don't do that, okay? Don't do that. The 7 or 8 nades in the late game are unbelievably valuable, okay? Extremely valuable. Don't throw 7 or 8 nades as a team into one smoke for them to not hit him at all. He had a rock to go to. What 8 nades could have done, 3 nades would have done if they'd have been successful, okay? You need them for late game.
Well, I did hear though, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've heard this before, but I thought if you don't use it, you lose it.
Don't use it that much.
Never heard of that.
Don't use it that much. You know what? I mean, they're living up to their name at least.
Yeah. The poetic thing that they ended up getting eliminated by a grenade. So, boom. Yeah, I'm with Kalaris. With me, Kalaris here.
Hooray!
Don't do that, please.
Yeah.
So we got Mean 7. We got Mean Kalaris. I don't think Max can ever be mean. But Mean Max, man?
But we're mean to him.
That's
so
true.
we kind of
That's
make
true.
up for it a little bit.
I think you can.
All right, what about a couple other teams? 4MV, I'm a little bit sad to see. Obviously, they play in towards military. I mean, we didn't even touch on the fact that the plane was super far east, and the zone went super hard west. So we saw a ton of early rotations ASAP. Like Brute Force, for instance, went straight into North George. Every team just moved as soon as possible here to kind of avoid coming in late. But in the end, we're seeing, I feel like a lot of teams trying to play center more than playing edge.
We kind of saw the madness. You were talking about 4MB. We kind of saw the madness that happened there towards the bottom of Everest, towards the west, if I'm not mistaken. It was DRX, it was 4MB, and then it was D+, and at the end it was Power. Meanwhile, Reject, I felt like they were having just a field day, just looking at all those teams fighting, seeing if they could steal some kind of eliminations from those fights.
Yeah, there was even a moment where Boom was like, oh, we hear some commotion over there. What's going on? 3 of them got in vehicles, decided to try and rotate and wrap around there, and decide against it. I mean, I know exactly what Boom was trying to do there.
That's what their nades were intended for.
Well, yeah, apparently. But they only had one building to really work with, and then they knew that they would end up having to lie down in some of those fields. So they were hoping that maybe Everest was a little bit more open on that right-hand side. Not to be the case, though. And again, it's all a symptom of Reject just was given too much space this whole game. It's very reminiscent, actually, of the first game. The D+ was given too much space. And again, I've said it multiple times already today, but we're in those early phases of the tournament where everyone's playing a little bit cautious. And then it ends up ensuing chaos on that west side where everyone's like, oh, okay, we literally have no time anymore. We have to do something. And everyone hits the same spot at the same time.
Well, speaking of chaos, why don't we actually take a look here at our overalls, get an idea of where all of our teams currently stand. Because right now, honestly, could not tell you. We've had quite a few games with very high eliminations, and we do have a two-way tie from Besiktas and D+ Kia.
Okay, that's actually a surprise.
It's so close. I mean, obviously we only had 3 matches, right? But between first and fifth, it's 2 points. We have 3 teams on 29, 2 teams on 31.
If I'm going to start being picky here out of the top 3, what I'm seeing out of D+, besides the placement points that they got out of their chicken dinner, they haven't been able to get any placement points from that. I want to see a little bit more there out of D+. Or was it a fluke in that first match that it was kind of given to them?
It's been all 3 games, either a tough circle or a wild plane to circle situation, right? So there are some abnormalities in the first 3 games we've had so far relative to, hey, we've got a central plane, hey, we got a central circle, okay, we can play what people would consider like fair PUBG in inverted commas, but that doesn't really exist for PUBG Mobile. So yeah, I mean, very close up towards the top. There is quite the gap in terms of 7th from 8th, but only 3 games, too early to tell.
I mean, 1 win will easily catapult you into basically our top 5 right now as well. So obviously a lot of other teams still looking to show what they've got, and they still have a lot of matches left to go, obviously, of course, over the 3 days. But if I'm not mistaken, Seb, we were talking about this earlier, I think it's Group Red will not play on the final day. So if you're in Group Red currently, you need to put up as many points as possible, as we do see the cutoff will be 12th place.
Yeah, for sure here, as some of these teams, not exactly the right teams, in a lot of that, but you know what, it's fine.
But yeah, you were actually right, Jason, in regards to Group Red not playing the last matches. That's kind of why I was talking a little bit more about D+ as well, because yeah, you are currently within the top 3. It is only 3 matches, but I want to see a little bit more in regards to those placement points. You don't want to be that team that's just a one-off, took advantage of what was given to them that one match, and after that, you don't really get to see anything out of them.
I'm surprised by Besiktas so far. Besiktas Black up at the top to be able to take that spot. I mean, again, this game, it didn't come to them. You have to still get out of crates, which has an overlook of rejects for a long time. They're able to do that well and then get that big wraparound on that. But they are South George for a lot of that game. There's not much action going on from South George towards crates and things like that. So it's a nice start for Besiktas Black. But I think that overall, Turkey does need a good start. I think the Turkish region has been caught up by a lot of these regions. Gone are the days of S2G being our world champions and things like that. The region's got to have some more oomph here for the tournament.
I mean, the fact is for them, right, they're obviously trying to prove to be one of the best teams, not only in Turkey, but in EMEA as well.
Yeah.
In the meantime, we got to head down to the stage. We have Janiro waiting for us. What do you got, Janiro?
Hi guys, Ginny here, and I thought I would give you guys a little bit of a quick update in terms of what's going on here at Pmwc. Now, the first 3 maps of the first day of group stage are done and dusted, and your winners are D+ Kia for the first map of today, getting the first chicken dinner of the tournament, followed up by A7 Esports that had a very aggressive and nail-biting ending. And the final and 3rd map so far of today was closed by Besiktas, and they get another chicken dinner added to their tally. So far, competition's going really great. I'll see you guys at some point.
Welcome back to the STC Arena. My name is Max and this is Sandstorm, and we have just hit our halfway point of day 1 of the group stage. So a little bit of a recap for you. All 3 winner-winner chicken dinners that have been claimed so far have been claimed by D+ Kia, Alpha 7, and of course Besiktas Black. Some really impressive stuff so far, Sandstorm.
Yeah, and we were talking about Elim specifically. 4MV in their first game in Sandhawk managed to secure 10 of them, but then Tianba in our first Erangel of the day, 16 eliminations. But Team Reject were on their way to a record-breaking game. 17 eliminations, and they only had Besiktas in front of them at the very end of that last game. They were so close to getting 21 and a chicken dinner. You're talking about 31 points potentially from one game. And when we're talking about 12 matches per team, per group, that's a lot of points in one game, Barney.
It's incredible to see some consistency already starting to emerge from our players, and we're only 3 maps in. Of course, some highlights so far. Revo off the top ropes with an S12K through the window. What an incredible thing so far, right?
That was insane. But honestly, I have to give it to Reiji from Reject as well. The M24 at the top of the mountain, ridiculous shots he's been hitting. It's just, this is the kind of PUBG Mobile action that we've been missing. This is what the PUBG Mobile World Cup is all about. And you know what? I can't wait to see what we have in store for the rest of the day. We still have 3 more games, 3 more maps waiting for us. And I think it's time to toss it over to our casters. Do you think they're ready for more action?
Of course I think we're ready. So why don't we dive straight in? Let's go over to our casters to carry on day 1 of the group stage.
Oh, we are always ready for it, Barney, and we're strapped in. We've switched up the casting booth. It's myself, Jackie, joining Blank for what should be a banging set of games to close out day one, Blank.
It's already been really crazy so far. I mean, Reject getting the 17 elimination. I mean, Sandstorm was talking about it. Pretty mad, by the way, let's be honest. Could have probably finished it out. There was some miscommunication going on towards the end there. I think Kale brings up a really good point on the desk where he's saying that, look, that move from Toshpit going back up the mountain after they'd cleared Poser off the backside, bit of an interesting play, but I think Reject's here to play, man. They are here to play.
I'm saying to you back in the green room and watching the games, I'm getting excited, I'm getting hyped. My boys Reject really showing up, and I think that's just a warm-up. I'll be honest with you, I don't think they're going to fall off, Blank. I hope this momentum carries on.
That's just a couple of high knees to the chest there for him, you know, before they're revving their engines. You've got Al Hadji on our screen right now. He's looking happy, you know. A lot of times he's looking very serious when he's playing with his team, but this time around looking extremely pleased with himself. I'm glad to see him here. I hope Power does well. I was talking to some of the Arabic talent as well, and they're like, we're rooting for Power. We want them to win.
How can you not? You know, Al Hadji just seems like such a cool guy inside and outside of the server, dude. He gets you hyped. Like, I remember even with the online games when we were covering, you know, a while ago now, Al Hadji, it's hard to not want to just focus in on him and be like, dude, this guy's sick.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. But what's nice now about Power is that they've got Easy on the team for Dan as well as Satan. And I think all three of those players support him really well. And it was sort of funny, in fact, watching them over in their games, qualifying into this, where it was like a case of, oh, Al Hadji's not doing it all anymore. He still looks pretty awesome, but at least he has a good team behind him, and Easy really impressed me. So, yeah, looking to see if Power can do some more here. Big story, though, as we were talking about, Reject. Kind of mad. Want to see more of that. More of that, please.
Oh, yes, please. Some more of that, indeed, Blank. It feels like, for me, Reject have always been a team that's bigger than the sum of their parts, and it's just when they all come alive at the same time in the game, when they're gunning for that chicken dinner, and coming that close, that's got to make you hungry.
Very, very hungry indeed. And you'll want some more off the back of that, and that's what momentum's all about at the end of the day. For Alpha 7, though, this is sort of a weird one for me. You know? Getting a chicken dinner on the second match for Alpha 7 is much more of a big deal than I think a lot of people made out to be, because Alpha 7 does not start these tournaments crazy hot a lot of times. It's usually a case of gets towards the end of the tournament, they're like, we need to qualify now, then they annihilate the lobby. Them coming into this, playing an unbelievably good hold in C block, not easy to do, by the way, and getting a massive chicken dinner off it. I think that what I was talking to the coach about was a case of, how have you guys really prepared for this event? They were saying, look, it's the pressure. We know we're a good team, but it's the pressure that gets to us at the end of the day every single time. Let's work on that a little bit. Let's calm our players down. Let's give them a quick, you know, shoulder massage before they go in. That's what it takes. That's what it takes. And I think that's been really helpful for them overall.
I think that can, you know, genuinely be a huge part of it, right? It's the mental game and the confidence that sometimes you don't realize from the outside looking in how much that can affect everyone on the squad, because you're on that big stage. It's an entirely different environment, right? You've got to be able to switch on instantly and dial in, which sometimes it can take a little while, like you say. But if they found the formula and are able to mitigate that, make it a little bit easier for themselves to have a quicker start, well, then they could be absolutely lethal. More lethal than they already are, which is probably somewhat akin to a deadly Scorpion.
Yeah, I would say so. Scorpion on rollerblades. He's coming at you fast through the desert.
You can't get away from him.
Yeah, you can't. It's like, you can't even back away. He's too fast. He's quick. But for Alpha 7, it's kind of interesting for me as well, because they are, you bring up a good point. Actually, I liked what you said there. It's a case of, you don't a lot of times see that what's happening within the team in terms of the mental game, because Alpha 7 is a bombastic team in terms of just personalities alone. So you see them, you're like, these guys are confident. These guys know what's going on. But it's a completely different story once they step on the playing field right at the end of the day. You can see him here looking a lot more calm, though, which is nice to see. Revo, you know, staring off in the distance. He's disassociating. I like that. Have a quick disassociate before the game. Everyone needs it.
Look at Al Hadji, though. He was just smiling away.
Yeah.
So, man, it's interesting. I think that is something that I've always been quite switched on with. The body language and sort of the human element of very competitive games, especially with PUBG Mobile. You see what the difference is, right?
Power's
You've got
happy to be here.
younger players. So sometimes it can sort of creep in a little bit where you're trying to conserve that energy level, right? Because you are waiting it out before we get in. And it's trying to balance that, Blank. So you're still switched on, but how do you keep yourself in a flow state? And it's always fun looking at everyone else, seeing how they deal with it. I remember before we had some interesting maneuvers from a few of the players in how they would keep themselves dialed in.
Yeah, just
throwing the heat packs around the room all the time.
It's always the hand warmers. It's
always the hand warmers, yeah.
Or
Even
a little bit of hydration there.
Oh, I want to take that as well. We like that.
You've got to stay hydrated, Black.
You do have to stay hydrated, you know. A little Pepsi might do the trick, though. I'm going in for a Pepsi later, actually.
You hitting the Pepsi Max?
I might be hitting the Pepsi Max in a little bit.
Sheesh.
I'm not going to lie. Possibly after this game.
Hey, this is what we wanted, mate.
Yeah, dude. So the thing is, right? These guys, when they qualified in, they actually started. They had a free ticket. Right.
Okay.
If you guys didn't know this, in PMSL EMEA, it was going to be the highest rated Saudi team that would go through.
Yeah.
But Power just qualified the normal way. Okay. So I think for Power, not only did they come into this feeling fresh and happy, they came into it knowing they deserved to be here.
Yeah, you've earned your spot.
Exactly. I think it would have felt pretty bad coming into this and knowing that, you know, you sort of got that free ride, but they earned their spot. They know they're meant to be here. They're meant to be playing against the big boys of PUBG Mobile. Happy days. This guy, McGrillen's got his name tattooed on his neck.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah.
You'd never forget who you are.
You never forget who that is. You never be like, who is that? It's McGrillen. Maybe all players need to do that.
Also, like checking into hotels, just point at the neck.
McGrillen. That's
but
me.
you would have to update your legal name.
Maybe maybe the team manager asked him to do it.
He keeps forgetting who they were. Talent managers were struggling. I keep losing him. I keep
losing him.
There he is.
We need to get his ID. I need to get him ID. Get him chipped.
Get him tagged up. We'll know where he is at all times. Put the air tag on him like hot jigs.
We got Power here on your screen, showing off. I think they were saying that Satan's actually now eye-gelling for the team. Easy taking a bit more of a back seat, actually, for him. I don't really agree with it, though, honestly.
No?
This is the one gripe I have about it. And I really hope Satan does impress me, because he's a pretty big vet in the scene. But I do believe that Easy taking more of a supportive role is the wrong choice, because, well, more of a fragger role, sorry. Because I think he can frag, but you can leave a lot of that to Al Hadji at the end of the day, and Finan's a great off-angler. And I think Easy just had a lot of smart plays where he was leading a lot of times Al Hadji into strong positions where it feels good for Al Hadji. He no longer has to like drag his team by a rope anymore. He can play a bit more freeform, which is where he does his best work, right? A lot of times it was when Al Hadji was a solo player where you see him really start to pick up, because he's like just does what needs to be done in the moment. So yeah, Satan's going to have to impress in these games. If it comes down to it, though, you know, day 3, day 2, maybe it's not working, you just put Easy back in the driver's seat, in my opinion.
Yeah, you've got time. You've got time to make those decisions, right? So that's always the funner part with the format, at least, easing in over the course of the first day. Obviously, you want to give it as much gas as you can. Yeah. But if it's a bit of a slower start to it, you do have time to adapt. Yeah, it could be interesting, man, seeing what the differences is there. If, you know, a bit of a step back, not having that anchoring isn't going to help as much. Oh, boy.
Have a little peer over the top of the camera here. Ooh. Brute Force, actually, really good team. Really, really strong team. Sort of an interesting team to follow overall, just because they are probably one of the biggest wildcards, I would say, scoring one of the craziest point totals over in the finals of EMEA. I think it was like 31 points in a game, which was very silly. Let's be honest, very, very silly behavior.
Yeah.
There was a lot of fortunate events that led up to that 31 point game, but at the end of the day, you know, even just hitting that number is pretty big.
Oh, here we go. He's even getting the crowd going here in the building, pandering to the fans, and that's what you've got to do, Blank. Imagine the energy on that camp as well, off the back of, you know, a bit of a delayed start going into it. You're going to be feeling pretty fresh, actually. You know, you've got everyone on your side. You're feeling pretty hyped.
Yeah.
Just hope it doesn't go wrong on the drop.
You really do hope it doesn't go wrong in the drop. And I think we'll be getting to him very shortly. I do apologise for the slight delay, but we've got to show you these wonderful player shots and get you into the real business with the body language, as we brought up from Jackie. You know, Jackie's psychological suite over there. We like to see it. We like to see how things are going down. Right now, Power look very pleased to be here. Getting the claps coming through.
People living their movie.
This is the happiest I've seen Al Hadji in a while, you know.
Look at him go.
As I said over on PMSL EMEA, this is the Al Happy.
It's like the old school quote, Blank, that's been around for absolutely eons. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Yeah. And that's exactly what he's doing. So that can only mean one thing. All the Power are happy.
Famous ancient proverb.
Yeah,
right
I'm
there.
pretty sure, originated from Egypt, that one, I believe.
In Egypt?
Yeah, it was found on a plaque a long time ago.
And we co-opted it.
Yeah. We stole that.
Into a nursery rhyme.
Yep. Adapted it for the masses. Oh, mate.
They must be very pleased to be here. Because it was kind of unfortunate, because I think a lot of Saudi teams didn't actually make it in.
Yeah.
A lot of them got knocked out quite early. Power was one of the, if not the main representative right now for Saudi. So it's really, really nice to see. Obviously, you've got Falcons as well, but again, I feel like Power right now is a really good representative for them.
They're the people's champion.
Yeah,
like,
they are the
down,
people's champion.
You can always see like the excitement that comes around whenever we have them on screens, the individuals as well. And like we say, personality is a big part of it. You've got to have someone to get behind. And this team, for me, really does have absolutely bucket loads of personality blank. So much so that it's probably hard to find someone to store it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Al Hadji's massive quiff on his head. Yeah,
tuck it in there.
You tuck it all in there.
Hide it away.
Yeah.
Whip it out when you need it.
We've got the big hair to make things happen. Here's our beautiful trophy here at the Pmwc.
And that gorgeous stage behind it as
well. Mate, it looks mint. It looks really mint. We're getting some cool AR action going on here as we head into the first match.
Well, here we go then. The plane is departing. Players up on screen, Blank. Doesn't it all look damn pretty as we lock ourselves in for the 4th game of the day? It is going to be tasty, and it could be even better if you are playing it on your G20 Pro. 120 FPS to work with, Blank. 144 Hz screen. Woo, the reaction time on that.
It's banging. It is banging. You want to play with the best, you better
I
get the best technology on
am
side as well
back.
with you. Playing path down towards the south.
Is he only live on TikTok right now? No, I was live on. I'm live on both TikTok and YouTube.
I think most teams will get themselves into a fairly decent spot as we throw ourselves into this one. Osal, second place, 9 elims.
You guys are sus today, huh?
10 elims for himself. But look at that. 2 players from Reject, top in the charts here in second and third place on damage alone. That's banging. But it still is QZ who is hitting up the big numbers there from Tiamba after that initial game, because I think we talked a lot about after D plus Kia 1, we got that second match coming through with Alpha 7 versus Tiamba on a C block. But it was, in fact, Tiamba who was able to do so much damage in that game. They got a lot of eliminations, and they just cooked the lobby.
Xifan looks 5 kg lighter.
They had the meat and potatoes on the go, vegetables on the side. They were looking damn good.
I was ahead in the
for
gym,
statistic
like
as well. You can see how many times they're popping
a month
on the
ago.
screens. I know we're only at the halfway point, Blank, but it makes me happy to see it.
Yeah, dude,
and I lost. You know, I said this in the stream. I lost around like
there was a lot of reject outers coming into this.
8
and I think you
kg.
were one of the true believers of that at the end of the day. But I think
but my ideal like weight, I should probably lose 8 more.
Yes,
8 more kg.
Perhaps they were looking
By my weight
kind of
sucks.
Kind
of sucks on.
Recently, over the PMGO, which was
How was the war?
from those guys.
It was hard. The war was hard.
So I think for
all right.
Some of that luck they had in PMGO, which led them to the title. I won't say it's all luck. There was a lot of skill involved, but I think that maybe they felt a bit down about the fact that it wasn't truly in their hands.
Okay.
23k likes, Lele.
A bit of a kick in the gut to go back, look over.
Are your fingers tired?
Reassess the situation. Have those bad benchmarks to be able to improve off of, and it can give you a bit of an upwards draft. We'll see if it carries on though. That's definitely the big question based off the previous map. Is are they able to follow that through throughout the rest of the day? Maintain that energy. Was it just?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Because the war was hard. That's why.
And we can join the action, Black.
That's why I'm drinking water, you know?
As well, Jackie, you look at Besiktas Black, man, 31 points right now, currently in the lead with that chicken dinner. I mean, for Besiktas Black, they're another team that I had
Senchi. We have another Senchi in the chat.
Thoughts about coming into this
we have 2 Senchis in the chat now.
I didn't feel like they had the chops on them to hit those money shots.
Senchi Mila.
Versus some of the big dogs of the lobby. But here they are.
Am I pronouncing it right?
Looking really good. Not sure what's happened in that camp, but they have definitely improved it, upgraded it. You know, we've got the 6-man tent opposed to just the 3-man tent now. It's spacious.
NHP was fighting Alpha 7 in Lipovka, and they actually won the hot drop against Alpha 7. I was kind of surprised, you know, because nowadays we're just trying out players to find our, you know, perfect 4th player for the team.
1 p.m.
Have the big sleep.
I had to have the big sleep to prepare for this.
Now you're fresh. You can actually digest what's going to be going down.
So
yeah, the actually Pachinki.
But we're on board with Brute Force at the moment. Currently 8 points at the moment, but I think that they've had like a few decent showings so far.
Okay.
And I think that it has been a case where they've been pipped to the post a few times. There is so much possibility in these matches versus these strong teams to get into a position early on, but you are going to have to fight for it. because a lot of these strong spots, teams know where they are, they know where to light you up, and they're going to head there straight away.
Tiamba,
Richie,
Tiamba.
though, straight away on towards Tiamba, tries to take his rival out in the old damage scorings. This is smart though, try and heal up behind the LOS.
Thank you guys.
You don't want to get
Thank you
knocked
guys
out
from
the back
India.
of the vehicle on the leave, but that has given time
Oh.
for Regiosio
Going
to get
aggressive?
up close and personal, Jackie.
Regiosio.
It has indeed, mate. Closing the gap a little bit. The initial chip damaging, forcing out all of the heals, draining the actual initial pickups. And look at the formation. you've
Hello,
got on the
Cleon.
go
Welcome
here.
back.
He can link up. They could be in a pretty good spot to kick off an opening fight on this one.
Yeah, they're sort of surrounding them at the moment, our reject. Average of limbs on a wrangle alone, 10 for them.
Wait, are they
at the
chasing
moment.
Tiamba
Real
down?
good score, but yeah, this could be a nasty crunch there for Tiamba, and I think they realize it as well. They are just pummeling their way down this hillside, getting out of the way, keep just
Bro,
nervously
QZ.
sending the peak up towards reject.
QZ's gonna
who will hunt them
stack.
down.
Pan that
Why
point
all the
out, see
Tiamba
where
players
exactly
looks
they've
really
gone to.
black?
The nerves there.
What's
somewhat.
what's
They
this
could
team
find themselves the
picture,
extra
man?
vehicle, split up the squad slightly and have a little bit more room to roam.
It looks like they went to these Tiamba players went to Miami for like a year,
Much happening here at
and
the
then going to
minute.
the
Seems like that
beach
one
every
has panned
day.
out into a stalemate, and they can get away.
If IWNRX is an interesting position, you're towards Ferry Pier, it's kind of a tough spot to play a lot of times because there is a lot of onus on you of
Like,
being the aggressive team in this
Compared with the
location.
PL pictures, man, they are so they're so black right now.
For free because
What's
they
happening?
limit the amount of spots you can have on the eastern side of this circle. Right now, what we're looking at is very much over towards that western side.
Maybe the guy who did the photo shooting wants them to make it like wants them to look like tough,
Huge amount of space.
That's
as
why
well.
they're making
So
them
just wait this one out before they make the crossing on the bridge.
making their
Which
skin
does
color
make things
darker.
awkward for teams that did want to hold around here.
The flashlight was broken.
It's a case of scouting the teams out around them, possibly trying to disengage and finding that threaded route out of there.
Yeah, get the lay of the land. Don't make any snap-second decisions, as it would definitely come back to haunt you. And time is your ally right now. That's the bigger picture. You've still got room to breathe before you need to start kicking into second gear. DK Plus on a move, and this is the bridge highlight we were talking about. A bit of a crossing going on, shots being taken, seeing if you can get that initial establishing damage off. And make
Is it sugar-free? Yeah. Zero sugar.
They've already lost a player there. You can see he goes down.
This is the one of the few drinks that I've been drinking every day.
And again, they just go completely against.
It got
the
a little bit
right?
taste,
Which I said. You've
but
got so
it's
much time
actually
to play around
sugar-free.
with here, right? Brute Force is coming.
It's just like a
through
drink of
from Nova
just like a
Red
drink of
Noir.
water.
This is very much
This is
an
like
easy
a
opportunity for Full Miracle Vibes to hold that team out because you have the time to do it.
peace, like
So I think for Full Miracle Vibes,
drink.
this is a bit of a over-investment. They've thought about this crossing and they've gone for it way too quickly.
You funneled yourself into the choke point.
Lobby is really tough. Look
Make
at
it a
the
little
point
bit more
table.
awkward for the get
Yeah.
out. It's also the amount of chip damage you're going to be taking from this.
Even speaking about the plane path as well, Jackie.
Wait,
the
who
fact that
killed
it's
one
so
of the
far
4
from
MV
that
player?
south side, it lines this coast.
Yeah.
So if I'm for Miracle Vibes, if I was them, I'd be like, crossing that western bridge seems like a very bad idea.
No, Tiamba losing player.
Bad ideas here for Tiamba as well. Caught out in the open. First man.
QZ's back is starting to hurt. Wait, QZ got knocked.
From both sides.
No.
I mean, regardless of what happened, that reject has secured themselves some more position on the map, right? I mean, they were rotating.
They can probably get the res.
Towards Tiamba, and they have just shepherded them over towards this side of the map. Losing 2 players feels rough. Yu's going to try and get over there to maybe pick up QZ.
Yeah,
I think
QZ
they will
can
do
get
it.
picked up.
It's a question of whether D plus Kia wants to go for the aggro push there onto that compound.
Bro, I want them to use skins. Not, the new skins, but like, the gun skins and stuff.
Really, with the initial damage done again very early. It's the opening flow.
Pubg Mobile doesn't
fourth game of the day. They do get the
feel
res off, they're able to get him
the
back on his
same
feet,
with other
keep him alive
skins.
for now.
On next circle, straight down towards that south bridge. And again, look, there's more room. I'm pretty sure that's another
Do you know
player
Pubg?
from
Yeah, I know
Vibes going
Pubg.
down as well on that south side. I think if you've done your research here,
Is Pubg still doing
I'm
YouTube?
looking at Full Miracle Vibes, they're a very tactical team.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me that they'd make what I would go to say is a rookie's mistake here in the lobby, considering the plane path. And now Brute Force has them just penned in. So I'm a bit confused about what's going on with 4 and V this game.
QZ first 10 kills.
That we had on the replay as
Yeah.
well, and the pain seems
Not
to
surprised.
continue with Boom being able to
I mean, I
get
already
stuck
said
into
he's
the
gonna
action.
be, you know, even if he play PMGC, he's gonna be top 5 most likely.
As well.
He's gonna be up there.
For 7 on the move, in close quarters in the rear.
Power takes a flush there over towards Al Hadji. Not so Al Happy anymore. Alpha 7, Besiktas Black, Akali goes down. Quick plays here from Alpha 7. This is what they're very known for, right? Just quick.
Maybe they can
and
easily
out,
read the
speedy
kill
action.
feed.
They know
I mean,
exactly
if
what
they
to do.
force
I
every
think a lot
player
of
use
times between,
gun
you know,
skins and all that, you know, I don't
Fioso,
think they can
Revo,
read players,
these three
read
guys
teams
so well
based on the kill
coordinated
messages.
between one another that if they want to take a fight, there's going to be immediate backup coming through, and that's what having this consistent roster has done for them. Is that a lot of
Tomorrow
times
is Falcon
they're
against the
in
which
each other's
team?
heads, but in a good way.
Which team is 4MV at? 4MV is Team Red.
Prioritization as well when you see a
Is
lot of these
4MV
fights. They
is
know where they
4MV
need to
in
be
Group Red?
distributing the majority of their focus fire and how to maximize their
Bro, what you think about
opportunity
TT
in these fights.
King?
Reject back on the
King
screens
King
here,
is doing really
closing
good
the
in
hillside
TT.
down towards the compound. Still got the lay of the land to work with.
Quick look at the map at the moment. Most teams have made their way in. I think it's really
Bubu got his bag and dipped. Wait, you said you mean Bubu stopped doing YouTube?
Gatka, south side on Ferry Pier. It's a bit of an awkward finish here for a lot of teams at the moment. Jackie, there's a huge amount of fielded area that sits down towards the south side of this circle.
Xifan, how old are
And
you?
more often than not, in fact, I'm almost certain this is going to shift
Man.
away from Sosnovka and away from that water. So we're cutting out even more land on that next circle. Some good
I'm
shots
turning
there from Cleo.
13
Carly tries to get a bit of
this
starting done.
October.
The rest of the team just flies on past.
Feels old.
Issue as well, not much cover to work with if it goes that way. If the wind blows in that direction, things could get a lot more awkward. Close grouping across the board though, Blank. Looking at the map
Oh, wait, what?
right here with how things are working out. Look at the rotates in. Meanwhile, in the compound, we see the shotty pulled out to say hello to Tiamba. And that's a very aggressive way to say hello, Blank.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, they
He
got
just-
another knock onto this team as well. So for D plus Kia, I think they were revving up to
DK's
go.
so aggressive.
SLK comes through, they finish off QZ. And I think Tiamba, this might just be night-night for them.
Trying to put up the fight. Bit of damage back to slow down the initial engagement. Closing the distance between the two, though. A good use of the nades so far. You're creating a bit of space with the zoning. Molly on the top floor makes it harder.
Xifan, are you rich? No, I'm not rich.
As well. Looking to steal away some points on potential. Tiamba through the door, and they're gone.
Insane as well for them. This
Isn't
fight looked a little
Bubu
bit
who
edgy,
people
for me,
thought
honestly,
was
because
God
they
player
had
and
to
then
force
found
their
out
way
he's a
into this
fraud?
compound,
What do you
and
mean?
you could see the deliberation that was going on earlier as well, Jackie, in terms of, do we want to make that push over that side? We know they're wounded, we know they're weak, but with this circle shifting hard over towards the eastern edge, this now gives D plus Kia really strong base.
Bubu almost can almost hit 1 mil.
Worked out well for them. Alpha 7 always on the prowl as well. Closing
With
the
his
gap,
YouTube.
starting to make their move over. Reject. They've been reluctant to move, and they haven't really had to from the positioning they've established themselves in. They've got high ground to work with, and the map favors them right now. We're getting closer towards that crunch time.
You've moved a lot of teams around as Reject. They've had a lot of control over towards the side. You can even see here, like, just moving through this field alone, it's really tough. But Reject's taking this even one step further in a case of you are not getting up this hillside without taking a couple of casualties. So they are just maintaining this position, strengthening it as much as they can towards that late game. Really
King was the
fortunate
best
on the easy
IGL last
shift on the
season in
circle, but they've
PL
done the
based
right
on
thing here.
how
So
TT played and how
very
he
happy
played.
with this for Reject.
Was King the
Smart
best
game plan,
IGL?
game plan to start
Yeah.
things out. They didn't go too
I
hard
think so.
with Tiamba. They allowed them to flow into a zone that felt a little bit rough for them. For Alpha 7, on the other hand, they've had a long way to travel, but they have just been taking shots as they go.
Lede is in top list of richest women in Malaysia.
But good compounds to play with. So I think for Alpha 7, they're pleased with this one. This is good. This is real good.
Yeah, it's working out. Similar sort of storyline, just making it awkward for everyone else rather than throwing yourself into the frying pan, the proverbial one that would burn you, Blank. It would be very hot at this point. The oil's been heating up for a good 7 minutes.
It's spitting at you. I've had to leave the kitchen. It's the worst.
Put the long sleeve on.
And
Protect
the long
yourself.
sleeve, you know. Maybe even hold up another pan in front of my face.
The defending pan.
The defend pan.
Okay.
I have the attack pan.
Yeah, I was about to say, Lede is not
The
Malaysian.
attacking pan.
Carry the oil.
That
Yeah,
would be pretty good. I think that might save you.
Yeah, potentially.
Like, how good do you guys think JDE can do in the upcoming PEL season?
Southwest side, and they have just been given not a lot of room to play with now. But again, like, if we look at this map right now, the west bridge is
You're
still
expecting better performance from
moving towards
4MV, to
that
be
east
honest,
side.
after seeing
There was a
CSA.
world where they could have sat here
I mean,
so much
this
longer
is
on
just
bridge,
the fourth
waited for
game,
IWNRX
so
to move, and then make their way in. On the other hand, though, a lot of action popping off on our screens. You got the Moneymakers, Power versus Boom.
You think JD is going to be strong?
Starting to get a little bit crazy because there's not a huge amount of space here in these foothills.
No, limiting you with the cover you've got to play around. You've got to make it for yourself. Huge damage backwards to Koa, and it will slow him down slightly. Let's see if you can shake the Moneymaker on this one as he gets in close, supported by the squad.
Aggressive play.
And they are able to at least clean up. It's trades either side, though. And you've got a lot of infighting going on here, Blank, with the amount of squads in close succession.
Yeah, Moneymaker's trying to get into the circle right now. Koa down is not ideal considering this circle pushes further in, but he does have a chance to get through again. You do have Parajin, kind of a master with an 8 on DX Xavier and Lamborghini too, so the team is not easily quelled, I would say. So the Moneymakers quickly go for this res right now, try and get them into the circle at the point in the game where realistically Koa's going to have to instantly hit a bandage, start walking in, but they've survived here. And more likely than not, it's just going to be Parajin moving further into the circle. So for the Moneymakers, on the edge of the circle, bit tough, but they have made the play that will keep them alive for a bit longer.
Yeah, and the fights are breaking out all over the shop as well. You do Alliance taking some damage and forced to go for a bit of a pick-me-up on that one. Similar state of affairs across the map with the circle now.
Frozen back in the lineup with Nova. He's playing scrimmage daily.
Well. They've had an assess on the situation.
Yeah.
Moneymakers were. Didn't feel comfortable to go for the engagement yet.
I mean, Nova has no players at the moment. I mean, players who can actually perform. They have new players, you know. Nova doesn't have long. They're playing with the ice. Like ice almost retired at one point, like last year.
You know, on the side of the vehicle, out in the forest.
NHP took ice in. Otherwise, ice would just go to retirement.
Right now, yeah, it's not good.
And now Nova, like literally, they don't want to spend the money on players, so they're just using like as kind of free player, without the loan or even the buyout fee. So they have ice player ice back in the lineup and play with Order. And also Order got stopped out, right?
From the position, bit of a backstab could occur. Satan's gone though, cleaned up on the flank back.
Yeah, Koi. I'm talking about Koi.
And it continues. Problems occurring for Power more and more. You're also getting the stick in from Reject that are able to find damage, completely wiping Power out of the equation.
Goodness me, they're gone. That was an unfortunate game there for Power. What I'm really curious about, though, is this IWNRX fight. They jumped in, but Alpha 7 is cleaning house with them right now. Reject also taking fights with absolutely everyone, and I think that's IWNRX out. So that is kind of a big thing for me.
It's a mistake for you to not believe in Rock Warriors. The squad is world class. Wait, which region is
and we've just decided who's top dog.
Rock Warriors coming from?
And that dog is barking loudly with the firepower on the server. Continues to make it awkward.
Dude, if Tiemba
found good opportunities to get stuck in
defense, doing a nice bit of DK there,
one of them,
there's gonna be a really good circle for like Tiemba.
Make the quick move, hop inside the vehicle, and see if you can reposition off.
Is that one game wonder from Tiemba?
Not looking good though, Blank.
Oh damn! What a spot, this guy! Insane. Another beta, damn.
Man, Nenebete
oh,
is in
never
a bad
mind.
spot right now.
Never mind. I thought that was like insane.
Reject are going crazy in
like
this game.
Parking
I mean, they're still
right there.
4 players. They've not got a huge amount of eliminations, but the amount of times they've been in the feed right now, just adding insult to injury to these squads has been.
Xifan, do you have a best of friends?
This is very open space.
I do have friends,
like
yeah.
D plus Kia have been
like a
given
best of friends.
bit of an in here for themselves, taking the win on Sandhawk earlier.
I'm just like too busy working, not working, not too much.
Surprising result for the Korean squad.
Mostly
people weren't expecting a massive amount from them coming into this tournament.
Damn, DK zone.
Play center, it is a Korean team and it is D plus Kia.
Instant Xifan curse.
The longer this one goes on. Finally a bit of a lull across the battlefield off the whack of what has been a pretty intense couple minutes there. A lot of casualties done, finning our way through the herd here throughout the flow of stage 5. Keeping you guessing. I do like it though, Blank. You're right. I mean, with the Reject are playing this, right? It's not as if they really have to be the focal point. They're just making it awkward enough to shape rotations that keep everyone in uncomfortable positions.
Dude, you're 100% right. I mean, they've done that from probably minute 3 of the game. And we saw them coming up against Tiamba early on and just moving them into a tough spot. And it has cleared out so much space in front of them. The only worry I have is getting through this next zone right now. They've taken another shot, but to get towards Alliance is going to be a really difficult run. Alpha 7, though, what a run they've had. down towards this south side. I mean, they've been roaming for a while, looking for a position to stay. They battle off versus IWNRX. Not an easy team to go toe-to-toe with, and that is 4MV out. Just a weird play from 4MV this game overall. A lot of chances, a lot of bones thrown their way, and not a single one chewed upon.
And you can see the gun skill really coming through as well for Alpha 7, the way they're taking these range fights and making them look trivial, Blank. Skill is there. Sara snacking his way back into it as he takes a bite out of DRX, and they are down and out. So Reject, as much as they took that heavy hit, they found the man, got it back on his feet, and continue to find success, bring themselves up to the 5 points now.
I mean, they're right on the edge at the moment, on that western side. Still playable. I mean, I think right now, making the push down towards Alliance can be really difficult. Alpha 7 coming up versus Reject now.
Oh, they're cleaning house, one by one, annihilating their way through them, getting up close to close the distance.
Bruh.
The shot betrays them.
Revo, the freaking shotgun god.
That's a couple seconds on a fight with a clean sweep.
10 Illims for Alpha 7.
Mate, I was just talking about what they could maybe do next. Look back at the screen. Alpha
Not
7's
surprised
close.
considering this is the first day of the tournament, to be honest. If this is like the last day in Grand Finals, I would actually be surprised. Like, we've watched this so many tournaments already, like, you can kind of tell now, you know.
Splash damage from the side.
I'd be terrified if I was Kagasaka right now.
When the team can perform, when the team will choke, you know.
Watch the team get stripped to pieces over on that western side. Don't come back down towards the south, please. It's not like we've got 3 apartments that maybe you could stay in potentially. D plus Kia dealing with moneymakers. They assault on towards their position.
Revo or QZ gonna be the MVP of the today? Yeah,
this
I
is
feel
all
like
going
so.
wrong for the moneymakers.
I mean, they're dumping the utility. They're trying to force them out, see if they can do much with it, but it's a bit of an elongated fight. That one could be nice.
Yeah, Alpha 7 choking the final day.
Back. There's the up close angle. Koa dropped once more inside of this match in a very unfavorable position. Response is good though, Blank. Nice 3-pointer there with an 8.
Absolutely, really, really good here from D plus Kia. They're handling it. I mean, they are down to 2 players. This counts a lot here, though. Needs to find some kind of value on that play. K comes through, though. The
nice jump shot.
The S12K.
Oh, mate, he's the Flying Dutchman. Just breathing his way through the air bit by bit, blowing them to pieces.
Wait, what?
And they're making this one work. The elongated fight that seems to be going in their way cleanly now.
Icy Boss on the side over an A could be devastating if he places it just right. Get an A through the window onto the stairs. Not that difficult to hit either. So I think Icy Boss could potentially hit something big here. Just
Wait, what?
D plus Kia.
The elongated fight that seems to be going in their way cleanly now.
Icy Boss on the side, though, with a nade could be devastating if he places it just right. Getting the nade through the window onto the stairs, not that difficult.
No, I'm
to
lagging.
hit either.
I'm
so
lagging.
I think Icy Boss could potentially hit something big here. Just tosses it out into the open room, though. Does not get anything done. So Icy from Moneymakers, probably his last stand here versus D plus Kia.
How awkward can he make it? And how bad's it going to get for the Alliance side? Ooh, nade in over the back, detonating the vehicles and taking a man with it. Woohoo, lucky to be alive on the drop there for Brute Force.
Yeah, Neos is living. Another nade comes through. Not sure if it'll be good enough. Icy actually is going in. Finds Nobu.
IHC would have lost the world
Kia.
champ. Do you think they would be able to defend the trophy?
going too.
It's like really soon to say that
Weaving
because
around like a rat in the building at the moment.
the chances is going to slim. I mean, they're definitely a good team, but like all the teams, you know, this is like a world attorney. Like, all the teams are at the highest level, so
they are able to remove the vermin.
it's like,
I
you
mean,
know,
if maybe you got that molly off, different story, but
no one can
they put
guarantee
an
a
end to the heat
team
quite
can
quickly,
defend the
turned down
champion or,
pan,
you know,
parry it with the
get
parry
the
pan.
champ
Yeah.
at this early of the
The
stage.
second pan came in clutch in that moment. Alpha 7, though, just feels menacing on this west side of the map. I think they're just gearing up to wait for a fight to take place, and they're going to be all over it. Kagasaka tries to get Garnet into position, but Naoto does find Mafioso on that edge. That could be big, especially with the circle starting to push in. Revo has to make a tough decision. Does he try and deal with the player that's tried to come up
Where's the
close to
push?
him, or immediately go for this res? And I think he has to
I don't
straight
think
away
he
go for
can
this
make
res,
it.
but I don't think he's got
Oh.
enough time. He has to just leave.
Revo's-
Mafioso's down. and
I don't
that
think
is a
Revo
big
can.
blow to Alpha 7's strength
Nope.
in this lobby.
Revo got knocked by zone.
He couldn't even get back into
Rip.
the zone in time, Blank. You've really ripped them to pieces
not?
off the
Rip.
back of the engagement. He's down and out.
Rip
That's
Alpha
two for the
7.
price of one.
Who said Alpha 7 can do it?
Going for the
You
pickup.
just
Oh, Blank. It's all
you
going
just
wrong for
cursed
Alpha
Alpha 7,
in the late
man.
game. Maybe there's still some time for him to build off this, though. It's down to the duo now, really. You're being pushed hard on this. They've got to
Cleon,
play
you
defense.
just
They've
cursed
got to
Alpha
connect those
7.
shots.
Yeah, smart play here from D plus Kia. They instantly see.
Which one
they
is
know they don't
Chinese
have a lot of
team?
places to go right
Chinese
now,
team
so
died.
they
It's
have
called
to go for the
Tiamba.
third party.
Tiamba,
They lose a player,
Tiamba.
and Creo, as well as McGrellin, holding on. But these nades up close towards them, right on the edge of the blue, devastating. McGrellin is trying to make his way in.
You gotta have
Great
power.
shots to the orb, though, from K, who has been a monster today so far.
Can he get the last man? Ooh, shot
Oh,
back
no.
on the drop down. At least it's the trade. Get him on his feet. See if they can salvage him. But the game
12 Willems
itself
from Alpha
Alpha
7, not
be
bad.
theirs. Out in 5th.
Man, it felt like it could have been so much better, but Revo just makes a big mistake trying to pick Mafioso up. And I think if you're Mafioso, you're just saying, don't res me.
Just leave me.
I'm done.
Yeah.
We need to
No,
get
I
three
think
players
Mafioso
so
shouldn't
this is
get
taking
knocked
way
in the
too
first
long.
place, to be
So,
honest.
Mafioso potentially calls for the res. Potentially Revo's just too good of a friend.
Just did not want to leave a man behind, but in a situation like that, you've got to go.
Bro, why yours
Getting
is slow?
absolutely nuclear with some of
Wait,
these
is
players on
it?
The sideline though, consistently dealing deathly blows and finding the right opportunities to take fights blank. That's what's been working for them. The high ground they're establishing, just making it so awkward. There's a bit of a knockback on two still alive in good stead, at least in terms of positioning. The smoke's blocking the line of sight back from Brute Force.
Yeah, just a rough push though for Kagasaka right now. I mean, they are not getting across this side. Alliance and Brute Force, they make a bit of a split-second decision towards the early game.
Oh, it is a lot slower.
You can sort of have that agreement, right? Sign the contract, we'll have this side, you'll have the other. And I mean, Neos has been somewhat pushing the boundaries on some of these clauses by testing it. He's testing it, sending the nades across towards the other side. And Alliance is suing, but not much they can do about it other than that. And I think that this is going to come down to a Brute Force versus Alliance ending. The question is, does this head further over towards the eastern side, give Brute Force a bit more space to play with? But it's looking with this circle, it's going to be a central shift.
Now it's up to
Alliance
pace.
should have this in the bag if they don't make too many mistakes.
That's what it'll come down to. We'll keep an eye on the clean sheet. If they can avoid making any muck-ups, the longer this one goes on. You've got the positional advantage. You've got to hit
New
the shots,
addition
play
in
cards
NHP.
right
We're
through
still
force,
trying all
more
players.
spread set up, making it harder for the nades to blow them.
Haven't
out of
decided
position.
yet.
But again, you're still finding an opportunity to make it a little bit more awkward from way back in the range. CAG might not have the cleanest rotation, but if they can put the pressure on, they might be able to bide themselves a bit of time.
The Lynx AMR, bro. I mean, that's going to hit hard if it does hit at all. And there is so much cover.
Yeah,
right
we're trying
now
all other
available to
players right
Alliance
now.
that There's Lynx. He's got to be pulled out. At
No,
an
it's good.
opportune
No
time.
problem.
I mean, realistically, for Kagasaka,
Lucario.
this needs to head northwest. It needs to give them some more breathing room. They have the hard cover of the crate to play with. That is fortuitous. That is a blessing in of itself.
What about Falcons? There's
quietening
chance
down
of winning. I mean, same
towards the end of the
thing
match.
goes for every team.
It's all going to explode.
It's too
on
soon
our
to say
screens.
which team's
Bit of a
winning, to be
difficult one,
honest.
though. Again, for Brute Force, far down in the rankings.
Yeah.
This game means a lot to them. They need to pull up their socks in this match.
See how that affects
BF has
their
only
style as
one
well.
kill.
If they overindulge based off of the fact they want to get stuck into it, cause the first issues. Hang on, bit of a rotate round the back as well.
No
for
problem,
Alliance.
Lucario.
Sometimes the angles you could work
Appreciate
with
your
here.
support.
They're spreading themselves out a bit blank. This could be tasty.
Where is IHC?
Alright,
IHC
so
went out
Jimmy
early
just make-
this match.
If they want to peak, they take shots over towards Alliance. That is a really nice off angle. This will very much
MVP
depend
prediction
on
for today, like a
reaction
Revo,
speed coming
QZ.
from Kagasaka
But if you're talking
in
about
this game.
general,
But you can see just even on the scoreboard right
QZ
now,
may end up
Brute
like
Force,
top
one
5, but
elimination.
may
Alliance,
not
one
necessarily top
elimination.
1
Both
because
these
you
teams
know
have
I think
forsaken
his team won't
eliminations
be
in
able
this
to get the
match
first
for
place.
the 10-point chicken dinner, right? It's not really going to be worth it to either side picking up that second place. Right, it's not hugely beneficial. That 10 points is what they're all gunning for right now. Kagasaka is looking a little bit better for them with the 4 E-limbs, but again, getting a third place, coming out of this game with 8 E-limbs. Then you look at teams like D plus Kia, Alpha 7, already made 16 points on the match.
That's why there's so much pressure on this. The decision making has to be pristine. Brute Force do get stuck in. That's actually a knockback onto the Alliance side as well, which does
BF
turn up the heat a little bit.
win?
Maybe provide some room for CAG to get stuck into the third party from the side. The win goes against them though. Brute Force clap back. The fight continues on.
You
And
do
we're seeing the
actually
issues arise. This is where Jimmy's
not
power
bad.
play could be a huge maneuver. You're talking about the fact it's not worth going for it then. It well could be now. He's got the close angle clear as well, peppering damage down, and it's good for him to clean up. So Alliance making some smart moves here.
Yeah, real clean. Neos even actually on his pass in took a shot over towards Kagasaka, hit one of those other knocks. So Jimmy's life was made a whole lot easier. Pre-pod, up front, very low HP, is taken down, and Jimmy's still up. Hasn't been shut down just yet, and Cluck is just taking names. They're desperately trying to get this res off here, Jackie.
Oh, it's the nade though. This could be the big money maker around the sideline. If you're able to hit that one as a haymaker, it keeps the pressure on them. And you've got all eyes drilled in on the backside of the rock.
Nice
clearing
nade.
the cover as they turn it.
Oh!
Force them out. Splash damage round the corner. A 1-for-1 trade onto either side. Alliance really committing into the fight, but the Tides, they're starting to turn blank. You're finding an opportunity back for Brute Force.
Zone.
A menial one at that, but
He's coming in.
Off this, maybe
You two should win this.
Space to
Just
work
hold,
with.
just hold the angle.
Cool. Will push him in soon. Chudo picking himself a first aid kit, has to hit something, but
Jimmy needs to stay alive.
Here is devastating. He
Oh
has
no!
to win this engagement, moves out the
Oh,
will
okay.
finish him off. Brute Force goes down, and Alliance will pick up those 10
Prime action versus Prime
and see
Sook.
themselves even with the other
Prime
players in the
action,
lobby.
man. Prime action.
Just 1 point ahead though.
They keep it close,
Prime
they keep it tight, but
Sook?
in the end, it is the Alliance that are able
Did
to
the Sook
unite and
ever
find that one.
win anything?
The decision-making is
Globally, or even, you know, domestically?
Divine intervention, staying alive with about 1 point of health in that firefight. So the rest of his team.
BF camping? Are they pushing for Conqueror?
Yeah, massive. It's
Oh
one
my
of those
god.
decisions you have to make where you have to pour a lot of your heart into those final moments to come away with some good points. And Jimmy taking that off angle was huge because he really weakens his backline, right?
Wait, they're not using the HyperX?
But they did
I
a
thought-
great job to keep him at bay.
That doesn't look like
cleans up
HyperX
Kagasaka.
either, but.
A lovely, lovely stuff from that team.
Wait, let me check.
And again, you got to put a lot of trust in Jimmy to handle a 3-man team over on the north side by himself.
Yeah.
And in the end, that off angle became crucial as well to deal with Brute Force.
Yeah, he had the only line of sight that was actually beneficial for them for the fight off the back of the
Final moments to come away with some good points. And Jimmy taking that off angle was huge because you have to come
Wait,
away.
he does a HyperX? It looks like a HyperX earbud.
It was actually beneficial for them for the fight
Oops, sorry,
off the
guys.
back of the engagement from the nade, so did really clean house and put them in a way better position. You got to appreciate that one. They knew the situation they were in, played it as best they could, and walk away with at least a nice buffer of points there with how the game could have gone blank, because there was a timeline where no one was winning on that one.
Yeah, dude, I feel so bad for Alpha 7 as well because it looked like they were absolutely pumping, and then D+ Kia just comes in and takes them out.
No shot Xifan shitting on Sook whenever he gets a chance,
All
man.
they're dealing with is just Brute Force at the end of the day. But they fly, not actually the team, Brute Force. 7.
Just the play start.
Yeah, where they come in and they just start slapping everyone on the cheeks. So I think for Alpha 7, great play from them. Reject, need to start to
Sook just broke my heart.
Yeah, you've got to find an answer in the play.
Sook broke my heart. Sook gave us hope so many times, and they choked it in the last day.
For so long. And you're right, it did feel like it really blindsided them. Just closing
Sook is the PMGC FMVP. Is it first time?
So
first time.
Slower start for them. Still a couple of points accumulated off the back of it. But all in all, you're going to be very happy with walking away in that one in the alliance.
Like first time PMGC MVP
here, but yeah,
for
Jimmy's
Sook.
off angle so unbelievably good
Wait.
for that team. Just fix the
What
entire
placement does he
situation for them, honestly.
did
'Cause
he
it could have been
get
very
overall
bad.
for
His
his
nades
for
had to
like
come through.
his
You
team?
can see here, Neos hits a good shot just before he goes down, and Neos was doing that all the way through. Where
That positioning Miramar was
he
nailing the
still trying to
coffin.
deal with
Yeah.
Kagasaka on the side. That was
That's like that mistake was like too
respect
much.
the fact that he just sat
The
out
moment I
through
saw that
and
they
just
chose
took
the
trade.
dip,
He's like,
I
"Either
was
win
like,
this,
bro,
we
I'm
then
done
actually
with
have a
supporting
chance,
Sook.
or I lose and we lose.
I'm done.
But there's nothing else I can do, and I think a lot more players need to start doing that, where you just commit to the trade.
You got to know your win condition, and he absolutely did on that one, right? Tried it the best.
Sook or Carrillo?
It's never going to be easy with the situation they were left with there. All in
Man,
all,
you're
nice
giving
way
me
to
tough
ease
questions.
ourselves into the fourth game of the day.
Sook or Carrillo?
Yeah, 100%. I'm really happy to see it. We're going to head to a quick break.
I guess
for the time
Carrillo,
being, but we'll be back with you
because
very soon, so
Carrillo
don't go anywhere.
has more global experience. Even though these two players tend to choke. That's what you always say. I will never believe in Sook, and the midway you start going, maybe he can do it. I know, right? I know. Sook, like, yeah. It'll be like that. It'll be like that. But like, come on, this time maybe it's for real. All right. I don't care if he gets like 10 chickens in the first 2 days, you know. Who's leading the MVP? I think Revo, or either Revo or QZ is leading the MVP. Hello, Ice. Welcome back. Wait. Which mummy set do you guys think looks the best? The fire mummy or the blue mummy? I'm gonna get a copyright because of the song. Fire one? For me personally, I prefer. Wait, this blue one. Did it just come out like, you know, a few days ago, or this is like, you know, old outfit? Just, you know, these two, this blue mummy set. Did it come out recently? Yeah, for me, I think the blue one. I like the blue one better. Blue one came out. So the fire one is the one that came out recently. So the fire mummy one just came out, right? And the blue one came out around, you know, 6 to 7 months ago. Okay. Yeah, for me, I personally like the blue one. The fire one is good, but I don't like the hair. I don't like the hair on the female character with the fire mummy.
We're back with the PUBG Mobile World Cup 2024, and we have a new winner yet again. We have Alliance taking their first victory of the day, the first victory of the event, and honestly, with the position they put themselves in, gentlemen.
You should make a video, Xifan supporting Sukin and giving about him. Probably gonna be an hour long video, man.
That split, I mean, at one point it was one. They were all single out. You pointed it out, though. I think it was you that pointed it out.
Always me.
It's always you.
Thank you.
With that insane split, they were at one point it was controlling about. I think it was. I'm not gonna look this way because I know he's staring at me. I think it was about like 30. It was you. Oh, Jason. It was.
Oh, yeah.
He can move around here.
Sugar mummy's better, man. Sugar mummy.
I was like, if I don't look at him, then he won't come towards me. But they were just controlling such a big area, and the timing too. Something that was impressive that I liked out of their play was their timing in regards to them being able to push out of the compound that they have 2 players. As soon as they saw brute force, they didn't want to take that fight against 4 players.
That's the key to these splits, right? As Alliance will take themselves at 17 points here with it. It's not that many eliminations, but it's a deceptive location. We say every single time when we get these circles and the cliff face is still alive and allowed to be played. Yeah, you could play the compound where D+ is. Yeah, you could try and play where Alpha 7 wanted to go. However, where Alliance has rocked up, Cluck in particular in the middle of this, and I'm going to give Jason his roses here. He did actually point out, hey, what do you think of Alliance's split? And I'm like, yeah, it's really good. Actually, it's really good. Cluck in the middle of this, and then Olio was able to join him here. It gives you so much cover, and if the circle keeps coming your way, the terrain in front
I'm
of
not
you
really a
is
big fan
so
of Axe
flat
Suit.
that you're gonna have an
I don't know, like they're good, but like just not my type.
Towards the end there, right? But either way, you know, moving on.
Axe Suit are just not my type of like, you know, outfit I would want my character to wear.
Put up a ton of points for themselves, 16 points in total. I think one elimination difference between the 2 teams, and these 2 teams were already at the top of the leaderboards, and they're looking to solidify themselves in the top.
You like cute outfits? Yeah, I like cute outfits too.
That was something, especially that they didn't drop any.
That's why I got the what do you call this? What do you call it? The lover set, the lover set or something. That's still, you know.
End up losing a player, sacrifice a player to take that position. They didn't have to sacrifice anybody.
Still live in the story or something? What do you call that?
I would say so. There was a moment where
the lovers blasting grass.
Forest location that was actually
that's why I got that grass.
Turn back around and eventually get crunched down on. I would have liked to maybe see them all, maybe make a Hail Mary into the middle and try and make that work out. Because if you don't move, you're guaranteed to get.
You don't even use your Axe Suit? Why do you get it in the first place then, Lele?
Trying to pick up Mafioso.
Lele too rich. Getting Axe Suit and, you know, just, you know, put it in the inventory and not use it.
That's stuff that you do like while you're training. For him to take the time to try to pick up my field. So when you know that someone's going to be coming in, they should have just pushed out. Left my field.
For PUBG Mobile, I like outfits that can, you know, has their, you know, parts moving, you know, with the movements and stuff. I think I found that kind of like outfit I love the most.
I'd want to say easily 25%.
Yeah, so as you can see here, as this circle then closes, they are ready almost straight away to be able to make the choice on where they're going to go, right? Cluck, obviously, you see him down in that southeast side, and that is the spot where Olio is going to be able to rotate away from where Brute Force was. Eventually, that compound. The cool thing about the split is, if you get that north circle, northeast or something
if in
like
case
that,
you're going to sell your account, you can sell it a bit higher.
Wide split that they have good options.
Wait, having an access suit in the account, will it, you know, make the account worth more?
The ending
Like
for Alliance was a little bit sketchy.
a lot more, or
Okay,
just a
it's gonna be
bit?
given one to them. It was a little
Like
bit
how
too
much?
close for
How much is like buying a, like, for example, I don't know,
I'm just trying to set you up, baby. I want that.
a stacked PUBG Mobile account? How much would it cost?
Yeah, so
Do you guys know?
speaking, that would
If I say I wanna get an account, you know, right, with every X suit and, you know, all the maxed out weapons and stuff, how much would it cost?
Against Brute Force when it came to
Do you guys
peeking around the
know?
rock, almost allowing them to get those knocks. And even in the distance, Jimmy was taking a lot of shots himself. Now he was.
Do we have
kind of
anyone
starved a
familiar
little bit
with
in
the
terms of
account
ammunition, so
selling?
he was being a bit cautious about how he was going to do things. But they just needed to allow Brute Force to come to them. But you brought up a good point, Jason.
You're
Yeah,
going
I mean,
off to
I think
sleep
it's- we're
now?
kind of in a league stage, right?
What do you
It's not a
mean,
big
Chief? I
deal
thought we were
to
gonna play
lose a
rank
player
the game
to
after the
points,
stream.
But the fact is, it's like
You're going to
why not
sleep
try to get
now?
as many points as you
You're
possibly
trolling,
can
Chief.
Right now. You could potentially earn like $10,000 extra for yourself. You can help solidify yourself a little bit more in that top 12, and it's like, all right, we lose one player, not a big deal. We potentially can.
Wait, Green, only 1,000 plus?
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
I thought it's gonna be a lot more.
I get it. The airburst nade actually.
I'm talking about all the maxed out, you know, weapons, you know,
And that really kind of solidified the
and all the suit and all the, you know, fancy dresses, you know, all the outfits, car skins and all that. Only 1,000 plus?
going around the rock and shutting it down. So
I mean,
get
they
it.
knew they had the game, right? Because they had two players
Like-
safe. There's no way they can lose that. So
If you have bad luck, you can't even get like
But I
Glacier
wanna give credit
M4
to
with
Jimmy,
1,000.
actually, because he was holding that like southwest side
Dollar.
of that zone for so
Even the
long,
car
and for
skins,
him to
like-
kind of keep his composure, realizing I need to play safe. I cannot get knocked here because if I do, we could potentially lose.
Oh, you
the
mean
whole
way
round
high?
on that
Okay.
coast side. And I feel like he played that extremely well.
Yeah, usually you see players starting to get a little bit too eager and push out. And
I'm
then expose
curious. I'm
themselves.
gonna actually
If that would have been the case, he
go
would
look
have
it
ended up
up.
losing that fight
How
because
much
you saw
is
how
like the
quickly
account,
Brute
like
Force
PUBG Mobile
was able to
account?
lock it into that player
PUBG
that was
Mobile
trying to get that angle.
account selling.
I'm with you. He was able to keep his composure.
And he was the limiting force against Kagosaka, right? If they have a little bit more room to work around,
Glacier
in that
M4 is in
area,
cheaper
there is a
accounts
world
now.
where they can then take the off angle on where Alliance was. So
Let me
all
check.
of Alliance players are kind of covering one another.
I want
He
to
is
buy a PUBG
corralling
Mobile
Kagosaka
account.
to be able to be in a bit of a rough
How do
position,
I-
and then from there they're able to kind of dominate the game eventually.
Okay, well, we've had
Okay,
a
so
few
there
where
are some
every single
keywords,
time
right? This
still have
website
rounds
has
left to go, and of course, the vote's
Hellfire.
gonna be on
That's an
Miramar this time.
AKM
The
skin,
question is,
right?
can we have a
The
team
full
pick up two, or will we get a
Glacier,
winner every single time? Let's head
Axu,
over back to our casters,
Babe,
Jackie and Blake.
KR? What does KR stand for? Korea?
Welcome back, guys. It is us.
Mummy
Mr.
said,
Pubg and
Mythic,
himself. I mean, I could
Lizard.
listen to the desk talking all
These
day.
are some
I mean,
keywords.
those guys got the brains on them. Hopefully, we'll be bringing some brains ourselves.
Let's say
Yeah, we'll see if we can get
Asia
a great match
server.
going. It's hard though, man. It's hard. But you've got Jason Kaplan on the desk. You know, it's just so much brain up there. You
It's
see the
big
way it makes
brain.
his head bulge.
Big head.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how
Crazy.
he contains
Wait,
it all, really.
which AKM skin do you guys think is the best in PUBG
But yeah,
Mobile?
heading into the game now, I think we'll be heading into Miramar next. You know,
Yes.
nice little sweet Miramar to kick things off for our
That's
fifth
your
match of the day.
Hellfire is
and
your
then we'll
first
be heading
AKM
to our
skin?
final one to finish things off as the other standings do play out. I think we do have quite a few teams that are far down towards the bottom of the tables right now. I mean, we don't have that even split coming through. It is nice seeing, as the boys said, you know, a different chicken dinner from a different team each time. Maybe not a different chicken dinner. I mean, they might be
Probably the
spicing it up.
same. Yeah,
Kitchen,
well, maybe.
Kitchen might be going crazy back there, you know, whipping up
Throwing
different recipes.
seasonings, all sorts.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the sides. Maybe it's the sides that you get with it.
Maybe.
You know?
Pommes frites.
Ooh.
I like a pommes frite.
Yeah. That's chips.
A fresh fry. Posh fry.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Crinkle cut.
Beef Wellington.
This guy, this account has 5 axe suit, and one of them is maxed out.
Unacceptable behavior.
Take it away.
and then
It's got to go.
5
No, but we're all
sports car skin, and for Glacier Max, 24 plus Gun Labs, Methics Fashion 173, and he wants to sell it at 1,000 USD.
I've got a big head.
Yeah.
I've got a big brain.
I've got a big bed.
Yo, Slash, thank you for the super chat on YouTube.
Oh yeah, no,
How much money Zoil get for playing PL? Give me an estimation at least.
Telling some jokes.
Keep
Mate,
everyone on a good mood.
the
Let me think.
holographics on the Alpha 7 outfits though.
That is sick, actually.
Yeah.
I
I'm not gonna lie,
think
dude, like PUBG Mobile, in terms
it's
of
probably either from
like there's a next
2,500
He's kinda
to
cute, you know.
3K
I've got a leaky faucet
USD.
in the old hotel room.
Yeah.
But
That's probably
the
how
drip
much he's
is
getting
still
monthly
on par
playing
with these
PL.
guys' outfits.
That's like a, but you define that as a leak with how good
As
it
a
is,
leak,
you know?
yeah,
That is
right.
that is an absolute
It's a problem.
waterfall of drip.
It's a problem, but it's an absolute beauty to the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're loving it.
What about this then?
You got 31 upgrades right now? Upgradables?
Just jersey style.
Let me check. Let me check my inventory.
Does it actually not even jersey, just full outfit? Because some of them actually have full kits.
Yeah, honestly, the problem is that Alpha 7 does go
Bro,
hard
there are
every
so
single
many
time.
upgradables
The
nowadays.
Alpha 7
It's
buff
crazy.
jerseys is real.
Yeah, it really. They have the full fit as well. It's like a really nice orange jacket. I've tried to get one every single event. I've
They've
failed.
always said no.
I've failed every
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Alpha 7, if you're listening,
Alpha 7, if you're listening,
Blank's a big fan.
I could do one of those jackets. You got to stop giving them to 7.
He
All
would,
right.
yeah.
I know 7 hits you the do Brazil every time. I might not be the same wavelength as that, but I do love
I
the
got
Well, there you go.
30.
Yeah, his DMs are open.
30.
my DMs are open.
Yeah.
For the
33.
Yeah,
Please,
reach out.
please.
Get in contact. Anyone out
34.
there?
34.
If you're in the chat right now, do
I have
let us know which
34
outfit's your
upgradable.
favorite as well.
Yeah.
We'd be well more
Answers
than
on a
happy to
postcard.
hear.
Hit us up on all the
Oh,
socials.
max?
We
Nah,
could do
nah,
like a
nah,
little
nah.
chat
I don't
together
max.
of whose
I don't
outfits
max
are best.
gun
I mean, the
skins.
problem we're having
I don't
right now
like.
is that
I
we
may
don't
probably
have
get the
green
like
in
the
end.
base
We're not
level, but I
seeing the
don't
full
max
list of
it.
outfits. So what I will
I don't
say,
waste.
guys,
I
wait
don't.
till
I
tomorrow
don't waste
and
my
then drop the
resources
tier
on
lists.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Send them in.
Send
If you
'em
make
in.
them look pretty, you know.
I only have
Yeah,
a
that'd
few
be
weapons.
nice.
If the weapon I feel like is indeed really well made
Yeah.
or something, I'll
Not
probably
even grammatically
it's something
correct,
I would
I'll figure it
use,
out.
like, you know,
We've got big
in
brand, big
either
brand.
classics or even scrims or you know tournaments. Then I would
Yeah, and then we'll
upgrade to the
review
max,
this.
like Glacier M4,
Post-event. Yeah, absolutely.
the full M4.
Yeah, we do want to hear your thoughts and opinions.
I like the enchantment pumpkin Scarl skin. I like that skin really much.
Not me.
I just hope they have. I just hope that skin has like, you know, hit effect
Just the mouth.
Maxman is the beat.
and maybe some like
He
moving
is.
parts
He
or
really
something.
is.
That
Yeah,
would be
Maxman.
really
Maxman.
lit.
The legend
Like the
himself.
pumpkin.
Yeah, he's not feeling good today, so we send
Enchanted
best
pumpkin
loves and
Scarl
wishes
skin.
to
I
him.
love that
Yeah.
skin.
That would be nice.
The air
Send your well
conditioning's ruined
wishes to Max.
Yo, Slash, thanks
Yeah,
for the
please.
super chat again.
Please do.
How much
Please
money
do.
does a Falcon Force player
Yeah,
get? Like
into
top
the game.
action?
On Miramar.
Around,
straight away,
around
we'll go
3K
quick into this one,
to
actually.
4K, I
Nice.
feel
And
like.
it is a northern plane
3K to
battle,
4K.
El Pozzo down towards Junkyard. So
Per
check,
player.
Really, big time. GT20 Pro on your screen as well. Make sure to check that out. It looks awesome, looks sick. 144 hertz. You can see everything all the time.
You can send more super chat as your balance is over. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Slash, appreciate the super chats.
Yeah. The perfect way.
Literally.
Definitive.
Yeah. Hands
Pumpkin
down.
Scar, yeah, Pumpkin Scar. I like that one. Like he's the OG Scar L. I think that's the first ever. No, not the first ever.
What are we going to see?
But
in
the
this game?
second-
Do you think it's going to be another
second
chicken
Scar
dinner
L
separate
skin
from the
in
current
PUBG Mobile.
listing that we've had?
I quite like to see that. I think if we can keep today varied,
Xifan, what's your current
it
job?
would really put us into quite an interesting predicament going into tomorrow to see what the
YouTube is my current job,
So
and
we
also
can
I
decide
work
a little bit easier, you know,
esports manager for NHP.
shaping up to be. So yeah,
Which team will you support today?
Let's see if someone else can take
I'm
the
just
60
here for
minutes.
the
Don't be
actions.
greedy.
But if I have to
Don't be
pick a
greedy, everyone gets
team,
bit.
I want
Yeah.
to see.
Everyone gets one.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one.
And then whoever gets two wins.
Hmm. I mean, I have the same
Generally how it
equal
works.
feelings to every team,
If
to
one
be
gets
honest.
two, that means they've automatically got three. Okay, at the end of the day. But already.
But I do
teams
want to
are
see if
moving up a couple of
IHC
here.
can
We've
still
got Money
dominate,
Makers up there, which is
and
kind of sort of
also
weird for an international
reject
tournament
if they
'cause
can, you
used to
know,
seeing Gladiators up in this position
get a
for
defending champion.
the longest time overall. But Moneymakers will pick that up. The European representatives, they will take up the
That's like an average T1 Indian player salary. Wait, Indian players got paid 3K to 4K USD per month? No
A
shot.
lot of opportunity to get into the zone nice and quick.
All right, all right. I'm living for it, Blank. I'm excited to see
You only
how
max
this
the
one goes.
full
Ooh, that's
Glacier,
quite
Lizard,
spicy already, mate. Oh,
yeah.
Raw. Wait,
Talking about spicy. That's a
Lizard is
that's a
raw?
jalapeno.
I forgot it.
Yeah,
Let me check that again.
A jalapeno. Jalapeno?
Why?
Yeah.
No, you got to say it as it's spelled. Come on. Otherwise, it's not as funny.
That's a
I do see now,
jalapeno.
Layla, you're a
that's
big
a
M4 user.
Jalapeno. Yeah. Extremely
Wait.
spicy way to start the
M4.
game here. Scotch bonnet on the head with the old DMR. SLR coming through over towards Yumbin, sorry, on DRX, takes them down, start things off. IWNRX as well as
Wait, I
Tiamba
can't
in
find
this
it.
location now.
Where
This is a position that has been challenged out quite a few times for IWNRX. They know how to play this split in El Azhar. They played it multiple times.
The Beam Blast Ace 32 is probably, I personally think, is probably the best this game PUBG Mobile right now.
Would win this fight. My money's probably further towards IWNRX's side because
But I didn't get it
practice
because I was not playing the
dealing
game.
with like this.
While that thing was like,
For Tiamba
while
as
that thing
well,
was like,
we're
you know,
definitely
in the
seeing
story.
They've got the punch in some of these fights.
What are you doing?
No,
maybe
no,
they're
QZ,
not
not a
so much.
QZ,
That
man,
kind of
not a
feels like you've
QZ.
been hit with the gut punch
Yeah.
immediately, out in the open, almost like you didn't expect it. Bit of a Jack in the Box style pop up, make it a bit of an easy cleanup. You can get the
Minimum
save around the
2K
back as well.
salary in
There's
India
not
per
really gonna be
month.
much room for recovery on that one. That's a man down.
Yeah, I can see where he was looking like.
Bro, I should work in
Simple
India,
for his
man.
High ground position, well, he's nasty. Drops the smoke. He is low though. I'm wondering if he has any kind of medication up there.
That's a
on the side
lot.
as
That's
they
a
give
lot of
him
money.
beautiful
I didn't
extra
expect
stints,
like
but
Indian players would get paid this
they
much,
instantly set
like
themselves up
4K
for
a month.
High ground lookout, which is always
That's
nice to
for
see,
like
especially now
the
as a
world-class
half. You can see
players,
there, just
you
even
know,
from just QZ. Like he was
salary
looking
and
up
stuff.
towards the warehouses, but right now because Zed Wolf is on high, has long range to deal with. He's passing all that information back.
Oh mate,
Bond,
Tiamba.
how do you get through?
Yeah, I really don't know. It's kind of mad, actually.
trying to find the
They've
skin
been hit with
Lily
the unlucky
mentioned.
stick on this one as well, instantly. The amount of chip damage you've established off the back of the knock, at least there was some meds there, so you can somewhat reset from the engagement.
Yeah.
But you really have been hit with an instant confidence wipe.
Yeah, early game as well. You know, level 1 helmet, just got himself a level 2 vest as well. So for Tiamba, they are desperately looking for supplies, but it felt like IWNRX already just set up, good to go. Swain will jump into the vehicle. I think they've already done the damage, Jackie, and realistically, Circle going to be moving in soon. IWNRX might want to move further into the zone. Not like Tiamba's going to be looking too much towards taking some pick-off shots towards
Bro, I can't find it
IWNRX
really.
after you, like you said, a lot of that chip damage has already come through onto their side.
For which team you
Nice
used to play on
I'm
PMGC?
liking this one.
NHP.
Not fully
And
committing
Hyper.
onto this fight too hard as they head through.
How many games left today? We have one more after this.
Slightly. Trying to get
This is
the
the first Miramar, and we
That's
have
the thing about
we'll be having
Xifan,
another Miramar after
you know,
this.
They're supposed to drive
DK
forward, but
first
they
place,
can't
Alpha
seem to go for it if they're
745,
brave enough.
looking sweet.
side as well.
Remember, top 12 will advance directly to the grand finals.
Up on high, has the scar.
Little known fact about him as well, does a lot of rock climbing in his spare time.
He does, yeah. He knows the holds.
Yeah. He's
He
got strong
actually,
grip strength.
he actually wears wheels on his feet and hands.
When doing the climbing,
When
so
doing
that
the
he's
climbing.
training for PUBG.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He
It's
gets all
capping
that
too hard.
mobile
Maximum is like
experience in
1.5.
the
Only 2 or 3 teams get
Right now,
that. Most of them
the standings,
play for
honestly. I
2
think
to
this is a
3
good thing.
teams
Good
in
time,
single
take a quick
tourney.
look at it. Inco right now in 11th place.
Not sure,
they're
but
both
yeah, I
on
feel
high
like 2K,
right now
4K
at
is
this point in
like,
the tournament, but currently 16
unless you're Team
points.
Falcon.
Not ideal. Boom Esports winners from SCA. It feels weird for them to be down here in 13th.
4K is a lot of
13
money
points. That's nice.
per month.
That is nice. 13th place, 13 points. A
Keep it
point,
consistent.
a point for your placement.
Makes it a bit harder though if you want to try and climb up the rankings.
Yeah, you'd have 1 point in first place, which is not feasibly possible. But D plus Q with 47 points, they are far away ahead of a lot of teams, alongside with Alpha 7 currently rocking on the 45 right now. Reject not too far behind with 35 points. Besiktas didn't get a single point in the last game, still sat on 31.
Giving themselves a nice
Xifan, do you know Jonathan gained
yeah, I hope to see
100k
some more
subs in
of the
just 2 live
actual
stream?
CAG as well in terms of
I mean,
more
yeah,
isolated
like
fights.
Jonathan already got what, like 6 million or
Saka's
something?
squad. We'll see what they've got
Yo,
for us here
Neptura,
as
what
we
up?
change out the lay of the land and what they can pull out over the course of this one. And a quick glance over at the map screen as well, seeing what our rotations are shaping.
Yeah,
up
we do
like,
have
what we're
audience
working
here.
with. You've also got the crowd shot there.
But it's
The
like
building
limited
starting to fill out a little bit.
seatings.
Al-Hajj was getting everyone excited and really dialed in for the games today. Everyone waving towards us. There you go, Blank. It's always nice to have everyone in the building with us.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's been a while. Honestly,
Oh, you've
since
got
we've
these
had,
common
good old audience watching the games.
commentators too. What do you mean, Neptura? You mean English commentators?
It's a nice turnout.
Yeah, it is a nice turnout. Come to support their teams. I'm hoping that Power continues to have some strength into these games. Sadly, at the moment, not looking too good in 14th place, but I think they could bump those numbers up easily. Kagasaka attempted to get across some pretty difficult ground, moving through the trees and the bushes.
The foliage, if you will. No overcommit though from OCO. Back off to the rest of the squad. He took his opening opportunity when he saw one presented with a wide open land. Few bullets cast across, but they've kind of switched themselves onto the potential situation of the near
Cutoff is 70 points?
in the area. So playing on the lip of the ground here, providing yourself with a bit of cover so you can't just get hit from the side.
70?
So isolate those angles as best
For
as
12
possible.
for the top 12?
Yeah, I think if you're Rejects as well, you understand that you're pretty close towards the center of the circle.
Yeah.
You don't want to be taking too many fights at this point in the game because there are so many teams
Oh,
still
you mean
alive.
chatters? You've been
Right?
timing
They're
out loads of people comparing regions on the global
I
channels.
think we've already
I
seen
can
that
feel
Reject
that.
does
I
not
can definitely
play
feel that
ball
when
well
global
with
tourneys, you
teams up
know.
in their face. And that's something that maybe have to
Showing
work
up
on
in
a
the
little bit.
stream.
Long range wise, though, Reject has been really good.
They hit some snapshots.
Yeah.
Their tracing is actually unbelievable. The way they're able to stay on target from distance, you'll see that a lot. You know, we were talking it back in the green room with the sniping that we were seeing as well. Very impressive stuff with how they were able to hit those shots. And
Red
just
Bull
make it
gonna
look so
sponsor
easy
Xifan?
from distance.
I wish.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's nice to see. So I think for Reject, they're going to try and play to their strengths here, which is what you need to do. It's not something, not a kind of change that you can make instantaneously in the day either, right? It's
How
not
much
something
do
where
you
like,
earn?
look,
Give us an estimation.
We failed
I
in the
can't say
1v1,
that slash.
Up close and personal. Let's fix that right now. No, this is a case of you get home later. Goodness me. You get home later and they'll work on that then because you do have ample time where you can come through this group stage. Get into the
Are
top
you
12,
liking
get
the
towards
day
the
so
main
far?
stage,
Timba OP game
and then
too.
play
I mean,
from there.
like
Look
just
here
like
towards the
QZ
map,
always
though.
performing, but like
Heavy,
Timba, not
easy
sure.
shift over towards Impala. Boom would be pretty happy about this one, but this is
Timba, you know, only one game,
A lot
right?
of
They
this
popped
high
off,
ground down
and the
towards
rest
that
of
southeast
the
side,
rest of the
Jackie,
games
which
are
is
like
huge
nah.
for a lot of squads.
And
then
I
when it
feel
gets
like they'll
towards that
probably
nice
drop
and
out
early,
of the top
Tiamba
top
would
8
like to put into a big
after
position like this, but with the amount of players that
the
they're
second
rocking with,
match.
holding those sight lines less easy now, even though that they were given this opportunity.
You retired from the game? No, I was
some
playing
ways,
the
but
game.
first
I was
is
streaming
obviously
as
can
well.
always come back to
Playing Asia
far, far
Asia
more
servers.
awkward when they're trying to actually
It was
defend
sweaty.
these angles. Okay, spot on the cross here. Nice initial shot across actually. That's not bad. Hefty chunk of damage established.
I respect the fact he went for the Mini 14 as well. That's DX Xavier and Besiktas on the same spot at the moment. Toshbik does go down. That's towards Lamborghini. Quick finish on him too.
You saw a lot of problems in Tiamba when you watched the Ruthless a few weeks ago, to be honest.
With on this one. Keep the pressure on a bit. Hopping straight back in the vehicles, though, after finding themselves one piece of the pie. They don't want to over-engage into this fight. So do reposition. You've got better ground to work with here.
We're excited for
Cover from either side
TJB.
and a higher ground to at least have a look down.
Yeah, GK got the global experience, and their coach is my previous coach. She got global experience too.
Again, I think for
So
Besiktas, Poser, Lewis, kind of the top dogs on this team. Kakali
technically,
does make some nice plays,
TJB
but
should be
I do
doing
feel
better
like
than
Toshbik's
Tiamba.
sort of
I feel
lower
like.
down on my rankings on that squad. So I don't think it's the end of the world for them.
Did you reach Conqueror yet? Nah.
Lewis really did come in like a firecracker towards EMEA.
This event
Sort of an interesting play.
is very hard. Everyone is trying hard,
Here's
really,
Reject,
really
though.
hard.
D plus Kia getting very close. That's a nice nade, Jackie.
Oh, that's huge, actually.
You would
The
need
up-close
a
aggression as well, but this
proper
time does go
squad,
in their
you know,
favor. Sara is able to defend
with
in the
comms
close
and stuff,
quarters
you know,
engagement.
to be able to, you know, win
He
most
tried
of
to
the
get back in
matches.
through the doorway blank, but it's
Otherwise,
not
it's gonna be
I might have cursed them with my very
hard.
words.
Yo,
As
Slash,
the tables have turned
welcome to
entirely.
thank
It
you.
looked like you got some nice chip damage
Thank you for
on to
joining the membership.
control the
Appreciate
fight.
it.
The longer it's gone on, they're hemorrhaging players. You're in a really bad spot, at least trying to buy a bit of space for Julio's nades from the sidelines. But look how close they've got, and you do have realized the opportunity here to sneak in through the back and really raise hell.
Yeah, it's a sick little angle coming through from the Alliance. Straight in there, looking to hit some nades, do some chip damage. Duello in a horrible spot.
That nade.
At the
Oh,
moment,
that
the nade
nade.
goes off, and now D plus Kia, big challenge on their hand. 2 players down, really up to chips now at the moment, alongside with Osal. Not an easy fight here, Jackie. I think they did just lose another player. Nobu takes a massive amount of damage. Shots just going through the smoke.
Have you ever met FaZe in Asian server? No, I have not.
Just run away with this one now. Easy pickings from the damage you've been able to establish. They picked their time.
Like even FaZe, like any player, like, no matter he's a pro or like, you know, iPad, like a 10-finger players, this event is not for solo play.
Olio, nicely done.
When enemy
coming off the back of the chicken dinner as well.
has Stingray,
you continue,
and if the enemy is decent, there's no shot the solo can win against 2 enemies with a Stingray.
Into this match. I mean, they've just completely cleared out that southwest side now, making what was pretty tough rotate to get up towards the northeast
But
here.
FaZe doesn't play Asia server though. He plays
on Alliance.
He's from Australia. What kind of server FaZe normally play?
Actually fanned out quite a bit over towards this southwest side, and I like that play because there is going to be a lot of teams coming over this very open ground that we talked about earlier.
I'm playing Asia server.
So if Boom can hold
I
them
know
out,
how hard
get a
the lobby
good
is.
stronghold down towards the southwest side. They can play that out, nice and easy.
Yeah, spread yourself out a little bit more. Have the early warning system. Detect the players from the sides.
FaZe play NA or Asia? Nice.
7. It goes both ways. The information between them and For Miracle Vibes with how they're just trying to keep their eyes on the ridge. If anyone overextends, looking to get the damage down, they'd be in a good position to attempt to deal with it. Spreading out a little bit more though. Around on the edge side. Ooh, I don't know, Blank. This could get a little bit.
FaZe usually plays the Asia server?
You've got the Inco rotation up on screen as well as they're making their moves. Vastly further.
Okay,
out.
FaZe, Xifan, and Xibei. Right, we need one more for Asia server.
Where you can move up
Which one do you guys have in
on that
mind
north side,
to push Conqueror?
a lot of the sight lines, but you're still not in the best of spots to play out the game. You have to wait for almost some action to be happening, and I think right now Alpha 7 is penned in.
Wait, do we even have an Australia server? I legit thought he was playing Australia servers and stuff.
Got a big task.
Yeah,
Ace would be too laggy. I would invite Ace for sure, but like Ace would be too laggy like if he plays Asia.
For the fallback, but it's the angles that are so awkward with where they're trapped on.
Ooh, this is cool. Alliance coming in here, Jackie, as well. Going in for another third party. And again, that pass up towards the northeast side versus Boom, horrendous. But an opportunity has been given. This is massive.
Oh, there's layers
Is
on
Bush?
layers to this
I
one.
thought Bush guys from NA.
Now got the height on top of them, but it's all gone a little bit west with how they're setting themselves up from the sideline. I mean, Alpha 7 trying to contend with For Miracle Vibes. You get Udu in from the back to put the pressure on. Now Alpha 7 being nipped out by the zone as well, looking to take these fights where possible. You've got the quick rotate for the one man that's kind of in a bit of a livable position to make a getaway in Apex. The rest of the squad trying to trail behind and catch up. Oh, it's all gotten a bit messy.
It has. I mean, good, quick
Where's
swing
Kemba?
there from Alliance.
Oh, Kemba is taking
They were able to take him out.
the mountain they love the most.
Like 2% HP there, but this is great for Alliance.
North shift.
Into the circle
I'm
now.
predicting it's gonna be
like I said,
yeah,
a
north
tough
shift.
rotation. Really, really nicely done. Carrillo goes down out in the open. This is the difficulty of pushing over towards this northern side. It's just open space, and Alliance hunting now, just passing over the field. Should be able to pick up a nice elimination there on top of it, but they see 4 and V. They're stuck down towards the lower ground. They try and go for this split here.
Carrillo with now.
Power is in the wings though, Jackie.
There's room for someone else to get involved. It just depends if they're quick enough to make it over there. Spreading themselves out. Pot shots being taken back down. They're closing the gap between them.
Oh, Doc.
For Miracle Vibes, at least trying to stay alive and live on a prayer.
Bruh.
Count as blank, but it's gone in the end as they will be shut down. Nice pressure.
Doc is having a really, really tough day.
We've got Alliance up to 9 eliminations.
Did the Doc get any kills so far?
I think he was on 1
I haven't seen Doc. Oh, he just got a
This
kill.
is
Never mind.
insane behavior from the guys.
Doc probably has
He's dead.
5 illims so far, or something, or maybe
This
less.
quick replay though. This fight was very well managed from D plus Kia versus Reject on what was a pretty difficult push, but Alliance just waiting here, ready to push in. I think they were very on the ball, on the money. Even from this fight, head over towards Alpha 7 versus 4 Miracle Vibes, because you're picking and choosing where you can head in. It's like, do we push up towards the northeast? It's open ground, we could challenge, but then an opportunity arises, they're instantly on it.
It's the comms as well, mate. You know, those kind of
2 for today
does have to
from
be the
Doc.
correct
Yeah,
decision
like
in a
today
split
is
second.
really,
You can
really
see the
rough
way
for
they were
Doc.
communicating off each other, prioritizing the fights. When they gave up on the chase, went over and took out For Miracle Vibes, it looked good for them. And they've not given up the chase. chase either. Power were rotating in. Now they're locked into a bit of a clash. You've got the nades going across. That's another pickup. That's easy down on the floor. They're really cleaning
Only
out
S
right now.
is
the kings of the lobby.
Is for
I mean, they're
WBG
stuck
now,
in
yeah.
a horrid position here versus Power. I mean, Power's just all grouped up. Any kind of nades are going to be devastating. Great smokes as well over towards Power. Really limits a lot of their sight lines here, and they are just pushing onto them. Alliance sort of taking it away here in this game. It's really good to see. These nades aren't amazing, though. Now to get towards the backside. Al-Haji even moves into the shack. They think they've cleared it. Another one goes through. It's great onto Fadan. Now it's just Al-Haji trying to hold it down. Gets the first. Will flush him out.
Confirm immediately.
At least commit onto it and have that to work with. It's an awkward angle though through the clip of the doorway. They run on in. An Alliance silencing the Power fans. They were flying the
look at the
flag
gyro
high inside of the venue, but it's all gone wrong, at least with the response back. And this is the warpath that you are on, still continuing. I mean, they're resetting on these fights each time as well.
Who's the best team?
Wow,
Is still Alpha 7 and
really
Nova?
devastating right now. You still got close grouping,
no.
like, Power aren't entirely out of it. There's a few
Definitely not Nova. Alpha 7, one of the best,
area.
but not.
It's just
not
crazy
technically the best.
Seen Boom try and get in on any of this. All they've done is sort of move from compound to slightly better strong positions. And Alliance is sort of playing how we saw IHC play at PMGC, which is just elimination heavy. But technically, they've already won out on this game.
Bro, your heart rate is only 61.
Even if you go out now, this is a strong game. This is a really strong game coming through from Alliance.
I think it glitched.
And they'll be happy with this. Basically, just jumping up the rankings in 2 matches. Nice and easy. The rest of the teams, there's really no one even close to that 12 elim mark. It's only Brute Force over on that western side with a 5
Wait,
elim
today's your
sort of
birthday,
trailing behind
Niptora?
them in a big way.
Is today your birthday?
Here on your screens, at least making the use of the utility they've got inside of their kit. Those nades going downhill, causing a few issues with the position you've got to play with. It's not the nicest spot to be penned in on. If you go for the exit round on the side as well, Brute Force have a good spread in terms of the angles.
Last time you watched a World Cup was 2 years ago, nearly. No wonder you don't know. Nova fell off hard.
I think they love their splits, man. And if they're able to get a nice split out in open ground, they're just great at fighting it out. Another nade goes through. On top of that, he's getting a lot of damage done here, but I think Neos is now fresh out of the older detonation.
Bro, what you think? You do on fire now for this match?
Look to potentially
Yeah, I
hold
think the
IWRX
chicken
as they
definitely
come out.
boost
They're
them.
going to use the vehicles, start to pop over towards the top side. Good couple of shots. Actually, an instant headshot.
Oh, mate, yeah, that's despicable, Blank. The initial engagement's good for him, but he keeps it going. Hang on a minute. He's not content with that, is he? He wants to take down the whole squad on his lonesome. He's the last man, belly on the ground, peppering the bullets over the top. He's got the backup for the closer as well, and they're good for it. Brute Force living up to their name.
Neos basically with a 1v4 there. Insanity coming through. This guy's aim is disgusting. We're going to get a replay over here, over towards the Power engagement. Some great nades here coming through from Cluck, one after another to finish it up. But honestly, all my mind is on right now is that engagement between Neos and IWRX. Just disgusting shot after disgusting shot. And tracing the heads.
We just want good
whilst
competition
in
from
vehicles,
PL team.
That's
Yeah.
not an easy task. And Neos
That's
does
all I want
make
to.
it look fairly simple. Just another day in the park, really.
Where's
Timber
Timber now?
Flicking off targets as well, prioritizing the HP pool and being able to deal enough damage to clean up on that, even before the backup had arrived. Didn't overcommit to the fight either. Wasn't running that many risks. It's nice to see. And they might be committing to this one here at least. You still got such good height to work with. So they're constantly keeping themselves switched in, being a presence in the other squad's minds. Meanwhile, down towards Boom, we've said we haven't seen
Who
too
remembers
much of them,
Top's
but they found
post
Tiamba, and it is
from
a scrap for
PMRC?
control
I
of the
remember.
land.
Yumi's down as
Wait,
well. I mean,
QZ
Tiamba
dead.
did pretty well here. The fact that you got Liu underneath, just dealing with the entirety of this team.
No.
Lonesome Long has to come with the DBS, do some huge action for himself, but will be
Tiamba falling apart.
Final player there from Tiamba, and somehow Boom's able to hold on. It looks really bad inside that building. Bond though, he's on his way. License to eliminate.
GG.
Oh, he's coming up. If he can find an opportunity, Molly could be in a pretty good spot as well. Try and burn him out, play with a range.
Oh!
Ooh, cleans his way
Nice.
through the door, blows the first man down. DBS causing problems, looking for the hard commit on the back as well whilst he's dropped. And this actually does keep it guessing a little bit. Makes it far harder for Boom now. They thought they had an opportunity.
Like GG is a hit and miss. Sometimes he clutches, sometimes he would die, like, miss all the shots.
finishes out Frenzy from his own team. That is really bad news. I mean, sure, he got an elimination for his troubles. Now shots coming through from the side. And Boom, who were in a pretty damn good position at the beginning of this map, have just done really nothing with it. They haven't sent out. They haven't claimed ground. They've just sat around. And I think this is the problem when you come to these international events, is you've got to be frag heavy.
Oh, Persian got 2?
Oh,
The
man,
Purge got
they're
1.
straight in. Looked like there was a bit of a timeline there. You could have got the damage off on the initial dropout from the vehicle, but the response isn't good enough. Good use of the nades as well. They clear out the entirety of the top floor, and it is gone.
One versus
I
one.
don't think they realized because they saw the final flush come through, but Bond still in the wings. Nade
Oh.
comes through with the DBS on top of it. Bond goes in. The secret spy. They had no idea. The quick
Damn.
and Tiamba lives
Okay,
to
I
see
see you,
another
Gujuju.
day.
Oh, that's
Clutching
huge from him,
up.
mate. He played it so smart. The initial engagements, the way he's gone back in, that's 2 cleanups from him. And overall, that's just absolutely genius. They had no idea Bond was still around. He's kept us all guessing.
Absolutely has.
Excited for that.
That was nuts from Bond.
I wonder what he
mean,
said.
fair
China
play,
number
you
1
let
or
two of your
something?
teammates
I don't
die
know.
Whilst you're slowly running up the hill, but if you come in, you cause a commotion. I mean, honestly, if you're Boom, you're so worried. You get that second knock, you're like, where's the third guy?
Where is he?
Where is he? And Bond's come in and just played off the back of it really, really well. And again, like you said, the retreat coming through from him on that fight. So when they flushed out the entirety of Boom, they had no idea another player was there. And you've always got to be careful, especially when you hear a third-party engagement going off. You've got to assume always.
You can't let the Pigado. That place is hotter than hell.
Potentially in that position.
Wait, do Miramar? Does Miramar have the event mode?
Living on borrowed time
In the new
there.
update?
Still lucky to be actually inside of the matchup. Bit of a stab in the back from Berserktas, seeing if they can sneak their way in. At least do some damage. That's brute force that have been up on this hill for far too long. He doesn't want them to be able to live out their movie like this throughout the rest of the flow of the game.
Yeah, Besiktas is over on this southwest side at the moment, and they are struggling because, like you say, brute force has really dominated a lot of this high ground. It's Neos and just pre-pod left remaining, but there's a lot of games where we have seen brute force play on with very limited amount of members, but still do very well. But coming up against Moneymakers, another Miramar champion team, with the 4 players on board, it's going to be a tough task. It's going to be a really tough task. They have just completely committed over towards this eastern side. Bishkek is over towards the northwest, so they have a lot of sight lines. A nice split to be playing with, nice to be working with. Likely they're just going to jump on top of this fight once it starts. But I think if you're Brute Force and Besiktas, right, you've got some camaraderie in the fact that both your names start with B, but also you've got camaraderie in the fact that you don't want to fight one another. You want to create a very difficult scenario for a 4-man team like Moneymakers to come in, so you sort of have to have this agreement between one another.
The gentleman's agreement. You know the win condition for either one of you, and it makes sense to try and avoid those engagements if possible. Put yourself into a better position to go for the actual chicken dinner overall. For Tiamba, it's a whole different story. The solo dolo, the main man that's been causing issues in Bond, he's just looking for the longevity on this one. If he can find any other opportunities to take a stab in the dark when they're unexpecting his potential pop-up, that's what he's going to be going for. He's got a good position in terms, at least the back line could have a slow rotate up around the hillside. Maybe there's something to be said for it.
I mean, he's got mega loot on board as well. I mean, from that house was literally just filled with treasure in it. Brute Force, spot a player there. It is Koa up close, has a nade. We'll be sending it across.
They're playing on GT20 Pro.
Cook seems kind of good on it too. But there's so many sightlines here. And with the circle heading towards the northeast, this is sort of a guaranteed victory here for the Moneymakers. Neos.
Do you stream on Twitch too? No, I don't.
Play up to the pressure.
Should I?
Will fold underneath it.
I figure on
any
Twitch, people don't really watch mobile games.
Opportunities that could steal this one away from
But
you.
I was streaming on TikTok.
Best case for Tiamba, really, if you just live this one out, keeping your head down, I mean, there's a potential second place that
Wait,
could
Timba's still alive where?
off the back of it. As Moneymakers are just running their way through anyone that dares to fight them at this point. It's another easy pickup. One by one, they're dropping.
Yo, this is crazy. Bond's about to get a second place off his double team elimination inside Longhouse. This is insane work from Bond on Tiamba. Even now challenging against the final players of Moneymakers. I don't think he's got long left in this world, but what a performance from him this game.
You're going to be happy with that one. For what it was, Blank, one man left alive, just Bond, played it smart with a runaway. In the end, though, the chicken dinner itself will be claimed by Moneymakers. They play that one out with a high ground and the smart positioning, taking their fights and cleaning out.
Usually it's Bond that gets the win, but this time around,
Tuition and Troll dying? Wait, Troll dying?
Will be able to take themselves a chicken dinner on this match. And once again, it's variation.
I think Troll is sponsored by Tencent or something.
Chicken dinners in this game, gorgeous to see. I think the Moneymakers, they played out that game very well, and I think that you can make a direct comparison between them and Boom Esports, Jackie, because Boom did not do a lot of work with the position they were given. Moneymakers, on the other hand, they didn't have a lot of eliminations. They didn't go for a huge amount of kills, which is very, very uncharacteristic here for this team. But instead, they immediately and always are looking for better positions in the circle where they can control the lay of the land. And Boom just didn't do that, considering they had a great start to that match.
Yeah, just started to slip away from them the longer it went on. But there you go then. I mean, the competition really is getting interesting over the course of the flow of these games. You know, no double ups, no one able to take two back-to-back. There's no consistency there. We're keeping you guessing with each and every outlet we're getting here for PUBG Mobile today. And it's interesting as well, mate. Some of the individual maneuvers really starting to heat up now. It feels like we're getting everyone nice.
When's your next YouTube gameplay stream? After this stream, I'll probably, before tomorrow's Pmwc watch party, I'll probably do a gameplay stream.
Assumed, more towards America's side with the Brazilians who are bringing the heat, bringing the fire. Some of these SEA teams as well, just absolutely killing it.
Because I didn't sleep last night playing PUBG all night. So I'm actually kind of tired. I need to go to bed and get some rest.
Match so far from a single player on Tiamba from Bond. Even if I had to pick one moment from today, it would just be Tiamba's endgame here overall.
Yeah, respect to him for the way he played.
Oh,
it, right?
kick.
It's a really
kick platform. The
position that he's been left in.
platform kick still going strong.
Back on it, you imagine the
Do you guys know?
teammates, right, where he's making that heads-up decision. But boy, did it pay off. Made up for any mistakes that could have ever been argued.
Why weren't you with us, Bond? Why weren't you with us? It's all right. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Yeah, he did come back.
Moneymakers. What org keeps that name? I mean, that name is pretty straightforward. The reason for the esports org is obviously to make money. But not all. A majority of the esports org don't make money. You're hearing terrible things about kicks, or you're not there? All the gambling stuff? Kick only there to bring customers to that gambling site, so as long as the gambling site make money, gonna be there. It's funny because I actually the other day I got a message from Kick saying that I have an account at the Kick that somebody registered, and it had like 1K follower or something. They were asking me if that's a legit my streaming platforms. I said I never streamed on Kick, so whoever that it is, that's a fake account. And they said okay, roger that. You was watching my stream, but after some time you had to work, so you left. You want to know, did you complete the 7 chicken challenge? I was helping Ace to get the 7 chicken challenge, but we failed. We got 6 wins, but in the 7th game, we died, unfortunately. If we played safer, we should probably get it, but we were just trying, we were just, having fun, talking with each other, rushing people and stuff. So we died. And they ruined the 6th win streak. But I'm going to do challenge. The 7 win challenge is on my stream as well.
well, chalk it up to another win for EMEA as Moneymakers secured themselves the chicken dinny. I know how much you two love me saying that one. And get themselves a big win on the board. But I will say this, we haven't really dove too much into EMEA as a region, because obviously we're talking about like some of the big regions at the moment. But EMEA right now, to me, has no clear standout team. And I can't even really say Team Spirit, who I want to say, because they're in the survival stage right now.
It's true. They're going to have a bit of a rough time down there because the survival stage is so rough. But the fact that Moneymakers get this victory, it was a little bit, it kind of came their way, let's say, right? Kind of in that northeast side, there's really no teams contesting them. They were playing the information game for a long time here, realizing exactly how they were going to play this out. Only 6 elims to their name, but they played it.
Is that for the legendary team?
Only 6
yeah, the 7 wins challenge is for the new mode, so it's just for the achievement or something.
Far up in the leaderboards now, and maybe getting them one
Your friend helped.
Securing a spot in the main
Yeah,
event.
getting the 7 win strike in NA is definitely easier
Talking about with Kalaris while we're
than
watching the game
Asia.
is that in the previous game they were able to kind of spark off their day by being able to get some eliminations, and in this match right here, another team. I mean, if we're talking about EMEA, Brute Force. The way that they were able to just fight throughout the whole match was impressive. This team, we're talking from pre-pod, he was telling me that they were more than likely going to end up fighting with Alpha 7 quite a lot. I did enjoy what I saw in this last match, which they decided to disengage of the fight from Alpha 7, which was in El Pozo. Both of those teams didn't want to fight. They made up their mind right away, and they started on their rotation. And with Brute Force, I mean, they actually ended up fighting, they ended up third-partying NRX and Osaka as well, which was good.
They're an interesting one for me, a Brute Force, because their fortunes can run really hot or really cold. Really hot in terms of, if you think back to EMEA, Game 11 of the finals, they came into that in 12th place. Then on Miramar, of all maps actually, here to be able to get things going. High ground, high ground, high ground. 20-some eliminations, a win. Bam, jump up to 2nd place straight away.
Those shadow been here for 4 hours.
So if they're
Yeah.
capable of such explosive
Last
PUBG,
match.
we could see them continue to try and make that happen here. But again, sometimes hot, sometimes cold. I'm not convinced they're EMEA's best team. They were the champions, don't get me wrong, but I'm not convinced they're the best team. I think that there's a big spread, as Neos will take that #1 spot there.
I will say this though for Brute Force, looking at one of their matches
Top
early
scorer.
on today on Erangel,
This is just for last match, right? Not the overall.
Remember, they were in Military Island, and instead of rotating through that west bridge to run into
QZB throwing for
they went all the way around
QZ was a throw-in for the past like 2-3 games.
up against Alliance at the very end.
One more match left. One more match left.
Macro-wise, looking very solid there.
And I think that's when the experience from some of these players, right?
It's bathroom time and I'll come
Here
back.
in Riyadh for the 2nd time, 2 years in a row.
A quick one.
It goes to show they are improving, and it's kind of what I was hinting at too as well, with him letting me know, yeah, we're going to be fighting Alpha 7. For them to make that quick decision, we're not going to stay here. We're not going to stretch this out. If the fight's not going to be given, just let's start moving along. Let's focus a little bit more in the later games. That's what you want to see out of these teams.
Yeah, and they're starting to step up here, and actually I want to see even potentially a head-to-head between Brute Force and Moneymakers, because they both had dynamically different ways of playing this match, as you mentioned before, Claris, right? You had Moneymakers sticking towards the east side where they really didn't have anyone to contest with, and then you had Brute Force who basically had to do what Alpha 7 had to do last match by fighting through a lot of these teams on the edge. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised a little bit by this damage, but with the way we've seen these matches play out, the teams who kind of play safe and just wait for their moment will eventually get those eliminations and eventually that damage.
Similar to what I was saying about Brute Force being kind of hot and cold, I also sometimes feel Moneymakers are like that as well when it comes to their regional play in EMEA, be it like, oh yeah, we're going to either bomb out 0 eliminations or we're going to get 20 eliminations and then get the chicken dinner as well. But when we looked at that actually all play out here for Moneymakers, this was a more calculated Moneymakers in their approach to the late game compared to what I've previously seen. It was very clear to me that they were looking to distinguish, okay, we know how many are alive on the other side of the ridgeline, etc., but is it 1 or 2 teams? How can we gain this information? Are they shooting at each other? Just being able to identify that and then be able to roll through it means that, you know, they're trying their very best to kind of understand the situation that's going to play out in front of them if they go and sweep.
And for Moneymakers, the big question mark for that team has been, how are they going to be performing in their first, for a lot of their players, in their first global event to this scale? Yes, they have Allboy. Allboy's currently not playing. He's one of the
last one.
And it comes
last
down
match
to,
of the day.
Maybe in the first couple games, were they a little bit nervous? Something that is going to be benefiting them is that they're not going to be playing tomorrow. They're going to be able to have some time to digest what happened today, see where they can improve, and come back on the final day of group stages and improve on whatever mistakes they made early on.
Okay, obviously these teams have a chance to win a lot of money, but you at home have a chance to win some money as well if you head over to TikTok and follow PUBG Mobile Esports, and also post a video of yourself either in-game or out-of-game doing your favorite victory dance, and make sure to use the hashtag PMWC Victory Dance. You're entered to win potentially up to $3,000 in virtual game cards. So make sure you guys pick them up for yourself. And in the meantime, before we head into our final match of the day, let's head down the stage with the interview with the Lions. Let's hear what they had to say about one of their prior wins.
And here we go from behind the stage with Jimmy from Alliance. What a performance we are seeing from the last two matches. But Jimmy, I have a very good question for you. First three matches.
Bro, he said Jimmy. I was like, bro, Jimmy from Nova, from Wolves.
From the break comes the chicken dinner. How you guys managed to pull that out?
Before the break, we always reset a mindset. So coach remind us to play like a basic one. So we play like usually we play at the PMSL. So after the break, we break it.
So you just do the reset to your own settings and so on. So from the match 4, basically that was a chicken dinner. Then the match 5, you guys have played aggressive. You nailed a lot of eliminations for you guys. Is this the style we are expecting from Alliance?
Maybe we have hit some.
Yo, Xifan, what happened to Nova? Nova be Nova. You know, not getting any new players, you know.
Maybe lucky.
So based on your luck, you nailed the chance, you had an opportunity, and you grabbed it. You have basically this is the last match for you guys, and then you have a full day break for you. You're going to be preparing, going over the mistakes you guys did in this day, or are you going to focus only on the third day as it is?
So for the last map, I think we play like usually, and then we reset and focus for the next day.
Why are they still talking? Come on, last match. Bring it up.
All right, thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. We'll let you do it. As we heard, guys, from Alliance, they are doing a mind reset and going back to it. طبعا لجمهورنا العربي على طول بنعطيكم.
Oh, you heard from Alliance how they're feeling, how they reset, but we're not going to be resetting. We're jumping straight in like a jumper cable to excitement. Electricity's in the air, Blank. It's the last game of the day, day one here. How are you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah?
Honestly, I'm feeling really good. I think there's been awesome games so far, back to back to back. And I mean, the break, when that happened, reset everyone's mentality.
It really did.
We're just banging out.
Xifan, how many like do you have already? Sometimes number in your end is not accurate. Lately, I have almost 30k likes on TikTok. You're crazy. You're insane. You tabbed like what?
I need it.
You need
it.
20,000 times on your screen? How's your phone? How's your phone doing?
Look at him shine.
Look at me shine. Look at me shine. But yeah, we're heading into the game. We'll see which team is going to be able to select themselves a chicken dinner off the several recipe lists we've got from the crazy cook back in the kitchen with his parry pan, his attack pan.
Yeah.
And we're getting into the last game where hopefully we'll see some more pans.
At this point, I am convinced that it's an entire team of chefs, Blank.
Oh, you
because
think so?
the way we're cooking up these storylines, cooking up these individual plays, and keeping everyone, us
need more
included,
people
on our
in the
toes,
kitchen.
right? Yeah, if anything, that's saying about there being too many cooks, it's not true enough. We need many cooks.
We need all the cooks right now.
We need some more cooks in here.
Yeah, we do. Some teams are being cooked, though, in the game, unfortunately.
Proverbially, yes.
Proverbially cooked. And they just cannot handle it. Some of them are just not hacking the pressure. Some of them aren't getting that Alliance reset that we saw Kiadi talking about as well. So we'll see. We'll see what they can bring out in this final game. Because I think for Power, the smiles aren't really there as much anymore. Because this game, the game day hasn't been giving too much.
No.
I think they've been getting into some solid positions, but there's just some teams here where really damn good.
It's that aggression. It is the sort of,
When QZ was playing in a server, what was his pin? 240.
You remember the amount of points we saw?
240, sometimes like 190.
And it was the prioritization.
Yeah, it fluctuates.
It's rough as well because the duality of emotions you've got for a team like Power with the home crowd sat there waving their name, their banner directly in front of them, seeing that with their eyes, whilst also then having that occur inside.
You'll stop at a 30k. Yeah.
We know they can. We've seen that.
I kind of want to open my phone and help you.
Higher up the rankings.
Yeah,
Can I even like myself
to get their key inside that
on
trophy.
TikTok?
Oh, yeah.
At the end of this one, you do not want to be going home here because again, just to reiterate, you guys at home, top 12 from this current little tournament at the beginning of the group stage will be heading through to the main stage next week, but the bottom 12 will be heading through to survival stage, and survival stage is going to be hell for some of these.
Literally, I'm tapping as well.
to be given
All right,
away.
I'm trying to help you. Wait. Lag.
Day in, day out, because these players know they need to hit these big points now, and big points come from big elimination games.
Yeah, you got to play with the stature
That is
that
crazy.
the tournament demands from you at this stage, right? There's no easy ones. There's no freebies. You know, that's the thing. If you don't come out as
Tiamat got a little bit hard in global version.
that bad boy put the fresh
To be honest, that they're performing better than I thought.
100%. I think
With
for
the
me, so far there's been only a few
with
teams
like
that
the
have been
16
really,
kills
truly impressive.
in the second match, and
I think
also
for Alliance,
the
Alpha
clutch from
7,
Gujuju. I think they're doing better than I thought.
Surprisingly for D+ here. I think Rejects had some good games, but they are being overwhelmed now at this point in time. And I think earlier on the day, I would still be singing their praises, but just that factor that teams seem to be realizing, if we just run at them really fast.
And that's the thing, and that's what Alpha 7 have been doing.
QZ's white hair or red hair? QZ the gold hair. QZ's the one with the gold hair. Yellow hair.
So let's see what they have to say for themselves. Let's get into that interview with Alpha 7.
Joining me here from in front of the stage, the STE Arena, where PMWC will be played, is the infamous Revo from Alpha 7. How do you feel? It's the first day of the group stage. How do you feel?
Tô me sentindo bem, tô confiante, a gente treinou muito, estudou muito, se preparou o máximo que deu e hoje a gente vai dar nosso melhor e que seja feita a vontade de Deus e vamos embora para cima.
So he said that they are already relaxed for today. They're being ready because they've been planning this for so long. They've been studying, they've been working hard, and they will do their best. And they hope like God's favor will be with them and they will win.
You said it's basically preparing for this. It's been so long, and it's been so long for FS7 to have a global title. Why is this different for you? Like, why do you PMWC?
Guys, hit the like on YouTube, please. Let's help Grain. Let's help Grain and Xifan on YouTube. Meanwhile, I'm tapping the TikTok stream, trying to hit 30k likes.
So he said like the arena understand where they did not do well for the previous time, for like 2022, 2023 PMWD. So for now, they will be ready and they will be like shooting everyone.
Who's your
Wait,
biggest competitor?
is he the? Oh, he's a translator. I thought he's the Alpha 7 coach or
They said
something.
like none of them.
Okay, okay.
Oh, he said none of them. All right, I see.
Thank you very much.
Very confident.
Thank you very much for being with us.
Confidence through the roof there for Alpha 7, and they've been showing that inside of the battle. Let's get back into it then, Blank, as we can set this one off and get
Neptara said that you're streaming tonight if you're both free. Are you going to play games on Neptara?
We'll see who can mop the floors in this game as well.
You play Europe,
Pick
right?
up some
Europe
big
server.
points because we are in our last match of the day. But don't worry, because there'll be more tomorrow. And the day
Finally,
after,
last
the day
game.
after,
Let's
and the day after
go.
that.
Keeps it going.
We're just going to keep it going.
Xifan
We're gonna
needs
keep it going. We've got Pubg
a
Mobile
good
action
rest.
all the time, but you just want to be coming in for the main stage. That is going to be happening a little bit later.
I can play with you guys in the other day because like today I'm like really tired.
Still going to be fun.
I'm gonna
Very
go to
spicy
bed
because
after
it's
the
only
stream.
limited slots, but for now, we are over towards Miramar. Match 6.
Your heart rate is
Come out
60?
on top on this one.
No, it's 70.
I see who's going to be taking it. As we've seen a bit of an exchanging of hands, we've been shaking it up a lot with what we've been having occur in front of our solo peepers, Bank, our eyeballs inside of the games. It's been pretty interesting today, I'll give you that. First half started us off to success. It's followed on now with the past couple games we've had here, and I'd hope for a big boom at the end of this one to really bring it on home.
I want some explosive action towards the end here, and I think that what we've seen so far would only indicate that that's all we're going to see. We're going to see more of that. More of that is going to be coming through. This is more of a kind playing path, I would say, Jackie. I think that what we have here is going to be able to give a lot of teams much more space to play
just
inside
let me know when you're going to play
a lot
Neptara.
more space to play in the map in general.
I'll join.
Which means we're going to see less
But
pop drops.
today
You
I'm
see
like
here
pretty
Tiamba
exhausted.
Has wussed out. They're not going back to El Azhar. That was a bad time.
Me who has laundry at 12
But yeah,
a.m.
Circle also
Damn.
been kind. I think this is one of the first games I've
Can you
seen
do it tomorrow,
in quite a long
LXY?
time, actually, where I've been like,
LYX?
plane path, cool. Circle, cool.
What do I call you, LYX? Do I just call you LYX or Z? Do I call you Z or something?
Nice to see, mate. And like you say as well, I imagine there is probably a little bit of the memories living rent-free in the minds of Tian. But for one man, Big Bond, he's probably quite happy with how that went in the end.
So I don't think that went too badly.
I think it was fine, lads, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I was playing with the viewers.
We were racking up the elims.
Z?
Yeah, it was kind of sick. Second place. Well, I did well.
I was streaming classics with the viewers. I was playing with the viewers in the stream.
Bond's just beaming the entire time.
Just smiling away.
Carrillo is good looking. Okay.
It's easy. It's easy for me, actually.
It is.
If you all did what I did, it would have been fine. It's not really fine on the drop, though, for Berserktas, at least in terms of the opening engagement. Kago Saka being able to find...
What's our favorite spot in Urango?
Like
Farm?
Yeah, I mean...
I don't play Livik.
So
Miramar?
Have not done too bad.
Minus.
Yeah. The old scaling of the building tech right there. Nice to see. Something you can add to your own games at home, if you so wish.
What's Tianba doing in this lobby? Competing.
Pretty useful as well.
TC, they're competing.
High ground, nice and quick. And it does take quite the time to scale all those stairs when you can just grip onto the windows like a bit of a Spider-Man antics.
Yo, thank you, Lily, for the rose. Appreciate it.
Impala did not do enough that last game, in my opinion. I think there was a lot more that they could have invested in that match in terms of positioning, in terms of movement, in terms of rotations to get themselves further up on those.
Oh, Lily, you're the first now.
Looking right now, as they come up on a screen, like the production is magic. They can see it's my brain. What's going to happen next? But never mind. They've ruined me. They gave me the stats for 2 seconds. Bring them back right now. This is.
Where is Razor today?
But yeah, we do have brute forces stats.
First time we're watching a game without Razor.
Right. You cast the curse in the broadcast back.
What's going on?
What are you doing?
Is Razor busy dating or something?
I feel like someone. If I talk about the rankings, is it going to be okay? I think it is. But yeah, you do Alliance.
Tianba average elim is 6. That's pretty good. Where are you getting the stats? Are you calculating yourself, Rabbit, or what?
I think that's the big surprise from this tournament so far. Is D plus Kia in first place at 50 points. You know, I was talking to the big brain himself, Mr. Max Mann. And he was saying that did not think the Korean teams really had it in them anymore to hit those big points. But D plus Kia used to be this team we
Yeah, thank you for the dog.
Central team.
Great.
Pick
On
up the
TikTok.
compound,
Appreciate
pick
it.
up the feet, turn on the telly, and have themselves a good game off the back of that. But feels like
Are
they're
you gay
actually
for
hitting some
Cario?
good shots,
Nah.
they're taking some good fights, and they're not afraid to go for some of these eliminations. So it's a very, very big change for D plus Kia, I would say. I mean, considering the fact that a lot of the team has been switched out a bit, so there's bound to be gameplay changes off the back of that too.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of that.
Xifan, is TC invited to the main event?
Going into tomorrow, it'll be very interesting
Let me
to
check.
see how clearing the bag, back at the hotel, have a look back at the benchmarks, watch back the VOD, see what you can adjust to see how that's going to shake things up as well, because that's going to be a big part of it. There's been some unlucky engagements for a few of the squads that potentially looked like they were really going to have a field day with the early setups we saw from them, and then by the end of it, you look 5 minutes later, blank.
No,
we're down to 3
TC
squads
is not
remaining,
invited.
None of them still
Nope.
alive and kicking at that point, so it's interesting. We'll see how that shapes up, though. That's
Wait, did Doc die?
For now, we'll stick with the present.
Because it's like such a quick tournament as well, like 3 days, right? That's the difficulty. And for when you get home, you try and unpack
Yo,
this,
Grace.
Like it's far
Grace is
easier
gonna
for
do the
some teams
tapping
like
again
Equals Kia Alpha
with
7 to
Lily.
be like,
With Lily.
Well, what went well today? And they have a lot to look at and be like, we can do that again. But there's some teams like IW NRX who is a case of everything.
What does
went wrong
these
today.
likes do on
What can we
TikTok?
change? And I do think one of the biggest deals for IW NRX is that they've come from a region where
Or either make
they
your
felt
stream
top of the
recommended
world. They
more?
felt like they could fight anyone. If it came down to a 4v4, they just win. And that safety net pulled out from underneath.
Just clout?
Some of these
That's
fights
it?
that
Just
would
like
just
for
say,
the
"Fine, we're gonna take this
good
compound,
looking
we're
or
fine,
something?
We're gonna win. They can't do that anymore. So picking up these
Like
really strong positions,
algorithm wise,
there's not a possibility.
it doesn't do anything.
Makes it far harder. Keeps you guessing. And it is interesting. So we'll see. That's definitely something that will develop over the course of the next few days here, especially as the competition rages on. As
Popularity.
There is so much PUBG Mobile over the course of the next little while, Blank. We got a lot to get through. This is only the beginning, so I hope you've been enjoying the show today so far. We've kept you on your toes. And like we said, I reckon this one's definitely got the innings to have a fair bit of gas to it, Blank, as it starts to develop.
But Moneymaker's here, previous winners of our last game there on Miramar, so just need to do it again. Just do it again, lads. Do it again. Which is nice to see, because I do think that Kale makes a good point over on the broadcast as well, in the sense of, look, Brute Force, Moneymakers, they're both hot and cold teams, right? You know, you're either getting the iced coffee or getting the very, very red hot coffee from these guys. And it's difficult to know what type of day is going to come out from either of these squads. So it does make it difficult for other teams in the case of, are they just going to annihilate us today, or are they just going to let us walk all over them? So I do think for Moneymakers, it is nice to see them pulling off some big games. But I do think that the biggest factor for the Moneymakers, Jackie, in that last match is the fact that they won that one off the back of good rotations and a strong end game.
You used to do this.
For the most of the matches that in EMA,
Wait, we hit 30k likes, Lele, already. Stop. Both you and Green, stop, please. Save your fingers.
How can we make this fight very
Which lobby do you think is hard? PEL or global? Global. Global is harder.
To me,
Global.
They worked a lot on their just rotational base game, a more passive play style, which is nice. Because I think if you are a team like Moneymakers, you're coming into this tournament, they've done a lot of research and they've done the right research.
Yo, thank you, EMZY for the like.
Bit of a
Appreciate it.
triple barrel row there.
That's kind of nice.
You'd like to see that. I mean, that would get what, maybe 8 points? I'll give that an 8.
And right now we're watching the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
8.2.
This is the last match of the day, and they are playing in the group stage. There will be 8 game days and 3 stages. First stage is here, group stage. Second one is survival, and the last one is the grand final. The first placing team will be getting 400k USD.
Rough position for them they've been fighting from. It's always an uphill battle.
I think if you speak to any kind of PUBG Mobile fan and you ask about Power, you will 100% get the vibe that they're not a bad team. They aren't a bad team by any stretch of the word. I mean, most of the teams here at Pmwc are not bad teams.
You got to be good.
You've got to be good to make.
What will be the cutoff, Xifan? No, I don't know. I haven't got
a. Really playing to the standard,
typically,
that I would expect them to. There's some good shots coming from easy, but the rest of the team is just down on their knees.
It's too hard to say. Like, you know, I'm not professional coach or anything, but
not flushed yet.
Hope you're a good man. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for the likes. EMZY. Circle prediction.
In the meantime, we do
I need to check the circle again.
Heads up towards Hacienda del Patron. Interesting finish here for a lot of squads. Bit of open area, some big old buildings to play around with.
Also, is top 3 Illims. Nice.
Pubg soars into this compound away from the danger zone that is the Moneymakers.
Yeah, he had to get out. Rest of the squad, unfortunately, it's not so easy for them as they go down heavy off the back of the engagement with Moneymakers. He bought a bit of time for the getaway with the single knock, but that's all it's going to be. You can reset from that engagement. So things are fine for Moneymakers, and you're getting the additional points off the back of it. Reject crawling on the bellies as well, trying to go around the edge here. But they got nades raining down on top of them as Poser dashes out another one. The smoke's at least giving them some cover.
Philippine team will be playing tomorrow. Hope they will play well. This is their first world stage. Wait, which Philippine team is it, Lily?
This is the rough part, and I think this is where a lot of teams have.
So for those of you who don't know, I will be streaming every single day of the Pmwc.
On a building, you need to be on that building. You can't go for these splits like where we see Regiosio right
So tomorrow
now,
I will be also streaming as well.
So many teams are waiting for this to happen. How can we take advantage of it? How can we improve our position by taking advantage of a bad one? Here's our little replay on the triple barrel roll.
Why don't you play a World Cup, bro?
Like 6,
yes,
maybe 7.
Somehow, some
Because
way,
we didn't qualify. We
just
suck.
casually back on its belly.
Yeah, not bothered, not bothered.
4 MVs, no, and the second they come back. Well, let's see tomorrow if they come back on that.
Loaded dice wheels. They can never end up upwards.
You always get 6s. Yeah.
How is that possible?
Just a bit of luck.
Just a bit of luck.
Half the time it will be in the toilet. Come on, rip it.
We've weighed them.
This one is significantly heavy, sir.
Only in one location.
Interesting, interesting. Right now, we're weighing heavy over
Is there a dock?
towards
Yeah, there is
probably
dock.
Boom and IWNRX, though. Got some nice central spots for themselves. I'm a bit more concerned about that area of the map because I do think final game of the day, if you're IWNRX or Boom Esports, you're looking for someone big.
Yeah.
You don't want to be going into tomorrow just having bad game after bad game after bad game. Really affects the mental, and they have to understand, and I'll keep saying it, that the bottom 12 be heading through to that survival stage. You do not want to be in that bottom 12, and it's so forgiving and so unforgiving at the same time, because the bottom 12, you're put in a position where any mistake could lead you not getting through to the main tournament, but 12 teams being given that chance out of the 24 to get into the main tournament, that's a lot of squads, so you've got to make the most out of those 3 days.
Yeah, live by the sword and go down by the sword. You really can Make your own history. Don't want to leave it up to someone else in those sort of situations to lap you a point and then be gambling, living on a dream that you're able to float your way
Hard
through.
luck.
So put your best foot
Hard
forward
luck,
when we
yeah.
get there. For now, pot shots across the board, taking out the tires and making it awkward for the getaway for moneymakers from the ridge they've got as we start to see the move up on the rotates.
Yeah, this brute force rotation right now from water treatment is one that's kind of curious. I mean, they do come from La Cabrera, so it's a
They're using
pretty difficult
GT20 Pro.
rotation for them, but they have made it through.
Sponsored by
Seems
Infinix.
trying to stop them, but it is this fight between them and 4 Miracle Vibes. Pre-pod almost certainly going down. Nice little off angle here from Baron as well, and I think that 4MV very much expecting teams to come through from that northern side, set themselves up nicely. No one really on that south side is challenging them because Kagosaka, why would they leave Hacienda? It's a strong spot for them to be in.
And the vibes are good right now. For Miracle being able to make the plays that they need, only taking small amounts of damage, little licks here and there. There is a bit of a clash back though, as things have gone quite rough for Brute Force in terms of the damage and the knocks that you've established. So you're looking to at least keep yourself guessing. You've seen the compounds being grabbed, that's more cover to work with, dives in the vehicle and looks to double back a bit further. And they're closing the distance on this. They want to take them out if possible.
Yeah, it's difficult now for Brute Force as they get closed in on. And I think Neos has done his absolute best to try and keep players at bay. Chudo, Freezer, Neos all up, but 4MV getting ever closer into nade range. They're all stacked up here. Apex with 6 grenades. That one has to be big. It's right on target. Takes him down, and Judo's
Oh, no.
another one. Nicely placed, but Judo...
Bro, I thought that nade would hit Doc.
Another across. There's no response. Neos does not have the angle, and Baron's far.
Proverbial cell right now with the damage that's being established. You've got a little bit of cover from the back line, but there's no real angle for him to help the rest of the squad. Meds being popped, so Miracle Vibes have to start moving around and getting a bit closer into this one. In the meantime, power down and out as well as they get wiped off the equation, and the gap is being closed.
Meantime, Tiamba, what was that? Just instantly coming up on the feed there. Entirety of Moneymakers just out of the game. Freezer.
Bro, look at Tiamba. All player health are really, really low. They have 2 knocks on Tiamba.
He's got to be feeling pretty nervous about this, but he was the biggest clutch member coming
Wait,
out.
which team is Tiamba fighting at? He's fighting with?
Long while. Let's see how he handles the
Which
big
team?
stage in front of him.
And he dodged those nades, the proficiency he's been showing us so far. Bullet round the side.
Bro, your heart rate is showing your heart rate is, yeah, 59, yeah.
He's finally down.
It is.
Yes, he's been backing off this whole time, looking to actually have a better Overwatch position to help out. Rest of the
Bro,
squad
Lele, are you
focused for
still
it. Can he do something
collecting the
outrageous
likes?
here? At least
You
look
gotta
for the
stop,
isolated
Lele.
fights. I don't know if he's been seen on the peak.
We need you tomorrow. Alright, Lele. Stop today.
On the side. This is really good play.
I saw you still liking the stream.
Isolating sight lines.
Lele, crazy. Got caught.
Look over towards Doc, but
Oh,
well done
here,
to
there we go.
4MV. They
Doc,
weren't
2
taking
kills.
any
Nice.
chances on that fight, but immediately back on board with Alliance as D plus Kia look to swarm over the edge. It is Leon's though with the S12K just putting the hurt in.
Oh, mate. D+, this would be huge for them. Already at the top of the rankings, if they can keep on climbing and take down Alliance inside of this fight, you'd be over the moon with it. You've got at least
Rooting for
TJB
TJB tomorrow? Yeah, TJB tomorrow. Let's see if they can. They will probably play more positional instead of, you know, showing aggression.
It's really getting risky now.
Wonder will it working this, you know, at this kind of, you know, at this level of tournament. I personally feel like they will probably, my prediction for TJB tomorrow, they will probably be around 7th place. What do you guys think? I think TJB tomorrow probably around 7th place. Mark my word. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow if my prediction holds true. Lele said the 5th for TJB. Okay, I see you.
Really good stuff for this Korean squad. I think that they've been surprising everyone today. His Al-Haji.
Dude, the S12K got a buff, he feels so smooth.
Not quite enough versus DRX.
It feels the same.
Not going to be enough for the power fans again. That was when we
Do other people think so?
Left a few moments ago, but the fights have been delivering consistently on this one, and there really is never a dull moment. Smokes up to provide a bit of a shroud, see if they can bail out the teammate that's down cold on the deck. Zinko know the locations of Tiamba.
TJB first place tomorrow. Wow.
Developing with the height that's established there.
Yeah,
Ask G Willie, thank you for the likes on TikTok.
On that southeast side. They've had some really good games in the past where they were able to control a lot of space. Right now, their split is pretty wide on that southeast edge. Only really have to deal with D plus Kia, who are wolf packing it, honestly, in towards that northern side of the map.
If TJB does better, Xifan's prediction, he's gonna do push-ups for every kill they got. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, mark my word. Yeah,
much downhill for some teams. We do have the old
I can. Pokey, for sure.
Quick getaway if needed.
DK on DX action starting to build up in front of us with the rotations. It's the high ground that could really be the fickle.
So tomorrow, right?
Angles to take this fight, Lamborghini all the
If TJB, the point-wise for each match, they got into like, you know, above 8, I'll do push-ups based on their kills. How about that? Let's say if TJB tomorrow, you know, end up like 6th place, you know, I would do push-up for that match. If they go out, you know, out of like 8th, then I will not do.
I think right now, DXavier have a lot of high ground to play around with. You can see that they're split.
Which device is better for esports, Android or iPhone? Both are equally the same if you're talking about Android. It really depends on which gaming company is sponsoring.
I mean, they could make that push over towards Besiktas, but we know that Kagosaka has great.
This is the last match, yeah.
Compound. We saw Reject take heavy hits earlier on. Reject were able to manage to stay as 3, which is kind of interesting to me, honestly. I thought that they would sort of down and out in the ditches, but able to find themselves a bit of a compound to play around with. Next circle, just about to pop. Heads further towards that eastern side, making
Kimba can still survive. 4MV, they'll probably. I don't think they're gonna rotate. I feel like 4MV is probably gonna hold here and gatekeep Alpha 7, then engage with the team in front of them.
Nice to see they're still standing and actually found themselves a bit of a safe spot to play around. It looked rough. Last time we checked in on them, it wasn't looking good. Green around the gills, but now.
Did the Bajajun rename? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Bajajun rename.
On the rotate and see if they can make it awkward for Kagosaka, who are at least looking to reset and slowly move out in those duos. Get the map control they're looking for.
After watching Pmwc, I know the version matters a lot. I guess like PL wants to prove a point. The reason why Chinese team is not performing because of version difference.
Down, that's fine. They lose a player, but at least they know that that place is taken, and they'll have to go for a different approach. But he's got in, and he's got in quite well. It's not the greatest of plays in terms of positions, but it is somewhere. And I think that with the circle the way it was, realistically for D+ Gear, they just needed somewhere to stay. And they can hold out a lot of these teams.
Alpha 7 is going to push
Western Edge.
CAG.
Once again, they are far into the game now, stage 5, and these are important matches for them. So IWB NRX, my eyes are on them this match.
For Alpha 7, we heard in the interview that they were feeling confident. They thought that everyone was their competition. Not a single squad was isolated from them. They just wanted to take down any names that dared to step towards them. And they keep the pressure on, at least, making it a bit more awkward for Kag on the rotate. You've got close grouping of about 3 squads there as
you
well.
feel depressed now?
Not much room to breathe.
What do you mean, Chief? What happened?
Provided amongst them, they can take their time to heal back up.
A7 though, getting ripped to pieces as Kagosaka comes through.
Alpha 7 is out.
Down. And again,
with other teams' help,
I feel like this is Alpha 7's
but they managed to defend Alpha 7.
Trying to say that, you know, no one's your competition. I get that you want to have confidence coming into this, but you need to place your chips on the table sometimes to be like, this team's really good.
Yeah.
We need to take care of them. We need to watch out for them. I think respect is something that needs to be brought up on that squad, honestly, because you can't be making those plays and expecting not to just get demolished. I mean, they got an initial good shot off.
3.3 update sensitivity.
Lacking there, Jackie.
I'm going to do a video how do you adjust your own sensitivity.
As well. So
how does that sound?
Dawood. Blink, and you would have missed it on that one from Alpha 7. Sweep onto them. And it's not looking too great then. So yeah, they put a target on their back, potentially blank with that interview.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The big old bullseye. Boom. Still 4 players, 1 elimination, but it's 4 Miracle Vibes up to 5. And I think they've been playing this game much more akin to how we usually see 4 Miracle Vibes play their matches out. I think it's been a weird 5 matches so far for them, where some of those smart plays, some of those intelligent rotations we usually see from 4 Miracle Vibes just weren't there for me. They weren't there for me, but it looks like someone has switched on brain with Big Head and now are working well in these matches, which is good to see. It is really good to see because I think that they were a big favorite in these upcoming games.
They just got to keep it consistent. And this has been non-stop, obviously, ever since you saw the control from DXavier previously. It's have been hard for D+ Kia to actually make their move past them. Now you're
That's a nice nade.
Oh, the rebound on that. It looked like it was all about to go west, but you bounce it around the corner, get the establishing damage off, somehow reset the fight they were thrown into. You got the backup from Reject now waking their way in through the hill as well and putting damage down from range. It's all getting messy.
That was an unbelievable bounce. I mean, sure.
I don't know why people haven't been playing this game for ages, haven't made their own. They're just like, you know, they just don't want to put up the effort, to be honest. They just play the game. They're not trying to go pro in this game, right? They just want some like easy, good sensitivity. They can just copy and paste and play good, you know, with less recoil, you know, easy to control the recoil and stuff. That makes sense.
It's only 2 players up there.
Yeah, it takes too much time in training ground. Exactly. My sensitivity, you know, I took me like what? I played the game for like 3-4 years.
Trying to move out. Regiosio.
Sensitivity is like the harder work.
On the angle.
Being fed a few opportunities on the peaks. It is making it very awkward. Kakosaka recovering from this one looks very slim. Everything's gone wrong for you. All you've basically got is that shroud of smoke, but even then with the angle Reject have been playing off, Osio is able to hit shot after shot when they do have to peak. You're at a stalemate for getting away from that.
A lot of teams just waiting things out. It's Yamba though versus
Yo, Chief,
moved in. There's been some great
sorry
shots.
to, you know, to hear that, but, you know, you just gonna stay positive. Stay positive, you know.
And he lives on the push as well.
Everything was sorted out in the end.
Alive to tell the tale. A 2v4 at this stage in the game is unheard of.
You've given him the keys to the car and he is just breezed out of there, topping out at 7 miles an hour.
That's not how it works. Everyone have different phones. The way they handle gyro, everything matters. But like, to be honest, I think my sensitivity is like good for like, you know, like as a reference sensitivity for, you know, entry, you know, if you're like a beginner or if you don't have your own sense, that kind of thing, you can use my sense and legit just get used to my sense, and you know, you can get this, you can be decent at the game.
But again, it's 4MV.
But like definitely not for iPad. My sense is definitely not for iPad, but like for either iOS or Android, I think that's the reason why they got millions of views, because it's actually working for a lot of people. People kept coming back to these videos to, you know, to see, oh, this sense, you know, I should, you know, I copied this Xifan sense, you know, something like that.
Reject have been losing a lot of the stock they've had to play with as the numbers are being thinned, and it is a rough battle.
7 elims for Tiemba, second place. Oh,
work with as well. You're being barraged by the nades. They know they fragmented them. Osio trapped behind the vehicle, lucky to be standing.
Yeah, it's a nice nade actually as well coming from Xavier. Paragin still just cleaning out that eastern side. Pretty confident that his 3 teammates can take on the remaining members there from Reject. I don't know, man. It's a difficult game to call. I mean, Boom's still in the game with this wide split over towards that north side. Waiting on this next circle, though. That's probably going to be the decider here. Heads up towards that north side. Now it's up to 4MV versus Boom. But already a shot comes through onto 4MV. I think that might have been a flush as well. Boom do actually get taken down by Paragin all the way in the back there. One player goes down. Another one hits the deck. What is happening here?
They had a good spread on it. You had the better angle to work with for Miracle Vibes in the back, completely causing issues.
Doc showing off.
Wait,
Apex disconnected?
One-man
What?
trap living on borrowed time. There's a nice nade in the back pocket as well. Should be able to get that right on target with the low HP.
This is the Doc we know. Let's go.
That was crazy good. I mean, Doc was just unbelievably good over in CSA, honestly. But people were saying that Max was glazing. And he absolutely should have. This guy is insane.
He deserved it.
He deserved it. He's an insane player. And I'm glad that Doc's actually finally waking up a little bit here in these games. But again, for a lot of these other squads in the lobby.
Did you see the QZ did one with throwing Incal? No, I was talking to the chat. I actually missed that.
Xavier looking to clean out these final members coming through from.
Was QZ the guy in the shack?
NX.
Or is he the off angle?
Nade throws one through. That's going to get confusing for me, I reckon.
He must doing zone.
Finally for Reject, it felt like they've been alive for so damn long, basically trapped in a rough spot. They're now finally taken out of commission as Xavier are going from playing passive to taking the aggression back onto the other squads that have been put into unfavorable positions here.
For Miracle Vibes starting to get their split on now. I mean, they can see that there's a lot of fighting, or at least hear it off in the distance. So they're going to wrap for this ridge over towards that north side, pen IWNRX in. And I think this is the best thing for 4MV right now, is they've got so much information because they have taken space.
Oh, Doc. QZ.
QZ with a unreal
QZ.
spray. Hits the dome and will knock Doc back a bit.
This could be Tiamba
Here's his
trying
9-0.
to make a repeat history again. Going to be far harder
Is
this
Kuzi
time to stay alive as a solo and
just going to
steal
die
away
his
any
own?
sort of
He's
point
dead.
of
Kuzi's
play,
dead.
placement, and that
He
is gonna be a
miscalculate.
rough timing on the heel.
The
Takes
timing
it
of the
down.
heel.
He's finished off there, and the carnage continues then, bringing us down to just the final 3 squads. 2 players knocked on either one of them. DX Xavier up with 3 players still kicking. You got 4 Miracle Vibes with 2 alive. How's this going to
Are
go?
you
in terms of
regularly in
spacing?
contact with the
Yeah, it's
PL
not looking good
players?
for DX Xavier on the way.
No,
You could
but
just mow your way through on
I
the crosshair
do
if they
have
get the
ways to
angles. They've been
contact
good in
them.
the firefights as well.
Yeah. I think with DX Xavier, it's not the end of the world for them right now. They can still push up. They are outside the blue, and that's going to be their biggest difficulty. IWNRX still have 3
DX9
players, though, Jackie.
kills.
And they still,
Peregrine
I would
with the
say,
4.
are not to be underestimated in these
Peregrine.
lobbies.
Man,
But
Peregrine
being
knocked
crushed between
himself?
2 squads is never an ideal situation.
I still can't
We'll step
remember.
up here
I
from
still
Kai.
can't.
We'll spot
I still
one
can't.
from 4MV,
Cannot
but
forget the
that'll
clip.
be about it. And I think DX Xavier panicking almost at this point, I'd say.
Potentially. I mean, the pressure could be getting you in terms of the angles you've got to contend with here. You do get the full reset off and have the manpower advantage in terms of the fights, but you're going to be ushered forward. There's not a lot of cover to work with, and that's the problem. That's when you're going to get sweep from the side. How do they contend with both squads at the same time, Blank? They don't have enough guns for it.
Yeah, and right now, all DX Xavier are doing is just putting themselves in the sightlines of IWNRX as 4MV just keeps them penned into that cage right now, and they're throwing away the key. It's a difficult scenario. You can see them all stimming up, getting ready for their last stand here. Ike Aragon charging the gates.
Which team's winning, guys? An RX, 4MV, or DX? Drop your prediction in the chat.
See you from, and you don't want to expose yourself to it. Slowly edging forward as well due to the zone, nipping at their heels. They jump in the vehicle and make the bold move. Engagement's good to at least open up. This was the
Oh my god,
scenario.
4MV, you win, bro. Wait, they got the clean wipe?
Those up one after another, establishing the knocks and wiping them out.
None of them got knocked.
And this could be massive.
DX shooting off.
4 players alive for DX Xavier. For Miracle Vibes,
Doc,
down to
here
3.
comes the Doc.
We're getting good chip
The
damage
nade.
off. They're fragmented in terms of the setup. You're looking for the flank round the back.
Cooking
there could
it.
be some moves to make on this one.
Doc.
Nade going in from the top.
Void the
This is gonna
connect.
Be on target. You get the clear on both sides. Lamborghini
Almost.
in the brunt of the damage.
Oh,
Peregrine
Doc.
looks to clear it from the edge. It's not
Got
gonna work
Peregrine.
well for him. For Miracle Vibes, it doesn't matter that they're outnumbered because they certainly
Oh my god.
As they put the pressure on.
Doc.
Run away with that one in the
Winning the fight against the DBS. Peregrine with the DBS. 4MV.
Miracle Vibes themselves. 4MV looking unbelievable in those final moments. I mean, I got to give credit to DX Xavier where credit is due, though. Great smoke, instant play over towards the back line and the front line on IWNRX, but immediately see Doc just charge and sprint in on
GG.
his little boots there over towards the high ground to stare down the face of DX Xavier.
Doc came back in the last match. Better, you know, better than nothing,
We were
right?
expecting from 4MV coming into today.
Doc was sleeping in the first of 5 matches and woke up in the final match.
And I think that
And won the
Team
fight
Shopee
against the
World Cup
DBS
is
player,
going into
Peregrine.
the rest of the group stage now, because that was a really good game. They need them a little bit of energy, a little bit of positive vibes.
You thought that
coming
jinxed
their
him?
way, because coming into tomorrow, that's only going to get worse for them. So I do enjoy the fact that we had 4MV, and again, a very different team once for us here. So another recipe on the chicken dinner, and it has just been all over the shop right now. No team wants to.
Well,
let
the
anyone
setup
get
is
ahead.
very clean from
I think Alpha 7 just
Esports World Cup.
kind of
Nice.
fell over that game versus Kagasaka. Like you said, they had the full reset. They allowed them the time, and they were worried about making that push.
Oh
Deep
my
was
god, all these
27
nasty
in
knocks
this
from
game,
QZ.
sits them further towards that top side. Tiamba also looking.
Shifan, how do you
that
stay
has
awake
some
all these
potential,
hours?
but
I know,
overall
right,
team
David?
play, not quite there at the
I'm
moment.
about to go to bed after this.
Good, but you got to get everything in a line. Get the ducks back.
Anyway, I think this is it, guys. This is it for today's stream.
At least you've got some positives.
I really need to go to sleep now.
Make your decisions on Blank in terms of
Yeah, the
what
stage
needs
is
to be
pretty clean.
changed.
It's
So
probably one
hopefully
of the
they
best
can
ones.
adjust those
I mean, the
pieces.
PO ones are
Overall,
good, but like
Miracle
this
Vibes
one
having
looks
a
like,
big
you
game
know,
there in terms of
international, you know.
decision-making as well, even when
$3 million,
disadvantage,
yeah.
They still knew how to play it. They took the angles they needed.
Yeah, I think for MV, it's just a case of like that wasn't an easy game by any stretch of the word. I mean, they were in quite open area for a long time. Some really good splits.
Xifan with it being rich is the PUBG player. If he gotta pay for other people, he helped with these videos and they're playing pros and.
And I think it did just get to
Damn,
that moment where
Pokey.
the circle shifting
You got a point. You got a point. Last year when I said this in my stream, like last year, I don't remember which player is it. It's from either Japanese team or like Korean team.
It's just unfortunate that you're going.
He said he watched every single of my like tutorials, and I was like, damn, bro. Anyway, thank you all for coming, and tomorrow I will be live again for the Esports World Cup Day 2 group stage. And tomorrow we will have Falcons, TJB playing, and
Let's go.
yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And I'll schedule the
up.
stream as well. You guys have a good night and have a good day. Bye bye.
They were insane, and I said to